by Robert Howard. Mountain Man. I was robbing a bee tree when I heard my old man calling, "Breckinridge, oh Breckinridge, where air you? I see you now. You don't need to climb that tree. I ain't gonna larrup you." He come up and said, "Breckinridge, ain't that a bee settin' on your ear?" I reached up, and sure enough it was. Come to think about it, I had felt kind of like something was stinging me somewhere. "I swar, Breckinridge," said Pap, "I never seen a hide like yourn. Now listen to me. Old Buffalo Rogers is back from Tomahawk, and the postmaster there said they was a letter for me from Mississippi. He wouldn't give it to nobody but me or some of my folks. I don't know who'd be writing me from Mississippi. Last time I was there was when I was fighting the Yankees. But anyway, that letter is got to be got. Me and your ma has decided you're to go get it. You hear me, Breckinridge?" "Clean the tomahawk?" I said. "Gee whiz, Pap." "Well," he said, combing his beard with his fingers, "you're growed in size, if not in years. It's time you seen something of the world. You ain't never been more'n 30 miles away from the cabin you was born in. Your brother John ain't able to go on account of that bar he tangled with, and Bill is busy skinning the bar. You been to where the trail passes, going to Tomahawk? All you gotta do is foller it and turn to the right where it forks. The left goes on to Perdition." Well, I was all eager to see the world, and the next morning I was off, dressed in new buckskins and riding my mule Alexander. Pap rode with me a few miles and give me advice. "Be careful how you spend that $1 I give you," he said. "Don't gamble. Drink in reason. Half a gallon of corn juice is enough for any man. Don't be tetchy, but don't forget that your pap was once the rough and tumble champeen of Gonzales County, Texas. And whilst you're feeling for the other fellow's eye, don't be careless and let him chaw your ear off. And don't resist no officer." "What's them, Pap?" I inquired. "Down in the settlements," he explained, "they has men which their job is to keep the peace. I don't take no stock in law myself, but them city folks is different from us. You do what they says, and if they says give up your gun, why, you up and do it." I was shocked. I meditated a while and then says, "How can I tell which is them?" "They'll have a silver star on their shirt," he says. So I said I'd do like he told me. He reined around and went back up the mountain, and I rode on down the path. Well, I camped that night where the path come out onto the main trail, and the next morning I rode on down the trail feeling like I was a long way from home. I hadn't went far till I passed a stream and decided I'd take a bath. So I tied Alexander to a tree and hung my buckskins nearby, but I took my gun belt with my old Captain Paul .44 and hung it on a limb reaching out over the water. There was thick bushes all around the hole. Well, I dived deep, and as I come up, I had a feeling like somebody'd hit me over the head with a club. I looked up, and there was a fella holding on to a limb with one hand and leaning out over the water with a club in the other hand. He yelled and swung at me again, but I div, and he missed, and I come up right under the limb where my gun was hung. I reached up, grabbed it, and let bam at him just as he dived into the bushes, and he let out a squall and grabbed the seat of his pants. The next minute, I heard a horse running and glimpsed him tearing away through the brush on a pinto Mustang, setting his horse like it was a red-hot stove. And, darn him, he had my clothes in one hand. I was so upsot by this that I missed him clean, and jumping out, I charged through the bushes and saplings, but he was already out of sight. I knowed it was one of them dern renegades which hid up in the hills and snuck down to steal, and I wasn't afraid none, but what a fix I was in. He'd even stole my moccasins. I couldn't go home in that shape, without the letter, and admit I'd missed a robber. Twice. Papa'd larrup the tar out of me. And if I went on, what if I met some women in the valley settlements? I don't reckon they was ever a youngster half as bashful as what I was in them days. Cold sweat bust out all over me. At last, in desperation, I buckled my belt on and started down the trail toward Tomahawk. I was desperate enough to commit murder to get me some pants. I was glad the Indian didn't steal Alexander, but the going was so rough I had to walk and lead him, 'cause I kept to the brush alongside the trail. He had a tough time getting through the bushes, and the thorns scratched him so he hollered, and every now and then I had to lift him over jagged rocks. It was tough on Alexander, but I was too bashful to travel in the open trail with no clothes on. After I'd gone maybe a mile, I heard someone in the trail ahead of me, and peeking through the bushes I seen a most peculiar sight. It was a man on foot, going the same direction as me, and he had on what I instinctively guessed was city clothes. They wasn't buckskin, and was very beautiful with big checks and stripes all over them. He had on a round hat with a narrow brim and shoes like I hadn't never seen before, being neither boots or moccasins. He was dusty, and he cussed as he limped along. Ahead of him I seen the trail made a horseshoe bend, so I cut straight across and got ahead of him, and as he come along I stepped out of the bush and threw down on him with my cap and ball. He throwed up his hands and hollered, "Don't shoot!" "I don't want to, mister," I said, "but I got to have clothes." He shook his head like he couldn't believe I was so, and he said, "You ain't the color of a Injun, but what kind of people live in these hills anyway?" "Most of 'em's Democrats," I said, "but I got no time to talk politics. You climb out of them clothes." "My God," he wailed, "my horse threw me off and run away. I've been walking for hours expecting to get scalped by Injuns any minute, and now a naked lunatic on a mule demands my clothes. It's too much." "I can't argue, mister," I said. "Somebody may come up the trail any minute. Hustle." So saying, I shot his hat off to encourage him. He gave a howl and shucked his duds in a hurry. "My underclothes, too?" he demanded, shivering, though it was very hot. "Is that what them things is?" I demanded, shocked. I never heard of a man wearing such womanish things. "The country's going to the dogs, just like Pap says. You better get going. Take my mule. When I get to where I can get some regular clothes, we'll swap back." He clumb up on Alexander kind of dubious and said to me, despairful, "Will you tell me one thing? How do I get to Tomahawk?" "Take the next turn to the right," I said, and just then Alexander turned his head and seen them underclothes on his back, and he gave a loud and ringing bray and sot sail down the trail at full speed, with the stranger hanging on with both hands. Before they was out of sight they come to where the trail forked, and Alexander took the left instead of the right, and vanished amongst the ridges. I put on the clothes, and they scratched my hide something fierce. I hadn't never worn nothing but buckskin. The coat split down the back, and the pants was too short, but the shoes was the worst. They pinched all over. I throwed away the socks, having never worn none, but put on what was left of the hat. I went on down the trail and took the right-hand fork, and in a mile or so I come out on a flat and heard horses running. The next thing, a mob of horsemen bust into view. One of them yelled, "There he is!" and they all come for me, full tilt. Instantly, I decided that the stranger had got to Tomahawk after all, and set a posse onto me for stealing his clothes. So I left the trail and took out across the sage-grass, and they all charged after me, yelling for me to stop, while them darned shoes pinched my feet so bad I couldn't hardly run. So after I'd run 500 or 600 yards, I perceived the horses were beginning to gain on me. So I wheeled with my cap and ball in my hand, but I was going so fast when I turned, them darned shoes slipped, and I went over backwards into some cactus just as I pulled the trigger. So I only knocked the hat off the first horseman. He yelled and pulled up his horse right over me nearly, and as I drawed another bead on him, I seen he had a bright shiny star on his shirt. I dropped my gun and stuck up my hands. They swarmed round me, cowboys from their looks. The man with the star dismounted and picked up my gun and cussed. "What did you lead us this chase through this heat and shoot at me for?" he demanded. "I didn't know you was an officer," I said. "Hell, McVeigh," said one of 'em. "You know how jumpy Tenderfeet is. Likely he thought we was Santry's outlaws. Where's your horse?" "I ain't got none," I said. "Got away from you, Hank?" said McVeigh. "Well, climb up behind Kirby here. Let's get going." To my astonishment, the sheriff stuck my gun back in the scabbard, and I clumb up behind Kirby, and away we went. Kirby kept telling me not to fall off, and it made me mad, but I said nothing. After an hour or so, we come to a bunch of houses they said was Tomahawk. I got panicky when I saw all them houses and would have jumped down and run for the mountains, only I knowed they'd catch me with them darn pinchy shoes on. I hadn't never seen such houses before. They was made out of boards mostly, and some was 2 stories high. To the northwest and west, the hills riz up a few hundred yards from the back of the houses, and on the other sides there was plains with brush and timber on 'em. "You boys ride into town and tell the folks that the shebang starts soon," said McVeigh. "Me and Kirby and Richards'll take him to the ring." I could see people milling around in the streets, and I never had no idea there was that many folks in the world. The sheriff and the other 2 fellows rode round the north end of the town and stopped at an old barn and told me to get off. So I did. We went in, and they had a kind of room fixed up in there with benches and a lot of towels and water buckets. The sheriff said, "This ain't much of a dressing room, but it'll have to do. Us boys don't know much about this game, but we'll second, good as we can. One thing, the other fella ain't got no manager or seconds neither. How do you feel?" "Fine," I said, "but I'm kind of hungry." "Go get him something, Richards," said the sheriff. "I didn't think they ate just before about," said Richards. "Oh, I reckon he knows what he's doing," said McVeigh. "Go on." So Richards left, and the sheriff and Kirby walked round me like I was a prize bull and felt my muscles, and the sheriff said, "By golly, if size means anything, our dough is as good as in our britches right now." My dollar was in my belt. I said I would pay for my keep, and they haw-hawed and slapped me on the back and said I was a great joker. Then Richards came back with a platter of grub with a lot of men wearing boots and guns, and they stomped in and gawped at me. McVeigh said, "Look him over, boys. Tomahawk stands or falls with him today." They started walking around me like him and Kirby done, and I was embarrassed and ate 3 or 4 pounds of beef and a quart of mashed potatoes and a big hunk of white bread and drunk about a gallon of water because I was pretty thirsty. Then they all gaped at me like they were surprised about something, and one of them said, "How come he didn't arrive on the stagecoach yesterday?" "Well," said the sheriff, "the driver told me he was so drunk they left him at Bisney and came on with his luggage, which is over there in the corner. They got a horse and left it there with instructions for him to ride to Tomahawk as soon as he sobered up. Me and the boys got nervous today when he didn't show up, so we went out looking for him and met him hoofing it down the trail." "I bet them perdition hombres starts something," said Kirby. "Ain't one of 'em showed up yet. They're setting over at Perdition, soaking up bad liquor and brooding on their wrongs. They sure wanted this show staged over there. They claimed that since Tomahawk was furnishing one half of the attraction and Gunstock the other, the razee ought to be throwed at perdition. Nothing to it, said McVeigh. It laid between Tomahawk and Gunstock, and we throwed a coin and won. If perdition wants trouble, she can get it. Is the boys rarin' to go? Is they, said Richards. Every bar in Tomahawk is crowded with hombres full of liquor and civic pride. They're betting their shirts, and they's been 9 fights already. Everybody in Gunstock's here. Well, let's get going, said McVeigh, getting nervous. The quicker it's over, the less blood there's likely to be spilt. The first thing I knowed, they laid hold of me and was pulling my clothes off. So it dawned on me that I must be under arrest for stealing the stranger's clothes. Kirby dug into the baggage, which was in one corner of the stall, and dragged out a funny-looking pair of pants. I know now they was white silk. I put 'em on 'cause I hadn't nothing else to put on, and they fit me like my skin. Richards tied an American flag around my waist, and they put some spiked shoes on my feet. I let 'em do like they wanted to, remembering what Pap said about not resisting an officer. Whilst so employed, I began to hear a noise outside, like a lot of people, whooping and cheering. Pretty soon in came a skinny old gink with whiskers and 2 guns on, and he hollered, "Listen, Mac, darn it, a big shipment of gold is down there waiting to be took off by the evening stage, and the whole blamed town is deserted on account of this foolishness. Suppose Comanche Sentry and his gang gets wind of it." "Well," said McVeigh, "I'll send Kirby here to help you guard it." "You will like hell," said Kirby. "I'll resign as deputy first. I got every cent of my dough on this scrap, and I aim to see it." "Well, send somebody," said the old codger. "I got enough to do running my store and the stage stand and the post office without—" He left, mumbling in his whiskers, and I said, "Who's that?" "Aw," said Kirby, "that's old man Braxton that runs that store down at the other end of town on the east side of the street. The post office is in there, too." "I got to see him," I said. "There's a letter—" Just then another man came surging in and hollered, "Hey, is your man ready? Everybody's getting impatient." "All right," said McVeigh, throwing over me a thing he called a bathrobe. Him and Kirby and Richards picked up towels and buckets, and we went out the opposite door from what we come in, and there was a big crowd of people there, and they whooped and shot off their pistols. I would have bolted back into the barn, only they grabbed me and said it was all right. We went through the crowd, and I never seen so many boots and pistols in my life. And we come to a square pen made out of 4 posts set in the ground and ropes stretched between. They called this a ring and told me to get in. I done so, and they had turf packed down so the ground was level as a floor and hard and solid. They told me to sit down on a stool in one corner, and I did, and wrapped my robe around me like an Injun. Then everybody yelled, and some men, from Gunstock, they said, clumb through the ropes on the other side. One of them was dressed like I was, and I never seen such a human. His ears looked like cabbages, his nose was flat, and his head was shaved. He sat down in an opposite corner. Then a fella got up and waved his arms and hollered, "Gents, you all know the occasion of this here suspicious event. Mr. Bat O'Toole, happening to pass through Gunstock, consented to fight anybody that would meet him. Tomahawk allowed to furnish that opposition by sending all the way to Denver to procure the services of Mr. Bruiser McGurty, formerly of San Francisco." He pointed at me. Everybody cheered, shot off their pistols, and I was embarrassed and bust out in a cold sweat. "This fight," said the fellow, "will be according to London prize ring rules, same as in a championship go. Bare fist, round ends when one of them's knocked down or throwed down. Fight lasts till one or t'other ain't able to come up to the scratch at the call of time. I, Yucca Blaine, have been selected referee because, being from Chaudier, I got no prejudices either way." Are you all ready? Time. McVeigh hauled me off my stool and pulled off my bathrobe and pushed me out into the ring. I nearly died with embarrassment, but I seen the fellow they called O'Toole didn't have on no more clothes than me. He approached and held out his hand, so I held out mine. We shook hands, and then without no warning he hit me an awful lick on the jaw with his left. It was like being kicked by a mule. The first part of me which hit the turf was the back of my head. O'Toole stalked back to his corner, and the gunstock boys was dancing and hugging each other, and the tomahawk fellows was growling in their whiskers and fumbling for guns and bowie knives. McVeigh and his men rushed into the ring before I could get up and dragged me to my corner and began pouring water on me. "Are ya hurt much?" yelled McVeigh. "How can a man's fist hurt anybody?" I asked. I wouldn't have fell down, only it was so unexpected. I didn't know he was going to hit me. I never played no game like this before. McVeigh dropped the towel he was beating me in the face with and turned pale. "Ain't you Bruiser McGurty of San Francisco?" he hollered. "Nah," I said. "I'm Breckinridge Elkins from up in the Humbolt Mountains. I come here to get a letter for Pap." "But the stage driver described them clothes," he began loudly. "A feller stole my clothes," I explained, "so I took some off'n a stranger. Maybe he was Mr. McGurty." "What's the matter?" asked Kirby, coming up with another bucket of water. "Time's about ready to be called." "We're sunk," bawled McVeigh. "This ain't McGurty. This is a derned hillbilly which murdered McGurty and stole his clothes." "We're ruined," exclaimed Richards, aghast. "Everybody's bet their dough without even seeing our man. They was that full of trust and civic pride. We can't call it off now. Tomahawk is ruined. What'll we do?" "He's going to get in there and fight his derndest," said McVeigh, pulling his gun and jamming it into my back. "We'll hang him after the fight." "But he can't box," wailed Richards. "No matter," said McVeigh. "The fair name of our town is at stake. Tomahawk promised to furnish a fighter to fight this fellow O'Toole, and—" "Oh," I said, suddenly seeing light. "This here's a fight, ain't it?" McVeigh gave a low moan, and Kirby reached for his gun, but just then the referee hollered time, and I jumped up and ran at O'Toole. If a fight was all they wanted, I was satisfied. All that talk about rules and the yelling of the crowd had me so confused I didn't know what it was all about. I hit at O'Toole, and he ducked and hit me in the belly and on the nose and in the eye and on the ear. The blood spurted, and the crowd yelled, and he looked dumbfounded and gritted between his teeth. "Are you human? Why don't you fall?" I spit out a mouthful of blood and got my hands on him and started chewing his ear, and he squalled like a catamount. Yucca run in and tried to pull me loose, and I gave him a slap under the ear, and he turned a somersault into the ropes. "Your man's fighting foul," he squalled, and Kirby yelled, "You're crazy. You see this gun? You holler foul once more and it'll go off." Meanwhile, O'Toole had broke loose from me and caved in his knuckles on my jaw, and I come for him again, because I was mad by this time. He gasped, "If you want to make an alley fight out of it, all right. I wasn't raised in 5 Points for nothing." He then rammed his knee into my groin and groped for my eye, but I got his thumb in my teeth and began masticating it, and the way he howled was a caution. By this time the crowd was crazy, and I throwed O'Toole and began to stomp him when somebody let bang at me from the crowd, and the bullet cut my silk belt and my pants started to fall down. I grabbed them with both hands, and O'Toole riz and rushed at me, bloody and bellering. I didn't dare let go of my pants to defend myself, so I whirled and bent over and lashed out backwards with my right heel like a mule, and I caught him under the chin. He done a cartwheel in the air, his head hit the turf, and he bounced on over and landed on his back with his knees hooked over the lower rope. There wasn't no question about him being out. The only question was he dead? A great roar of "Foul!" went up from the gunstock men, and guns bristled all around the ring. The tomahawk men was cheering and yelling that I'd won fair and square, and the gunstock men was cussing and threatening me when someone hollered, "Leave it to the referee. "Sure," said Kirby. "He knows our man won fair, and if he don't say so, I'll blow his head off." "That's a lie," bellowed a man from Gunstock. "He knows it was foul, and if he says it wasn't, I'll carve his liver with this here bowie knife." At these words, Yucca keeled over in a dead faint. Then a clatter of hooves sounded above the din, and out of the timber that hid the trail from the east, a gang of horsemen rode at a run. Everyone whirled and yelled, "Look out! Here comes them perdition illegitimates!" Instantly 100 guns covered 'em, and McVeigh demanded, "Come ye in peace or in war?" "We come to unmask a fraud," roared a big man with a red bandana around his neck. "McGurty, come forth." A familiar figure, now dressed in cowboy togs, pushed forward on my mule. "There he is!" the figure yelled, pointing at me. "That's the desperado which robbed me. Them's my tights he's got on." "What's this?" roared the crowd. "A darn fake," bellowed the man with the red bandana. "This here is Bruiser McGurty." "Then who's he?" someone bawled, pointing at me. "My name's Breckinridge Elkins, and I can lick any man here," I roared, getting mad. I brandished my fists in defiance, but my britches started sliding down again, so I had to shut up and grab 'em. "Aha!" The man with the red bandana howled like a hyena. "He admits it. I don't know what the idea is, but these tomahawk polecats has double-crossed somebody. I trust that you jackasses from Gunstock realizes the blackness and hellishness of their hearts. This man McGurty rode into perdition a few hours ago in his unmentionables, astraddle of that there mule, and told us how he'd been held up and robbed and put on the wrong road. You skunks was too proud to stage this fight in perdition, but we ain't the men to see justice scorned with impunity. We brought McGurty here to show you was being gypped by tomahawk. That man ain't no prize fighter. He's a highway robber." "These tomahawk coyotes has framed us," squalled the Gunstock man, going for his gun. "You're a liar," roared Richards, bending a .45 barrel over his head. The next instant, guns was crashing, knives was gleaming, and men was yelling blue murder. The Gunstock braves turned frothing on the tomahawk warriors, and the men from perdition, yelping with glee, pulled their guns and began fanning the crowd indiscriminately, which gave back their fire. McGurty gave a howl and fell down on Alexander's neck, gripping around it with both arms, and Alexander departed in a cloud of dust and smoke. I grabbed my gun belt, which McVeigh had hung over the post in my corner, and I headed for cover, holding on to my britches whilst the bullets hummed round me, thick as bees. I wanted to take to the brush, but I remembered that blamed letter, so I headed for town. Behind me there rose a roar of banging guns and yelling men. Just as I got to the backs of the rows of buildings which lined the street, I run into something soft head on. It was McGurty, trying to escape on Alexander. He had hold of only one rein, and Alexander, evidently having circled one end of the town, was traveling in a circle and heading back where he started from. I was going so fast I couldn't stop, and I run right over Alexander, and all three of us went down in a heap. I jumped up, afraid Alexander was killed, but he scrambled up, snorting and trembling. And then McGurty weaved up, making funny noises. I poked my cap and ball into his belly. "Off with them pants," I yelped. "My God," he screamed, "again? This is getting to be a habit." "Hustle," I bellered. "You can have these scandals I got on now." He shucked his britches, grabbed them tights, and run like he was afeard I'd want his underwear too. I jerked on the pants, forked Alexander, and headed for the south end of town. I kept behind the buildings, though the town seemed to be deserted, and pretty soon I come to the store where Kirby had told me old man Braxton kept the post office. Guns was barking there, and across the street I seen men ducking in and out behind an old shack and shooting. I tied Alexander to a corner of the store and went in the back door. Up in the front part I seen old man Braxton kneeling behind some barrels with a .45 90, and he was shooting at the fellas in the shack across the street. Every now and then a slug would hum through the door and comb his whiskers, and he would cuss worse'n Pap did that time he sot down on a bear trap. I went up to him and tapped him on the shoulder, and he gave a squall and flopped over and let go, bam, right in my face, and singed off my eyebrows. And the fellas across the street hollered and started shooting at both of us. I'd grabbed the barrel of his Winchester, and he was cussing and jerking at it with one hand and feeling in his boot for a knife with the other. I said, "Mr. Braxton, if you ain't too busy, I wish you'd give me that there letter which come for Pap." "Don't never come up behind me that way again," he squalled. "I thought you was one of them dern outlaws. Look out! Duck, you fool!" I let go of his gun, and he took a shot at a head which was aiming around the shack, and the head let out a squall and disappeared. "Who are them fellas?" I asked. "Comanche Santry and his bunch from up in the hills," snarled old man Braxton, jerking the lever of his Winchester. "They come after that gold. A hell of a sheriff McVeigh is. Never sent me nobody. And them fools over at the ring are making so much noise they'll never hear the shooting over here. Look out! Here they come!" 6 or 7 men rushed out from behind the shack and run across the street, shooting as they come. I seen I'd never get my letter as long as all this fighting was going on, so I unslung my old cap and ball and let bam at 'em 3 times. 3 of the outlaws fell across each other in the street, and the rest turned and run behind the shack. "Good work, boy!" yelled old man Braxton. "If I ever... Oh, Judas Iscariot, we're blowed up now." Something was pushed around the corner of the shack and come rolling down toward us, the shack being on higher ground than the store was. It was a keg with a burning fuse which whirled as the keg revolved and looked like a wheel of fire. "What's in that keg?" I asked. "Blastin' powder!" screamed old man Braxton, scrambling up. "Run, you darn fool! It's coming right into the door!" He was so scared he forgot all about the fellas across the street, and one of 'em caught him in the thigh with a buffalo rifle. He plunked down again, howling blue murder. I stepped over into the door. That's when I got the slug in my hip, and the keg hit my legs and stopped. So I picked it up and heaved it back across the street. It hadn't no more'n hit the shack when, bam, it exploded, and the shack went up in smoke. When it stopped raining pieces of wood and metal, they wasn't any sign to show any outlaws had ever hid behind where that shack had been. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't saw it," old man Braxton moaned faintly. "Are you hurt bad, Mr. Braxton?" I asked. "I'm dying," he groaned. "Plumb dying." "Well, before you die, Mr. Braxton," I said, "would you mind giving me that there letter for Pap?" "What's your Pap's name?" he asked. "Roaring Bill Elkins," I said. He wasn't hurt as bad as he thought. He reached up, got hold of a leather bag and fumbled in it, pulled out an envelope. "I remember telling old Buffalo Rogers I had a letter for Bill Elkins," he said, fingering it over. Then he said, "Hey, wait, this ain't for your Pap. My sight's getting bad. I read it wrong the first time. This is for Bill Elston that lives between here and Perdition. Now, I want to spike a rumor which says I tried to murder old man Braxton and tore his door down for spite. I've done told how he got his leg broke, and the rest was accidental. When I realized that I had went through all that embarrassment for nothing, I got so mad and disgusted, I turned and ran out of the back door. And I forgot to open the door, and that's how it got tore off the hinges. I then jumped on to Alexander and forgot to untie him from the store. I kicked him in the ribs, and he bolted and tore loose that corner of the building, and that's how come the roof to fall in. Old man Braxton inside was scared and started yelling bloody murder. And about that time a lot of men come up to investigate the explosion which had stopped the 3-cornered battle between Perdition, Tomahawk, and Gunstock. And they thought I was the cause of everything, and they all started shooting at me as I rode off. Then was when I got that charge of buckshot in my back. I went out of Tomahawk and up the hill trail so fast I bet me and Alexander looked like a streak, and I says to myself, the next time Pap gets a letter at the post office, he can come after it hisself, 'cause it's evident that civilization ain't no place for a boy which ain't reached his full growth and strength. Guns of the Mountains. This business begun with Uncle Garfield Elkins coming up from Texas to visit us. Between Grizzly Run and Chawed Ear, the stage got held up by some masked bandits, and Uncle Garfield, never being able to forget that he was a gun-fighting fool 30 or 40 years ago, pulled his old cap and ball instead of putting up his hands like he was advised to. For some reason, instead of blowing out his light, they merely busted him over the head with a .45 barrel, and when he come to, he was rattling on his way toward Chawed Ear with the other passengers, minus his money and watch. It was his watch what caused the trouble. That there timepiece had been his grandpap's, and Uncle Garfield sot more store by it than he did all his kinfolks. When he arriv up in the Humbolt Mountains where our cabin was, he immediately let into howlin' his woes to the stars like a wolf with a bellyache. And from then on we heerd nothin' but that watch. I'd saw it, and thunk very little of it. It was as big as my fist and wound up with a key which Uncle Garfield was always losin' and lookin' for. But it was solid gold, and he called it a heirloom, whatever them things is, and he nigh driv the family crazy. A passel of big hulks like you all sittin' around lettin' an old man get robbed of all his property, he would say bitterly. When I was a young buck, if'n my uncle had been abused that way, I'd a took the trail and never slept nor et till I brung back his watch and the scalp of the skunk which stole it. Men nowadays, and so on, till I felt like drownin' the old Jassic in a barrel of corn liquor. Finally Pap says to me, combing his beard with his fingers, "Breckinridge," says he, "I've endured Uncle Garfield's belly achin' all I aim to. I want you to go look for his cussed watch and don't come back without it." "How am I gonna know where to look?" I protested, aghast. "The fellow which got it may be in Californy or Mexico by now." "I realizes the difficulties," says Pap, "but if Uncle Garfield knows somebody's out lookin' for his dern timepiece, maybe he'll give the rest of us some peace. You get goin', and if you can't find that watch, don't come back till after Uncle Garfield has went home." "How long is he gonna stay?" I demanded. "Well," said Pap, "Uncle Garfield's visits allus lasts a year at least." At this I bust into profanity. I said, "I got to stay away from home a year? Dang it, Pap, Jim Braxton'll steal Ellen Reynolds away from me whilst I'm gone. I've been courtin' that girl till I'm ready to fall dead. I done licked her old man 3 times. And now, just when I got her looking my way, you tell me I gotta up and leave her for a year for that dern Jim Braxton to have no competition with? You gotta choose between Ellen Reynolds and your own flesh and blood," said Pap. "I'm darned if I'll listen to Uncle Garfield squawks any longer. You make your own choice. But if you don't choose to do what I asked you to, I'll fill your hide with buckshot every time I see you from now on." Well, the result of that was that I was presently riding morosely away from home and Ellen Reynolds, and in the general direction of where Uncle Garfield's blasted watch might possibly be. I passed by the Braxton cabin with the intention of dropping Jim a warning about his actions whilst I was gone, but he wasn't there, so I issued a general defiance to the family by slinging a .45 slug through the winder, which knocked a cob pipe out of old man Braxton's mouth. That soothed me a little, but I knowed very well that Jim would make a beeline for the Reynolds cabin the second I was out of sight. I could just see him gorging on Ellen's bear meat and honey and bragging on himself. I hoped Ellen would notice the difference between a loud-mouthed boaster like him and a quiet, modest young man like me, which never bragged, though admittedly the biggest man and the best fighter in the Humboldts. I hoped to meet Jim somewhere in the woods as I rode down the trail, for I was intending to do something to kinda impede his courting while I was gone, like breaking his leg or something, but luck wasn't with me. I headed in the general direction of Chaudiere, and the next day seen me riding in gloomy grandeur through a country quite distant from Ellen Reynolds. Pap always said my curiosity'd be the ruination of me some day, but I never could listen to guns popping up in the mountains without wanting to find out who was killing who. So that morning, when I heard the rifles talking off amongst the trees, I turned Captain Kidd aside and left the trail and rode in the direction of the noise. A dim path wound up through the big boulders and bushes, and the shooting kept getting louder. Pretty soon I come out into a glade, and just as I did, bam! Somebody let go at me from the bushes, and a .45-70 slug cut both my bridle reins nearly in half. I instantly returned the shot with my .45, getting just a glimpse of something in the brush, and a man let out a squall and jumped out into the open, wringing his hands. My bullet had hit the lock of his Winchester and mighty nigh jarred his hands off him. "Cease that ungodly noise," I said sternly, pointing my .45 at his bay winder, "and tell me how come you waylays innocent travelers." He quit working his fingers, moaning, and said, "I thought you was Joel Karn, the outlaw. You're about his size." "Well, I ain't," I said. "I'm Breckinridge Elkins, from the Humboldts. I was just riding over to learn what all the shooting was about." The guns was firing in the trees behind the fella, and someone yelled what was the matter. "Ain't nothing the matter," he hollered back. "Just a misunderstanding." And he said to me, "I'm glad to see you, Elkins. We need a man like you. I'm Sheriff Dick Hopkins from Grizzly Run." "Where at's your star?" I inquired. "I lost it in the bresh," he said. "Me and my deputies have been chasing Tarantula Bixby and his gang for a day and a night, and we got 'em cornered over there in the old deserted cabin in the holler. The boys is shooting at 'em now. I heard you coming up the trail and snuck over to see who it is. Just as I said, I thought you was Karn. Come on with me, you can help us." "I ain't no deputy," I said. "I got nothing against Tarantula Bixby." "Well, you want to uphold the law, don't you?" he said. "Nah," I said. "Well, gee whiz," he wailed. "If you ain't a hell of a citizen. The country's going to the dogs. What chance has an honest man got?" "Oh, shut up," I said. "I'll go over and see the fun anyhow." So he picked up his gun, I tied Captain Kidd, and followed the sheriff through the trees till we come to some rocks, and there was 4 men laying behind them rocks and shooting down into a holler. The hill sloped away mighty steep into a small basin that was just like a bowl, with a rim of slopes all around. In the middle of this bowl was a cabin, and puffs of smoke was coming from the cracks between the logs. The men behind the rocks looked at me in surprise, and one of them said, "What the hell?" But the sheriff scowled at 'em and said, "Boys, this here's Breck Elkins. I done told him already about us being a posse from Grizzly Run, and about how we got Tarantula Bixby and 2 of his cutthroats trapped in that there cabin." One of the deputies bust into a guffaw, and Hopkins glared at him and said, "What you laughing about, you spotted hyener?" "I swallered my tobacco, and that always gives me the hystericals," mumbled the deputy, looking the other way. "Hold up your right hand, Elkins," requested Hopkins. So I done so, wondering what for, and he said, "Does you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, e pluribus unum anno dominecer tu wit in status quo?" "What the hell are you talking about?" I demanded. "Them which God has jined asunder, let no man put together," said Hopkins. "Whatever you say will be used against you, and the Lord have mercy on your soul. That means you're a deputy. I just swore you in." "Go sit on a tack," I said disgustedly. "Go catch your own thieves. And don't look at me like that. I might bend a gun over your skull." "But Elkins," pleaded Hopkins, "with your help we can catch them rats easy. All you got to do is lay up here behind this big rock and shoot at the cabin and keep 'em occupied till we can sneak around and rush 'em from the rear. See, the brush comes down pretty close at the foot of the slope on the other side and gives us cover. We can do it easy with someone keeping their attention over here. I'll give you part of the reward." "I don't want no dern blood money," I said, backing away. "And besides, ow!" I'd absent-mindedly backed out from behind the big rock where I'd been standing, and a 30-30 slug burned its way across the seat of my britches. "Darn them murderers!" I bellered, seeing red. "Give me a rifle. I'll learn 'em to shoot a man behind his back. Go on, take 'em in the rear. I'll keep 'em busy." "Good boy," said Hopkins. "You'll get plenty for this." It sounded like somebody was snickering to themselves as they snuck away, but I give no heed. I squinted cautiously around the big boulder and began sniping at the cabin. All I could see to shoot at was the puffs of smoke which marked the cracks they was shooting through. But from the cussin' and yellin' which begun to float up from the shack, I must have throwed some lead mighty close to 'em. They kept shooting back, and the bullets splashed and buzzed on the rocks, and I kept looking at the further slope for some sign of Sheriff Hopkins and the posse. But all I heard was a sound of horses galloping away toward the west. I wondered who it could be, and I kept expecting the posse to rush down the opposite slope and take them desperadoes in the rear. And whilst I was craning my neck around the corner of the boulder, whang! A bullet smashed into the rock a few inches from my face, and a sliver of stone took a notch out of my ear. I don't know of nothing that makes me madder than to get shot in the ear. I seen red and didn't even shoot back. A mere rifle was too paltry to satisfy me. Suddenly I realized that the big boulder in front of me was just poised on the slope, its underside partly embedded in the earth. I throwed down my rifle and bent my knees and spread my arms and gripped. I shook the sweat and blood out of my eyes and bellered so them in the holler could hear me. "I'm giving you all a chance to surrender. Come out, your hands up." They gave loud and sarcastic jeers, and I yelled back, "All right, you ring-tailed jackasses, if you get squished like a pancake, it's your own fault. Here she comes." And I heaved with all I had. The veins stood out on my temples, my feet sunk into the ground, but the earth bulged and cracked all around the big rock. Rivulets of dirt begun to trickle down, and the big boulder groaned, gave way, and lurched over. A dumbfounded yell riz from the cabin. I leapt behind a bush, but the outlaws was too surprised to shoot at me. That enormous boulder was tumbling down the hill, crushing bushes flat and gathering speed as it rolled, and the cabin was right in its path. Wild yells bust the air, the door was throwed violently open, and a man hove into view. Just as he started out of the door, I let bam at him, and he howled and ducked back, just like anybody will when a .45-90 slug knocks their hat off. The next instant that thundering boulder hit the cabin. Smash! It knocked it sidewise like a tin pin and caved in the wall. The whole structure collapsed in a cloud of dust and bark and splinters. I run down the slope, and from the yells which issued from under the ruins, I knowed they hadn't all been killed. "Does you all surrender?" I roared. Yeah, darn it, they squalled. Get us out from under this landslide. Throw out your guns, I ordered. How in hell can we throw anything? They hollered wrathfully. We're pinned down by a ton of rocks and boards and we're being squozed to death. Help! Murder! Ah, shut up, I said. You don't hear me carrying on in no such hysterical way, does you? Well, they moaned and complained, and I sought to work dragging the ruins off them, which wasn't no great task. Pretty soon I seen a booted leg, and I laid hold of it and dragged out the critter it was fastened to, and he looked more done up than what my brother Bill did that time he wrastled a mountain lion for a bet. I took his pistol out of his belt, laid him down on the ground, and got the others out. There was 3 altogether, and I disarmed 'em and laid 'em out in a row. Their clothes was nearly tore off, and they was bruised and scratched, and had splinters in their hair, but they wasn't hurt permanent. They sot up and fell to theirselves, and one of 'em said, "This here is the first earthquake I ever seen in this country." "'Twarn't no earthquake," said another. "It was an avalanche." "Listen here, Joe Partland," said the first'un, grinding his teeth. "I says it was an earthquake, and I ain't the man to be called a liar." "Oh, you ain't?" said the other, bristling up. "Well, let me tell you something, Frank Jackson." "This ain't no time for such arguments," I admonished them sternly. "As for that there rock, I rolled that at you myself." They gaped at me. "Who are you?" said one of them, mopping the blood off of his ear. "Never mind," I said. "You see this here Winchester? Well, you all set still and rest yourselves. Soon as the sheriff gets here, I'm going to hand you over to him." His mouth fell open. "Sheriff?" he said dumb-like. "What sheriff?" "Dick Hopkins from Grizzly Run," I said. "Why, you darn fool!" he screamed, scrambling up. "Sit down," I roared, and shoved my rifle barrel at him. He sank back, all white and shaking. He could hardly talk. "Listen to me," he gasped. "I'm Dick Hopkins. I'm Sheriff of Grizzly Run. These men are my deputies." "Yeah?" I said sarcastically. "And who was the fellow shooting at you from the brush?" "Tarantula Bixby and his gang," he said. "We was follering 'em when they jumped us, and being outnumbered and surprised, we took cover in that old hut. They robbed the Grizzly Run bank day before yesterday, and now they'll be getting further away every minute. Oh, Judas J. Iscariot, of all the dumb, bone-headed jackasses!" He, I said cynically. "You must think I ain't got no sense. If you're the sheriff, whereat's your star?" "It was on my suspenders," he said despairingly. "When you hauled me out by the leg, my suspenders caught on something and tore off. If you'll let me look amongst them ruins—" "You sit still," I commanded. "You can't fool me. You're Tarantula Bixby yourself. Sheriff Hopkins told me so. Him and the posse'll be here in a little while. Set still and shut up." We stayed there, and the feller which claimed to be the sheriff moaned and pulled his hair and shed a few tears, and the other fellers tried to convince me they was deputies until I got tired of their gab and told them to shut up or I'd bend my Winchester over their heads. I wondered why Hopkins and them didn't come, and I'd begun to get nervous, and all at once the fellow which said he was the sheriff gave a yell that startled me so I jumped and nearly shot him. He had something in his hand and was waving it around. "See here?" His voice cracked, he hollered so loud. "I found it. It must have fell down in my shirt when my suspenders busted. Look at that, you darn mountain grizzly." I looked, and my flesh crawled. It was a shiny silver star. "Hopkins said he lost his'n," I said weakly. "Maybe you found it in the brush." "You know better," he bellowed. "You're one of Bixby's men. You was sent to hold us here while Tarantula and the rest made their getaway. You'll get 90 years for this." I turned cold all over as I remembered them horses I heard galloping. I'd been fooled. This was the sheriff. That pot-bellied thug which shot at me had been Bixby hisself, and whilst I held up the real sheriff and his posse, them outlaws was riding out of the country. Now wasn't that a caution? "You better gimme that gun and surrender," opined Hopkins. "Maybe if you do, they won't hang you." "Set still," I snarled. "I'm the biggest sap that ever straddled a mustang, but even saps has their feelin's. You ain't gonna put me behind no bars. I'm going up this slope, but I'll be watching you. I've throwed your guns over in the brush. If any of you makes a move toward 'em, I'll put a harp in his hand." Nobody craved a harp. They set up a chant of hate as I backed away, but they sot still. I went up the slope backwards till I hit the rim. Then I turned and ducked into the brush and run. I heard 'em cussin' something awful down in the holler, but I didn't pause. I come to where I'd left Cap'n Kidd and forked him and rode, thankful them outlaws had been in too big a hurry to steal him. I throwed away the rifle they give me and headed west. I aimed to cross Wild River at Ghost Canyon and head into the uninhabited mountain region beyond there. I figured I could dodge a posse indefinite once I got there. I pushed Cap'n Kidd hard, cussing my reins which had been notched by Bixby's bullet. I didn't have time to fix 'em, and Cap'n Kidd was an iron-jawed outlaw. He was sweating plenty when I finally hove in sight of the place I was heading for. As I topped the canyon's crest before I dipped down to the crossing, I glanced back. There was a high notch in the hills, a mile or so behind me. As I looked, 3 horsemen was etched in that notch against the sky behind 'em. I cussed fervently. Why hadn't I had sense enough to know Hopkins and his men was bound to have horses tied somewheres near? They got their mounts and followed me, figuring I'd aim for the country beyond the Wild River. It was about the only place I could go. Not wanting no running fight with no sheriff's posse, I raced recklessly down the sloping canyon wall, busted out of the bushes, and stopped short. Wild River was on the rampage, bank full in the narrow channel and boiling and foaming. Been a big rain somewhere away up on the head, and the horse wasn't never foaled which could swum it. There wasn't but one thing to do, and I done it. I wheeled Cap'n Kidd and headed up the canyon. 5 miles up the river there was another crossing, with a bridge, if it hadn't been washed away. Cap'n Kidd had his second wind, and we was going lickety-split when suddenly I heard a noise ahead of us, above the roar of the river and the thunder of his hooves on the rocky canyon floor. We was approaching a bend in the gorge when a low ridge run out from the canyon wall, and beyond that ridge I heard guns banging. I heaved back on the reins, and both of 'em snapped in two. Cap'n Kidd instantly clamped his teeth on the bit and bolted, like he always done, when anything out of the ordinary happened. He headed straight for the bushes at the end of the ridge, and I leaned forward and tried to get hold of the bit rings with my fingers, but all I done was swerving from his course. Instead of following the canyon bed on around the end of the ridge, he went right over the rise, which sloped on that side. It didn't slope on the other side. It fell away abruptly. I had a fleeting glimpse of 5 men crouching among the bushes on the canyon floor with guns in their hands. They looked up, and Cap'n Kidd braced his legs and slid to a halt at the lip of the low bluff, and simultaneously bogged his head and throwed me head over heels down amongst 'em. My boot heel landed on somebody's head, and the spur knocked him cold and blame near scalped him. That partially busted my fall, and it was further cushioned by another fellow which I landed on in a sitting position, and which took no further interest in the proceedings. The other 3 fell on me with loud, brutal yells, and I reached for my .45 and found to my humiliation that it had fell out of my scabbard when I was throwed. So I riz with a rock in my hand and bounced it off of the head of a fellow who was fixing to shoot me, and he dropped his pistol and fell on top of it. At this juncture, One of the survivors put a buffalo gun to his shoulder and sighted. Then, evidently fearing he'd hit his companion, which was carving at me on the other side with a bowie knife, he reversed it and run in, swinging it like a club. The man with the knife got in a slash across my ribs, and I then hit him on the chin, which was how his jawbone got broke in 4 places. Meanwhile, the other swung at me with his rifle, but missed my head and broke the stock off across my shoulder. Irritated at his persistency in trying to brain me with the barrel, I laid hands on him and throwed him head on against the bluff, which is when he got his fractured skull and concussion of the brain, I reckon. I then shook the sweat from my eyes and, glaring down, recognized the remains as Bixby and his gang. I might 'a' knew they'd head for the wild country across the river, same as me. Only place they could go. Just then, however, a clump of bushes parted near a river bank, and a big black-bearded man riz up from behind a dead horse. He had a 6-shooter in his hand, and he approached me cautiously. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Where'd you come from?" "I'm Breckinridge Elkins," I answered, mopping the blood off of my shirt. "What is this here business, anyway?" "I was settin' here peaceable, waitin' for the river to go down so I could cross," he said, "when up rode these yeggs and started shootin'. I'm an honest citizen." "You're a liar," I said with my usual diplomacy. "You're Joel Carn, the wust outlaw in the hills. I seen your picture in the post office at Chawdeer." With that, he pinted his .45 at me, and his beard bristled like the whiskers of an old timber wolf. "So you know me, eh?" he said. "Well, what are you going to do about it, eh? Want to collect the reward money, eh?" "Nah, I don't," I said. "I'm an outlaw myself now. I just run foul of the law account of these skunks. They's a posse right behind me." "They is," he snarled. "Why didn't you say so? Here, let's catch these fellas' horses and light out. Cheapskates. They claimed I double-crossed 'em in the matter of a stagecoach hold-up we pulled together recently. I've been avoiding 'em 'cause I'm a peaceful man by nature, but they rode onto me unexpected today. They shot my horse first crack. We'd been trading lead for more than an hour without doing much damage, but they'd 'a' got me eventually, I reckon. Come on, we'll pull out together." "No, we won't," I said. "I'm an outlaw by force of circumstances, but I ain't no murderin' bandit." "Pretty particular your company, ain't you?" he sneered. "Well, anyways, help me catch a horse. Yours is still up there on that bluff. The day's still young." He pulled out a big gold watch and looked at it. It was one which wound with a key. I jumped like I was shot. "Where'd you get that watch?" I hollered. He jerked up his head, kind of startled, and said, "My grandpap gimme it." "Why?" "You're a liar," I bellered. "You took that off'n my Uncle Garfield. Gimme that watch." "Are you crazy?" he yelled, going white under his whiskers. I plunged for him, seeing red, and he let go. Bang! I got it in the left thigh. Before he could shoot again, I was on top of him and knocked the gun up. It banged, but the bullet went singing up over the bluff, and Captain Kidd squealed and started changing ends. The pistol flew out of Carn's hand, and he hit me violently on the nose, which made me see stars. So I hit him in the belly, and he grunted and doubled up, and come up with a knife out of his boot, which he cut me across the bosom with, and also in the shoulder and arm, and kicked me in the groin. So I swung him clear of the ground and throwed him head first, and jumped on him with both feet. And that settled him. I picked up the watch where it had fell and staggered over to the cliff, spurting blood at every step like a stuck hog. "At last my search is at an end," I panted. "I can go back to Ellen Reynolds, who patiently awaits the return of her hero." It was at this instant that Captain Kidd, which had been stung by Carn's wild shot and was trying to buck off his saddle, bucked himself off the bluff. He fell on me. The first thing I heard was bells ringing. Then they turned to horses galloping. I sat up and wiped off the blood which was running into my eyes from where Captain Kidd's left hind hoof had split my scalp. Then I seen Sheriff Hopkins, Jackson, and Partland come tearing around the ridge. I tried to get up and run, but my right leg wouldn't work. I reached for my gun, and it still wasn't there. I was trapped. "Look there!" yelled Hopkins, wild-eyed. "That's Bixby on the ground, and all his gang. And ye gods, there's Joel Cairn. What is this, anyhow? It looks like a battlefield. And what's that sitting there? He's so bloody I can't recognize him." "It's the hillbilly," yelped Jackson. "Don't move or I'll shoot you." "I already been shot," I snarled. "Go on, do your worst. Fate is against me." They dismounted and stared in awe. "Count the dead, boys," said Hopkins in a still small voice. "Aw," said Partland, "ain't none of them dead, but they'll never be the same men again. Look, Bixby's coming too. Who done this, Bixby?" Bixby cast a wabbly eye about till he spied me, then he moaned and shriveled up. "He done it," he wailed. "He trailed us down like a bloodhound and jumped on us from behind. He tried to scalp me. He ain't human." And he bust into tears. They looked at me and all took off their hats. "Elkins," said Hopkins in a tone of reverence, "I see it all now. They fooled you into thinking they was the posse and us the outlaws, didn't they? And when you realized the truth, you hunted them down, didn't you? And cleaned them out single-handed. And Joel Cairn, too, didn't you?" "Well," I said groggily, "the truth is—" "We understand," Hopkins soothed. "You mountain men are all modest. Hey, boys, tie up them outlaws whilst I look at Elkin's wounds." "If you'll catch my horse," I said, "I gotta be riding back." "Gee whiz, man," he said, "you ain't in no shape to ride a horse. Do you know you got 4 busted ribs, a broke arm, 1 leg broke, and a bullet in the other'n, to say nothing of being slashed to ribbons? We'll rig up a litter for you. What's that you got in your good hand?" I suddenly remembered Uncle Garfield's watch, which I'd kept clutched in a death grip. I stared at what I held in my hand, and I fell back with a low moan. All I had in my hand was a bunch of busted metal, broken wheels and springs, bent and smashed plumb beyond recognition. "Grab him!" yelled Hopkins. "He's fainted." "Plant me under a pine tree, boys," I murmured weakly. "Just carve on my tombstone, 'He fit a good fight, but fate dealt him the joker.'" A few days later, a melancholy procession wound its way up the trail into the Humboldts. I was packed on a litter. I told them I wanted to see Ellen Reynolds before I died, and to show Uncle Garfield the ruins of the watch, so he'd knowed I'd done my duty as I seen it. As we approached the locality where my home cabin stood, who should meet us but Jim Braxton, which tried to conceal his pleasure when I told him in a weak voice that I was a dying man. He was all dressed up in new buckskins, and his exuberance was plumb disgustful to a man in my conditions. "Too bad," he said. "Too bad, Breckinridge. I hoped to meet you, but not like this, of course. Your pap told me to tell you if I seen you about your Uncle Garfield's watch. He thought I might run into you on my way to Chawed Ear to get a license." "Eh?" I said, pricking up my ears. "Yeah, me and Ellen Reynolds is gonna get married. Well, as I started to say, seems like one of them bandits which robbed the stage was a fella whose dad was a friend of your Uncle Garfield's back in Texas. He recognized the name on the watch and sent it back, and it got here the day after you left. They say it was jealousy which made me rise up on my litter and fracture Jim Braxton's jawbone. I denies that. I stoops to no such petty practices. What impelled me was family conventions. I couldn't hit Uncle Garfield. I had to hit somebody, and Jim Braxton just happened to be the nearest one to me. the scalp hunter. The reason I am giving the full facts of this here affair is to refute a lot of rumors which is circulating about me. I am sick and tired of these lies about me terrorizing the town of Grizzly Claw and ruining their wagon yard just for spite and trying to murder all their leading citizens. They is more than one side to anything. These folks which is going around telling about me knocking the mayor of Grizzly Claw down a flight of steps with a kitchen stove ain't yet added that the mayor was trying to blast me with a sawed-off shotgun. As for saying that all I done was with malice aforethought, why, if I was a hot-headed man like some I know, I could easily lose my temper over this here slander. But being shy and retiring by nature, I keeps my dignity and merely remarks that these gossipers is blamed liars, and I will kick the ears off of them if I catch 'em. I weren't even going to Grizzly Claw in the first place. I'm kind of particular where I go to. I'd been in the settlements along Wild River for several weeks, tending to my own business, and I was headed for Pistol Mountain when I seen Tunk Willoughby sitting on a log at the forks where the trail to Grizzly Claw splits off of the Pistol Mountain road. Tunk ain't got no more sense than the law allows, anyway, and now he looked plumb discouraged. He had a mangled ear, a couple of black eyes, and a lump on his head so big his hat wouldn't fit. From time to time, he spit out a tooth. I pulled up Captain Kidd and said, "What kind of brawl have you been into?" "I've been to Grizzly Claw," he said, just like that explained it. But I didn't get the drift, 'cause I hadn't never been to Grizzly Claw. "That's the meanest town in these mountains," he said. "They ain't got no real law there, but they got a feller which claims to be an officer, and if you so much as spit, he says you bust the law and has got to pay a fine. If you puts up a holler, the citizens come to his assistance. You see what happened to me. I never found out just what law I was supposed to broke," Tunk said, "but it must have been one they was particular fond of. I give 'em a good fight as long as they confine themselves to rocks and gun butts, but when they introduced fence rails and wagon tongues into the fray, I give up the ghost." "What you go there for, anyhow?" I demanded. "Well," he said, mopping off some dried blood, "I was looking for you. 3 or 4 days ago I was in the vicinity of Bear Creek, and your cousin, Jack Gordon, told me something to tell you." Him showing no sign of going on, I said, "Well, what was it?" "I can't remember," he said. "That lambing they give me in Grizzly Claw has plumb addled my brains. Jack told me to tell you to keep a sharp lookout for somebody, but I can't remember who or why. But somebody had did something awful to somebody on Bear Creek. Seems like it was your Uncle Jeopard Grimes." "But why did you go to Grizzly Claw?" I demanded. "I weren't there." "I don't know," he said. "Seems like the feller which Jack wanted you to get was from Grizzly Claw, or supposed to go there, or something." "A great help you be," I said in disgust. "Here's somebody has went and wronged one of my kinfolks, maybe, and you forgets the details. Try to remember the name of the feller, anyway. If I knew who he was, I could lay him out and then find out what he did later on. Think, can't you?" "Did you ever have a wagon tongue busted over your head?" he said. "I tell you, it's just right recent that I remembered my own name. It was all I could do to recognize you just now. If you'll come back in a couple of days, maybe by then I'll remember what all Jack told me." I give a snort of disgust and turned off the road and headed up the trail for Grizzly Claw. I thought maybe I could learn something there. If somebody had done dirt to Uncle Jepperd, I wanted to know it. Us Bear Creek folks may fight amongst ourselves, but we stands for no stranger to impose on any one of us. Uncle Jepperd was about as old as the Humboldt Mountains, and he'd fit Indians for a living in his younger days. He was still a tough old knot. Anybody that could do him a wrong and get away with it sure wasn't no ordinary man, so it wasn't no wonder that word had been sent out for me to get on his trail. And now I hadn't no idea who to look for, or why, just because of Tunk Willoughby's weak skull. I despise these here egg-headed weaklings. Well, I arrove in Grizzly Claw late in the afternoon, and went first to the wagon yard and seen that Captain Kidd was put in a good stall and fed proper, and warned the fellow there to keep away from him if he didn't want his brains kicked out. Captain Kidd has a disposition like a shark, and he don't like strangers. It warn't much of a wagon yard, and there was only 5 other horses there besides me and Captain Kidd, a pinto, bay, and piebald, and a couple of pack horses. I then went back into the business part of the village, which was one dusty street with stores and saloons on each side, and I didn't pay much attention to the town, because I was trying to figure out how I could go about trying to find out what I wanted to know, and couldn't think of no questions to ask nobody about nothing. Well, I was approaching a saloon called the Apache Queen, and was looking at the ground in meditation when I seen a silver dollar laying in the dust close to a hitching rack. I immediately stooped down and picked it up, not noticing how close it was to the hind legs of a mean-looking mule. When I stooped over, he hauled off and kicked me in the head. Then he let out an awful bray and commenced jumping around, holding up his hind hoof, and some men come running out of the saloon, and one of 'em hollered, "He's trying to kill my mule. Call the law." Quite a crowd gathered, and the fellow which owned the mule hollered like a catamount. He was a mean-looking cuss, with mournful whiskers and a cock eye. He yelled like somebody was stabbing him, and I couldn't get in a word edgewise. Then a feller with a long skinny neck and 2 guns come up and said, "I'm the sheriff. What's going on here? Who's this big feller? What's he done?" The whiskered cuss hollered, "He kicked hisself in the head with my mule and crippled the poor critter for life. I demands my rights. He's got to pay me $350 for my mule." "Aw," I said, "that mule ain't hurt none. His leg's just kinda numbed. Anyway, I ain't got but $5, and whoever gets them will take 'em off of my dead body." I then hitched my 6 guns forwards, and the crowd kind of fell away. "I demand that you arrest him," howled Drooping Whiskers. "He tried to assassinate my mule." "You ain't got no star," I told the fellow which said he was the law. "You ain't going to arrest me." "Does you dast resist arrest?" he said, fidgeting with his belt. "Who said anything about resisting arrest?" I retorted. "All I aim to do is see how far your neck'll stretch before it breaks." "Don't you dast lay hands on an officer of the law," he squawked, backing away in a hurry. I was tired of talking and thirsty, so I merely gave a snort and turned away through the crowd towards the saloon, pushing 'em right and left out of my way. I saw 'em gang up in the street, talking low and mean, but I give no heed. There wasn't nobody in the saloon except the barman and a gangling cow-puncher, which had draped himself over the bar. I ordered whiskey, and when I'd drunk a few fingers of the rottenest muck I believe I ever tasted, I give it up in disgust and throwed the dollar on the bar which I had found, and was starting out when the barkeeper hollered, "Hey!" I turned around and said courteously, "Don't you yell at me like that, you bat-eared buzzard. What do you want?" "This here dollar ain't no good," he said, banging it on the bar. "Well, neither is your whiskey," I snarled, because I was getting mad. So that makes us even. I'm a long-suffering man, but it looked like everybody in Grizzly Claw was out to gyp the stranger in their midst. "You can't run no blazer over me," he hollered. "You give me a real dollar, or else—" He ducked down behind the bar and come up with a shotgun. So I taken it away from him and bent the barrel double across my knee and throwed it after him as he run out the back door hollerin' "Help! Murder!" The cowpuncher had picked up the dollar and bid on it, and then he looked at me very sharp and said, "Where did you get this?" "I found it, if it's any of your dern business," I snapped, because I was mad. Saying no more, I strode out the door, and the minute I hit the street, somebody let "bam" at me from behind a rain barrel across the street and shot my hat off. So I slammed a bullet back through the barrel, and the feller hollered and fell out in the open, yelling "Blue murder." It was the feller who called himself the sheriff, and he was drilled through the hind leg. I noticed a lot of heads sticking up over window sills and around doors, so I roared, "Let that be a warning to you Grizzly Claw coyotes. I'm Breckinridge Elkins from Bear Creek up in the Humboldts, and I shoot better in my sleep than most men does wide awake." I then lent emphasis to my remarks by punctuating a few signboards and knocking out a few window panes, and everybody hollered and ducked. So I shoved my guns back in their scabbards and went into a restaurant. The citizens come out of their hiding places and carried off my victim, and he made more noise over a broke leg than I thought was possible for a grown man. There was some folks in the restaurant, but they stampeded out the back door as I come in at the front, all except the cook, which tried to take refuge somewhere else. "Come out of there and fry me some bacon," I commanded, kicking a few slats out of the counter to add point to my request. It disgusts me to see a grown man trying to hide under a stove. I'm a very patient and good-natured human, but Grizzly Claw was getting under my hide. So the cook come out and fried me a mess of bacon and ham and eggs and potatoes and sourdough bread and beans and coffee, and I ate 3 cans of clean peaches. Nobody come into the restaurant whilst I was eating, but I thought I heard somebody sneaking around outside. When I got through, I asked the feller how much, and he told me, so I planked down the cash, and he commenced to bite it. This lack of faith in his feller humans enraged me, so I drawed my bowie knife and said, "They is a limit to any man's patience. I been insulted once tonight, and that's enough. You just dast say that coin's phony, and I'll slice off your whiskers plumb at the roots." I brandished my bowie under his nose, and he hollered and stampeded back into the stove and upsot it and fell over it, and the coals went down the back of his shirt, so he riz up and run for the creek yelling bloody murder, and that's how the story started, that I tried to burn a cook alive, Indian style, because he fried my bacon too crisp. Matter of fact, I kept his shack from catching fire and burning down, 'cause I stomped out the coals before they did more'n burn a big hole through the floor, and I throwed the stove out the back door. It ain't my fault if the mayor of Grizzly Claw was sneaking up the back steps with a shotgun just at that moment. Anyway, I hear he was able to walk with a couple of crutches after a few months. I emerged suddenly from the front door, hearing a suspicious noise, and I seen a feller crouching close to a side window, peeking through a hole in the wall. It was the cowboy I seen in the Apache Queen's saloon. He whirled when I come out, but I had him covered. "Are you spying on me?" I demanded. "'Cause if you are—" "No, no," he said in a hurry. "I was just leaning up against that wall, resting." "You Grizzly Claw folks is all crazy," I said disgustedly, and looked around to see if anybody else tried to shoot me. But there weren't nobody in sight, which was suspicious, but I give no heed. It was dark by that time, so I went to the wagon yard, and there wasn't nobody there. I guess the man which run it was off somewheres drunk, because that seemed to be the main occupation of most of them grizzly-clawed devils. The only place for folks to sleep was a kind of double log cabin. That is, it had 2 rooms, but there weren't no door between 'em, and in each room there wasn't nothing but a fireplace and a bunk, and just one outer door. I seen Captain Kidd was fixed for the night. Then I went into the cabin and brought in my saddle and bridle and saddle blanket, because I didn't trust the folks thereabouts. I took off my boots and hat and hung 'em on the wall, and hung my guns and buoy on the end of the bunk, and then spread my saddle blanket on the bunk and laid down glumly. I don't know why they don't build them dern things for ordinary-sized humans. A man 6½ foot tall like me can't never find one comfortable for him. I laid there and was disgusted at the bunk, and at myself, too, because I hadn't accomplished nothing. I hadn't learnt who it was done something to Uncle Jepperd, or what he done. It looked like I'd have to go clean to Bear Creek to find out, and that was a good 4 days' ride. Well, as I contemplated, I heard a man come into the wagon yard, and pretty soon I heard him approach the cabin, but I thought nothing of it. Then the door began to open, and I riz up with a gun in each hand and said, "Who's there? Make yourself knowed before I blast you down." Whoever it was mumbled some excuse about being on the wrong side, and the door closed. But the voice sounded kind of familiar, and the fella didn't go into the other room. I heard his footsteps sneaking off, and I riz and went to the door and looked over toward the row of stalls. So pretty soon a man led the pinto out of his stall and swung aboard him and rode off. It was pretty dark, but if us folks on Bear Creek didn't have eyes like a hawk, we'd never live to get grown. I seen it was the cowboy I'd seen in the Apache Queen and outside the restaurant. Once he got clear of the wagon yard, he slapped in the spurs and went racing through the village like they was a red war party on his trail. I could hear the beat of his horse's hooves fading south down the rocky trail after he was out of sight. I knowed he must have follered me to the wagon yard, but I couldn't make no sense out of it. So I went and laid down on the bunk again. I was just about to go to sleep when I was woke by the sounds of somebody coming into the other room of the cabin, and I heard somebody strike a match. The bunk was built against the partition wall, so they was only a few feet from me, though with a log wall between us. They was 2 of them, from the sounds of their talking. "I tell you," one of 'em was saying, "I don't like his looks. I don't believe he's what he pretends to be. We better take no chances and clear out. After all, we can't stay here forever. These people are beginning to get suspicious, and if they find out for sure, they'll be demanding a cut in the profits to protect us. The stuff's all packed and ready to jump at a second's notice. Let's run for it tonight. It's a wonder nobody ain't never stumbled onto that hideout before now." "Aw," said the other, "these grizzly claw yaps don't do nothing but swill liquor and gamble, and think up swindles to work on such strangers as is unlucky enough to wander in here. They never go into the hills southwest of the village where our cave is. Most of 'em don't even know there's a path past that big rock to the west." "Well, Bill," said t'othern, "we've done pretty well, counting that job up in the Bear Creek country." At that I was wide awake and listening with both ears. Bill laughed. "That was kind of funny, weren't it, Jim?" he said. "You ain't never told me the particulars," said Jim. "Did you have any trouble?" "Well," said Bill, "'twarn't to say easy. That old Jepperd Grimes was a hard old nut. If all Injun fighters was like him, I feel plumb sorry for the Injuns." "If any of them Bear Creek devils ever catch you," begun Jim. Bill laughed again. "Them hillbillies never strays more'n 10 miles from Bear Creek," he said. I had the sculp and was gone before they knowed what was up. I've collected bounties for wolves and bars, but that's the first time I ever got money for a human sculp. An icy chill run down my spine. Now I knowed what had happened to poor old Uncle Jeopard. Scalped, after all the Indian scalps he'd lifted, and them cold-blooded murderers could sit there and talk about it like it was the ears of a coyote or a rabbit. I told him he'd had the use of that sculp long enough, Bill was saying. An old cuss like him. I waited for no more. Everything was red around me. I didn't stop for my boots, gun, nor nothing. I was too crazy mad even to know such things existed. I riz up from that bunk and put my head down and rammed that partition wall like a bull going through a rail fence. The dried mud poured out of the chinks and some of the logs give way, and a howl went up from the other side. "What's that?" hollered one. The other yelled, "Look out, it's a bar." I drawed back and rammed the wall again. It caved inwards, and I come headlong through it in a shower of dry mud and splinters, and somebody shot at me and missed. They was a lighted lantern settin' on a hand-hewn table, and two men about 6 foot tall each that hollered and let bam at me with their 6-shooters, but they was too dumbfounded to shoot straight. I gathered 'em to my bosom, and we went backwards over the table, taking it and the lantern with us, and you ought to have heard them critters howl when the burnin' aisle splashed down their necks. It was a dirt floor, so nothing caught on fire, and we was fightin' in the dark, and they was hollerin', "Help! Murder! We are being 'sassinated! Release go of my ear!" Then one of 'em got his boot heel wedged in my mouth, and whilst I was twistin' it out with one hand, the other'n tore out of his shirt, which I was grippin' with t'other hand, and run out of the door. I had hold of the other feller's foot and commenced trying to twist it off, when he wrenched his leg out of the boot and took it on the run. When I started to follow him, I fell over the table in the dark and got all tangled up in it. I broke off a leg for a club and rushed to the door, and just as I got to it, a whole mob of folks come surging into the wagon yard with torches and guns and dogs and a rope, and they hollered, "There he is, the murderer, the outlaw, the counterfeiter, the house burner, the mule killer." I seen the man that owned the mule and the restaurant feller and the barkeeper and a lot of others. They come roaring and bellerin' up to the door, hollerin', "Hang him! Hang him! String the murderer up!" And they begun shooting at me, so I fell amongst 'em with my table leg and laid right and left till it busted. They was packed so close together I laid out 3 and 4 at a lick, and they hollered something awful. The torches was all knocked down and trampled out except for them which was held by fellers which danced around on the edge of the mill, hollerin', "Lay hold on him! Don't be scared of the big hillbilly! Shoot him! Knock him in the head!" The dogs, having more sense than the men, they all run off except one big mongrel that looked like a wolf, and he bit the mob oftener'n he did me. There was a lot of wild shooting and men hollering, "Oh, I'm shot! I'm killed! I'm dying!" And some of them bullets burnt my hide, they come so close, and the flashes singed my eyelashes, and somebody broke a knife against my belt buckle. Then I seen the torches was all gone except one, and my club was broke, so I bust right through the mob, swinging right and left with my fists and stomping on them that tried to drag me down. I got clear of everybody except the man with the torch, who was so excited he was jumping up and down trying to shoot me without cocking his gun. That blamed dog was snapping at my heels, so I swung him by the tail and hit the man over the head with him. They went down in a heap, and the torch went out, and the dog clamped on the feller's ear, and he let out a squall like a steam whistle. They was milling in the dark behind me, and I run straight to Captain Kidd's stall and jumped on him bareback with nothing but a hackamore on him.
Just as the mob located where I went, we come storming out of the stall like a hurricane and knocked some of 'em galley west and run over some more and headed for the gate. Somebody shut the gate, but Captain Kidd took it in his stride, and we was gone into the darkness before they knowed what hit 'em. Captain Kidd decided then was a good time to run away, like he usually does, so he took to the hills and run through bushes and clumps of trees trying to scrape me off on the branches. When I finally pulled him up, he was maybe a mile south of the village, with Captain Kidd no bridle, nor saddle, nor blanket, and me with no guns, knife, boots, or hat. And what was worse, them devils which scalped Uncle Jeopard had got away from me, and I didn't know where to look for 'em. I sat meditating whether to go back and fight the whole town of Grizzly Claw for my boots and guns, or what to do, when all at once I remembered what Bill and Jim had said about a cave and a path running to it. I thought, I bet them fellows will go back and get their horses and pull out, just like they was planning. And they had stuff in the cave, so that's the place to look for 'em. I hoped they hadn't already got the stuff, whatever it was, and gone. I knowed where that rock was, 'cause I'd seen it when I come into town that afternoon. A big rock that jutted up above the trees about a mile to the west of Grizzly Claw. So I started out through the brush, and before long I seen it looming up against the stars. I made straight for it. Sure enough, there was a narrow trail winding around the base and leading off to the southwest. I followed it, and when I'd went nearly a mile, I come to a steep mountainside, all clustered with brush. When I seen that, I slipped off and led Captain Kidd up the trail and tied him back amongst the trees. Then I groped up to the cave, which was pretty well masked with bushes. I listened, but everything was dark and still. But all at once, away down the trail, I heard a burst of shots and what sounded like a lot of horses running. Then everything was still again, and I quick ducked into the cave and struck a match. There was a narrower entrance that broadened out after a few feet, and the cave runs straight like a tunnel for maybe 30 steps, about 15 foot wide, and then it made a bend. After that it widened out and got to be pretty big, 50 feet wide at least, and I couldn't tell how far back into the mountain it run. To the left the wall was very broken and notched with ledges, might nigh like stair steps, and when the match went out, away up above me I seen some stars, which meant there was a cleft in the wall or roof away up on the mountain somewheres. Before the match went out, I seen a lot of junk over in a corner covered up in a tarpaulin, and when I was fixin' to strike another match, I heard men coming up the trail outside. So I quick clumb up the broken wall and laid on a ledge about 10 feet up and listened. From the sounds as they arrived at the cave mouth, I knowed it was 2 men on foot, running hard and panting loud. They rushed into the cave and made the turn, and I heard 'em fumbling around. Then a light flared up, and I seen a lantern being lit and hung up on a spur of rock. In the light, I seen them 2 murderers, Bill and Jim, and they looked plumb dilapidated. Bill didn't have no shirt on, and the other'n was wearing just 1 boot and limped. Bill didn't have no gun in his belt neither, and both was mauled and bruised and scratched too, like they'd been running through briars. "Look here," said Jim, holding his head, which had a welt on it which was likely made by my fist. "I ain't certain in my mind as to just what all has happened. Somebody must have hit me with a club sometime tonight, and things is happening too fast for my addled wits. Seems like we've been fighting and running all night. Listen, was we sitting in the wagon yard shack talking peaceable, and did a grizzly bar bust through the wall and nigh slaughter us?" "That's plumb correct," said Bill. "Only it warn't no bar. It was some kind of human critter. Maybe a escaped maniac. We ought to stop for our horses." "I weren't thinking about no horses," broke in Jim. When I found myself outside that shack, my only thought was to cover ground, and I'd done my best, considering that I'd lost a boot and that critter had nigh unhinged my hind leg. I'd lost you in the dark, so I made for the cave, knowing you'd come there eventually, and it seemed like I was forever getting through the woods, crippled like I was. I'd no more'n hit the path when you come up it on the run." "Well," said Bill, "as I went over the wagon yard wall, a lot of people come whooping through the gate, and I thought they was after us. But they must have been after the feller we fought, 'cause as I run, I seen him layin' into 'em right and left. After I'd got over my panic, I went back after our horses, but I run right into a gang of men on horseback, and one of 'em was that dern fellow which passed hisself off as a cowboy. I didn't need no more. I took out through the woods as hard as I could pelt, and they hollered, 'There he goes,' and come hot foot after me." "And was them the fellers I shot at back down the trail?" asked Jim. "Yeah," said Bill. "I thought I'd shooken 'em off, but just as I seen you on the path, I heard horses comin' behind us, so I hollered to let 'em have it, and you did." "Well, I didn't know who it was," said Jim. "I tell you my head's buzzin' like a circle saw." "Well," said Bill, "we stopped 'em and scattered 'em. I don't know if you hit anybody in the dark, but they'll be mighty cautious about comin' up the trail. Let's clear out." "On foot?" said Jim. "And me with just one boot?" "How else?" said Bill. "We'll have to hoof it till we can steal us some broncs. We'll have to leave all this stuff here. We daren't go back to Grizzly Claw after our horses. I told you that dern cowboy would do to watch. He ain't no cowpoke at all. He's a blame detective." "What's that?" broke in Jim. "Horses' hooves!" exclaimed Bill, turning pale. "Here, blow out that lantern. We'll climb the ledges and get out the cleft, and take out over the mountain where they can't foller with horses, and then—" It was at that instant that I launched myself off of the ledge on top of 'em. I landed with all my 290 pounds square on Jim's shoulders, and when he hit the ground under me, he kind of spread out like a toad when you step on him. Bill give a scream of astonishment, and when I riz and come for him, he tore off a hunk of rock about the size of a man's head and lammed me over the ear with it. This irritated me, so I'd taken him by the neck, and also taken away a knife which he was trying to hamstring me with, and begun sweeping the floor with his carcass. Presently I paused, and kneeling on him, I strangled him until his tongue lolled out, betwixt times hammering his head against the rocky floor. "You murderin' devil," I gritted between my teeth. "Before I varnish this here rock with your brains, tell me why you taken my Uncle Jeopard's scalp." "Let up," he gurgled, being purple in the face where he weren't bloody. "They was a dude traveling through the country and collecting souvenirs, and he heard about that scalp and wanted it. He hired me to go get it for him." I was so shocked at that cold-bloodedness that I forgot what I was doing and choked him nigh to death before I remembered to ease up on him. "Who was he?" I demanded. "Who is the skunk which hires old men murdered so's he can collect their scalps? My God, these Eastern dudes is worse'n Apaches. Hurry up and tell me so I can finish killing you." But he was unconscious. I'd squoze him too hard. I riz up and looked around for some water or whiskey or something to bring him to, so he could tell who hired him to scalp Uncle Jeopard before I twisted his head off, which was my earnest intention of doing, when someone said, "Hands up." I whirled, and there at the crook of the cave stood that cowboy which had spied on me in Grizzly Claw, with 10 other men. They all had their Winchesters pointed at me, and the cowboy had a star on his bosom. "Don't move," he said. "I'm a federal detective, and I arrest you for manufacturing counterfeit money." "What do you mean?" I snarled, backing up to the wall. "You know," he said, kicking the tarpaulin off the junk in the corner. "Look here, men, all the stamps and dies he used to make phony coins and bills, all packed up, ready to light out. I've been hanging around Grizzly Claw for days, knowing that whoever was passing this stuff made his or their headquarters here somewheres. Today I spotted that dollar you give the barkeep, and I went pronto for my men, which was camped back in the hills a few miles. I thought you was settled in the wagon yard for the night, but it seems you give us the slip. Put the cuffs on him, men." "No, you don't," I snarled, bounding back. "Not till I've finished these devils on the floor. I don't know what you're talking about, but—" "Here's a couple of corpses," hollered one of the men. "He killed a couple of fellers." One of 'em stooped over Bill, but he had recovered his senses, and now he riz up on his elbows and give a howl. "Save me!" he bellowed. "I confesses. I'm a counterfeiter, and so is Jim there on the floor. We surrenders, and you gotta protect us." "You're the counterfeiters?" said the detective, taken aback, as it were. "Why, I was follering this giant. I seen him pass fake money myself. We got to the wagon yard a while after he'd run off, but we seen him duck in the woods not far from there, and we've been chasing him. He opened fire on us down the trail a while ago." "That was us," said Bill. "It was me you was chasing. He must have found that money if he had fake stuff. I tell you, we're the men you're after, and you gotta protect us. I demands to be put in the strongest jail in this state, which even this here devil can't bust into." "And he ain't no counterfeiter?" said the detective. "He ain't nothing but a man-eater," said Bill. "Arrest us and take us out of his reach." "No," I roared, clean beside myself. "They belongs to me. They scalped my uncle. Give 'em knives or gun or something, and let us fight this out." "Can't do that," said the detective. "They're federal prisoners. If you got any charge against them, they'll have to be indicted in the proper form." His men hauled him up and handcuffed him and started to lead him out. "Blast your souls!" I raved. "Do you mean to protect a couple of dirty scalpers? I started for 'em, and they all pointed their Winchesters at me. "Keep back," said the detective. "I'm grateful for you leading us to this den and laying out these criminals for us, but I don't hanker after no battle in a cave with a human grizzly like you." Well, what could a feller do? If I'd had my guns, or even my knife, I'd have taken a chance with the whole 11, officers or not. I was that crazy mad. But even I can't fight 11 45-90s with my bare hands. I stood speechless with rage whilst they filed out, and then I went for Captain Kidd in a kind of daze. I felt wuss'n a horse thief. Them fellas would be put in the pen safe out of my reach, and Uncle Jeopard's scalp was unavenged. It was awful. I felt like bawling. Time I got my horse back onto the trail, the posse with their prisoners was out of sight and hearing. I seen the only thing to do was go back to Grizzly Claw and get my outfit, and then follow the posse and try to take their prisoners away from 'em some way. Well, the wagon yard was dark and still. The wounded had been carried away to have their injuries bandaged, and from the groaning that was still coming from the shacks and cabins along the streets, the casualties had been plenteous. The citizens of Grizzly Claw must have been shook up something terrible, because they hadn't even stole my guns and saddle and things yet. Everything was in the cabin, just like I'd left them. I put on my boots, hat, and belt, saddled and bridled Captain Kidd, and sought out on the road I knowed the posse had taken. But they had a long start on me, and when daylight come, I hadn't overtook 'em. But I did meet somebody else. It was Tunk Willoughby, riding up the trail, and when he seen me, he grinned all over his battered features. "Hey, Breck," he said, After you left, I sawed on that log and thunk, and I finally remembered what Jack Gordon told me, and I started out to find you again and tell you. It was this. He said to keep a close lookout for a feller from Grizzly Claw named Bill Jackson, which had gypped your Uncle Jeppard in a deal. What? I said. Yeah, said Tunk. He bought something from Jeppard and paid him in counterfeit money. Jeppard didn't know it was phony till after the fella had plumb got away, said Tunk, and bein' as he was too busy drying some bar meat to go after him, he sent word for you to get him. But the scalp, I said wildly. Oh, said Tunk, that was what Jeppard sold the fella. It was the scalp Jeppard took off of old Yeller Eagle, the Comanche war chief, 40 years ago, and been keepin' for a souvenir. Seems like an Eastern dude heard about it and wanted to buy it, but this Jackson must have kept the money he give him to get it with and give Jeppard phony cash. So you see, everything's all right, even if I did forget a little, and no harm did. And that's why Tunk Willoughby is going around saying I am a homicidal maniac and run him 5 miles down a mountain and tried to kill him, which is an exaggeration, of course. I wouldn't have killed him if I could have caught him. I would have merely raised a few knots on his head and tied his hind legs in a bow knot around his fool neck and done a few other little things that might have improved his memory. A gent from Bear Creek. The folks on Bear Creek ain't what you'd call peaceable by nature, but I was kind of surprised to come on to RK Elkins and his brother-in-law Joel Gordon, locked in mortal combat on the bank of the creek. But there they was, so tangled up they couldn't use their buoys to no advantage, and their cussin' was scandalous to hear. Remonstrances being useless, I kicked their knives out of their hands and throwed 'em bodily into the creek. That broke their holds, and they come swarming out with bloodthirsty shrieks and dripping whiskers and attacked me. Seeing they was too blind mad to have any sense, I bashed their heads together till they was too dizzy to do anything but holler. Is this any way for relatives to act? I asked disgustedly. Let me at him, howled Joel, gnashing his teeth whilst blood streamed down his whiskers. He's broke 3 of my fangs, and I'll have his life. Stand aside, Breckinridge, raved Erath. No man can chaw a ear off of me and live to tell the tale. Ah, shut up, I snorted. One more yap out of either'n you, and I'll see if your fool heads are harder than this. I brandished a fist under their noses, and they quieted down. Now, what's all this about? I demanded. I just discovered my brother-in-law is a thief, said Joel bitterly. At that, Erath gave a howl and a violent plunge to get at his relative, but I kind of pushed him backwards, and he fell over a willer stump. The facts is, Breckinridge, said Joel, me and this polecat found a buckskin poke full of gold nuggets in a holler oak over on Apache Ridge yesterday. We didn't know whether somebody in these parts had just hid it there for safekeeping, or whether some old prospector had left it there a long time ago and maybe got sculped by the Injuns and never come back to get it. We agreed to leave it alone for a month, and if it was still there at the time, we'd feel pretty sure that the original owner was dead, and we'd split the gold between us. Well, last night I got to worrying somebody'd find it which wasn't as honest as me. So this morning, I thought I'd better go see if it was still there. At this point, Erath laughed bitterly. Joel glared at him ominously and continued, Well, no sooner I hove in sight of the holler tree than this skunk let go at me from the brush with a rifle gun. That's a lie, yelped Erath, It were just the other way around." "Not being armed, Breckinridge," Joel said with dignity, "and realizing that this coyote was trying to murder me so he could claim all the gold, I legged it for home and my weapons, and presently I sighted him sprinting through the brush after me." Erath began to foam slightly at the mouth. "I weren't chasing you," he said. "I was going home after my rifle gun." "What's your story, Erath?" I inquired. "Last night I dreamt somebody had stole the gold," he answered sullenly. "This morning I went to see if it was safe. Just as I got to the tree, this murderer begun shooting at me with a Winchester. I run for my life, and by some chance I finally run right into him. Likely he thought he'd killed me and was coming for the skull." "Did either one of you see t'other'n shoot at you?" I asked. "How could I, with him hid in the brush?" snapped Joel. "But who else could it been?" "I didn't have to see him," growled Erath. "I felt the wind of his slug." "But each one of you says he didn't have no rifle," I said. "He's a cussed liar," they accused simultaneous, and would have fell on each other tooth and nail if they could have got past my bolt. "I'm convinced they's been a mistake," I said. "Get home and cool off." "You're too big for me to lick, Breckinridge," said Erath. "But I warn you, if you can't prove to me it wasn't Joel which tried to murder me, I ain't gonna rest nor sleep nor eat till I've nailed his mangy sculp to the highest pine on Apache Ridge." "That goes for me too," said Joel, grinding his teeth. "I'm declaring truce till tomorrow morning. If Breckinridge can't show me by then that you didn't shoot at me, either my wife or yourn'll be a widder before midnight." So saying, they stalked off in opposite directions, whilst I stared helplessly after them, slightly dazed at the responsibility which had been dumped onto me. That's the drawback of being the biggest man in your settlement. All the relatives pile their troubles onto you. Here it was up to me to stop what looked like the beginnings of a regular family feud, which was bound to reduce the population awful. The more I thought of the gold them idiots had found, the more I felt like I ought to go and take a look to see was it the real stuff. So I went back to the corral and saddled Captain Kidd and lit out for Apache Ridge, which was about a mile away. From the remarks they let fall whilst cussing each other, I had a pretty good idea where the holler oak was at, and sure enough I found it without much trouble. I tied Captain Kidd and clumb up on the trunk till I reached the holler. Then, as I was craning my neck to look in, I heard a voice say, "Another darn thief." I looked around and seen Uncle Jeopard Grimes pointing a gun at me. "Bear Creek is going to hell," said Uncle Jeopard. "First it was Erath and Joel, and now it's you. I'm going to throw a bullet through your hind leg just to teach you a little honesty." With that, he started sighting along the barrel of his Winchester, and I said, "You better save your lead for that Injun over there." Him being an old Indian fighter, he just naturally jerked his head around quick, and I pulled my .45 and shot the rifle out of his hands. I jumped down and put my foot on it, and he pulled a knife out of his boot, and I'd taken it away from him and shaken him till he was so addled when I let him go, he run in a circle and fell down, cussing something terrible. "Is everybody on Bear Creek gone crazy?" I demanded. "Can't a man look into a holler tree without getting assassinated?" "You was after my gold," swore Uncle Jeopard. "So it's your gold, eh?" I said. "Well, a holler tree ain't no bank." "I know it," he growled, combing the pine needles out of his whiskers. "When I come here early this morning to see if it was safe like I frequent does, I seen right off somebody'd been handling it. Whilst I was meditating over this, I seen Joel Gordon sneaking toward the tree. I fired a shot across his bows in warning, and he run off. But a few minutes later, here comes RK Elkins slithering through the pines. I was mad by this time, so I combed his whiskers with a chunk of lead, and he hightailed it. And now, by golly, here you come. I don't want your blame gold, I roared. I just wanted to see if it was safe. And so did Joel and Erath. If them men was thieves, they'd a took it when they found it yesterday. Where'd you get it, anyway? I panned it up in the hills, he said sullenly. I ain't had time to take it to Chaudier and get it changed into cash money. I figured this here tree was as good a place as any, but I done put it elsewhere now. Well, I said, you gotta go tell Erath and Joel it was you shot at 'em, so they won't kill each other. They'll be mad at you, but I'll cool 'em off, maybe with a hickory club. All right, he said. I'm sorry I misjudged you, Breckinridge. Just to show you I trust you, I'll show you where I hid it. He led me through the trees till he came to a big rock jutting out from the side of a cliff and pointed to a smaller stone wedged beneath it. I pulled out that rock, he said, and dug a hole and stuck the poke in. Look. He heaved the rock out and bent down. Then he went straight up in the air with a yell that made me jump and pull my gun with cold sweat busting out all over me. What's the matter with you? I demanded. Are you snake bit? Yeah, by human snakes, he hollered. It's gone. I've been robbed. I looked and seen the impressions the wrinkles and the buckskin poke had made in the soft earth. But there wasn't nothing there now. Uncle Jepperd was doing a scalp dance with a gun in one hand and a bowie knife in the other. I'll fringe my leggins with their mangy sculps, he raved. I'll pickle their hearts in a barrel of brine. I'll feed their livers to my hound dogs. Whose livers? I inquired. Whose, you idiot? He howled. Joel Gordon and RK Elkins, darn it. They didn't run off. They snuck back here and seen me move the gold. I've killed better men than them for half as much. Ah, I said, 'tain't possible they stole your gold. Then where is it? He demanded bitterly. Who else knowed about it? Look here, I said, pointing to a belt of soft loam near the rocks. A horse's tracks. What of it? He demanded. Maybe they had horses tied in the brush. Ah, no, I said. Look how the Calkins is set. They ain't no horses on Bear Creek shod like that. These is the tracks of a stranger. I bet the feller I seen ride past my cabin just about daybreak. A black-whiskered man with one ear missing. That hard ground by the big rock don't show where he got off and stomped around, but the man which rode this horse stole your gold, I'll bet my guns. I ain't convinced, said Uncle Jepperd. I'm going home and aisle my rifle gun. Then I'm going to go over and kill Joel and Erath. Now you listen, I said forcibly. I know what a stubborn old jassock you are, Uncle Jepperd, but this time you got to listen to reason, or I'll forget myself and kick the seat out of your britches. I'm going to follow this feller and take your gold away from him, because I know it was him stole it. And don't you dare to kill nobody till I get back. I'll give you till tomorrow morning, he compromised. I won't pull the trigger till then. But, said Uncle Jepperd, waxing poetical, if my gold ain't in my hands by the time the morning sun heists itself o'er the shining peaks of the jackass mountains, the buzzards'll wrastle their hash on the carcasses of Joel Gordon and Erath Elkins. I went away from there, mounted Captain Kidd, and headed west on the trail of the stranger. It was still tolerably early in the morning, and one of them long summer days ahead of me. They wasn't a horse in the Humboldts equal to Captain Kidd for endurance. I've rode 100 miles on him between sundown and sunup. But that horse the stranger was riding must have been some chunk of horse meat hisself. The day wore on, and still I hadn't come up with my man. I was getting into country I wasn't familiar with, but I didn't have much trouble in following the trail. And finally, late in the evening, I come out on a narrow, dusty path where the caulk marks of his hoofs was very plain. The sun sunk lower, and my hopes dwindled. Captain Kidd was beginning to tire, and even if I got the thief and got the gold, it'd be an awful push to get back to Bear Creek in time to prevent mayhem. But I urged on Captain Kidd, and presently we come out onto a road, and the tracks I was following merged with a lot of others. I went on, expecting to come to some settlement and wondering just where I was. I'd never been that far in that direction before then. Just at sundown, I rounded a bend in the road and seen something hanging to a tree, and it was a man. There was another man in the act of pinning something to the corpse's shirt, and when he heard me, he wheeled and jerked his gun. The man, I mean, not the corpse. He was a mean-looking cuss, but he wasn't Black Whiskers. Seeing I made no hostile move, he put up his gun and grinned. "That feller's still kicking," I said. "We just strung him up," said the fella. "The other boys has rode back to town, but I stayed to put this warning on his bosom. Can you read?" "No," I said. "Well," he said, "this here paper says, 'Warning to all outlaws, and especially them on Grizzly Mountain. Keep away from wampum.'" "How far is wampum from here?" I asked. "Half a mile down the road," he said. "I'm Al Jackson, one of Bill Orman's deputies. We aim to clean up wampum. This is one of them derned outlaws which is denned up on Grizzly Mountain." Before I could say anything, I heard somebody breathing quick and gaspy, and there was a patter of bare feet in the brush, and a kid girl about 14 years old bust into the road. "You've killed Uncle Joab!" she shrieked. "You murderers! A boy told me they was fixin' to hang him. I run as fast as I could." "Get away from that corpse!" roared Jackson, hitting at her with his quirt. "You stop that!" I ordered. "Don't you hit that young'un." "Oh, please, mister," she wept, wringing her hands. "You ain't one of Orman's men? Please help me. He ain't dead. I seen him move." Waiting for no more, I spurred alongside the body and drawed my knife. "Don't you cut that rope," squawked the deputy, jerking his gun. So I hit him under the jaw and knocked him out of his saddle and into the brush beside the road where he lay groaning. I then cut the rope and eased the hanged man down onto my saddle and got the noose off his neck. He was purple in the face and his eyes was closed and his tongue lolled out, but he still had some life in him. Evidently they didn't drop him, but just hauled him up to strangle to death. I laid him on the ground and worked over him till some of his life begun to come back to him, but I knowed he ought to have medical attention. I said, "Where's the nearest doctor?" "Doc Richards in wampum," whispered the kid. "But if we take him there, Orman'll get him again. Won't you please take him home?" "Where you all live?" I inquired. "We've been living in a cabin on Grizzly Mountain since Orman run us out of wampum," she whimpered. "Well," I said, "I'm going to put your uncle on Captain Kidd, and you can sit behind the saddle and help hold him on, and tell me which way to go." So I done so, and started off on foot, leading Captain Kidd in the direction the girl showed me. And as we went, I seen the Deputy Jackson drag himself out of the brush and go limping down the road, holding his jaw. I was losing an awful lot of time, but I couldn't leave this feller to die, even if he was an outlaw, because probably the little gal didn't have nobody to take care of her but him. Anyway, I'd never make it back to Bear Creek by daylight on Captain Kidd, even if I could have started right then. It was well after dark when we come out on a narrow trail that wound up a thickly timbered mountainside, and pretty soon somebody in a thicket ahead of us hollered, "Halt where you be, or I'll shoot." "Don't shoot, Jim," called the girl. "This is Ellen, and we're bringing Uncle Joab home." A tall, hard-looking young feller stepped out in the open, still pointing his Winchester at me. He cussed when he seen our load. "He ain't dead," I said, "but we ought to get him to his cabin." So Jim led me through the thickets until we come to a clearing where there was a cabin, and a woman come running out and screamed like a catamount when she seen Joab. Me and Jim lifted him off and carried him in and laid him on a bunk, and the women began to work over him, and I went out to my horse because I was in a hurry to get gone. Jim followed me. "This is the kind of stuff we've been having ever since Ormond come to Wampum," he said bitterly. "We've been living up here like rats, afeard to stir in the open. I warned Joab against slipping down into the village today, but he was sot on it, and wouldn't let any of the boys go with him. Said he'd sneak in, get what he wanted, and sneak out again." "Well," I said, "what's your business is none of mine, but this here life is hard lines on women and children." "You must be a friend of Joab's," he said. "He sent a man east some days ago, but we was afraid one of Ormond's men trailed him and killed him. But maybe he got through. Are you the man Joab sent for?" "Meanin', am I some gunman come in to clean up the town?" I snorted. "Nah, I ain't. I never seen this fella Joab before." "Well," said Jim, "cutting down Joab like you done has already got you in bad with Ormond. Help us run them fellers out of the country. There's still a good many of us in these hills, even if we have been run out of Wampum. This hanging is a last straw. I'll round up the boys tonight and we'll have a showdown with Ormond's men. We're outnumbered and we've been licked bad once, but we'll try again. Won't you throw in with us?" "Listen," I said, climbing into the saddle. "Just because I cut down an outlaw ain't no sign I'm ready to be one myself. I done it just because I couldn't stand to see the little girl take on so. Anyway, I'm looking for a feller with black whiskers and one ear missing, which rides a roan with a big Lazy A brand." Jim fell back from me and lifted his rifle. "You better ride on," he said somberly. "I'm obleeged to you for what you've did, but a friend of Wolf Ashley can't be no friend of ourn." I gave him a snort of defiance and rode off down the mountain and headed for Wampum, because it was reasonable to suppose that maybe I'd find Black Whiskers there. Wampum wasn't much of a town, but they was one big saloon and gambling hall where sounds of hilarity was coming from, and not many people on the streets, and them which was, mostly went in a hurry. I stopped one of 'em and asked him where a doctor lived. He pointed out a house where he said Doc Richards lived. So I rode up to the door and knocked, and somebody inside said, "What do you want? I got you covered." "Are you Doc Richards?" I said. He said, "Yes. Keep your hands away from your belt or I'll fix you." "This is a nice friendly town," I snorted. "I ain't figuring on harming you. They's a man up in the hills which needs your attention." At that the door opened, and a man with red whiskers and a shotgun stuck his head out and said, "Who do you mean?" "They call him Joab," I said. "He's on Grizzly Mountain." Said Doc Richards, looking at me very sharp where I saw Captain Kidd in the starlight. "I set a man's jaw tonight, and he had a lot to say about a certain party who cut down a man that was hanged. If you're that party, my advice to you is to hit the trail before Ormond catches you." "I'm hungry and thirsty, and I'm looking for a man," I said. "I aim to leave Wampum when I'm good and ready." "I never argue with a man as big as you," said Doc Richards. "I'll ride to Grizzly Mountain as quick as I can get my horse saddled. If I never see you alive again, which is very probable, I'll always remember you as the biggest man I ever saw and the biggest fool. Good night." I thought, the folks in Wampum is the queerest actin' I ever seen. I took my horse to the barn, which served as a livery stable, and seen that he was properly fixed. Then I went into the big saloon, which was called the Golden Eagle. I was low in my spirits because I seemed to have lost Black Whiskers' trail entirely, and even if I found him in Wampum, which I hoped, I never could make it back to Bear Creek by sunup. But I hoped to recover that darn gold yet and get back in time to save a few lives. There was a lot of tough-looking fellers in the Golden Eagle, drinking and gambling and talking loud and cussing, and they all stopped their noise as I come in and looked at me very fishy. But I give 'em no heed and went to the bar, and pretty soon they kind of forgot about me, and the racket started up again. Whilst I was drinking me a few fingers of whiskey, somebody shouldered up to me and said, "Hey." I turned around and seen a big, broad-built man with a black beard and bloodshot eyes, and a pot belly with 2 guns on. I said, "Well, who are you?" he demanded. "Oh, who are you?" I came back at him. "I'm Bill Orman, Sheriff of Wampum," he said. "That's who." And he showed me a star on his shirt. "Oh," I said. "Well, I'm Breckinridge Elkins from Bear Creek." I noticed a kind of quiet come over the place, and fellows was laying down their glasses and their billiard sticks and hitching up their belts and kind of gathering around me. Orman scowled and combed his beard with his fingers and rocked on his heels and said, "I got to arrest you." I sot down my glass quick, and he jumped back and hollered, "Don't you dast draw no gun on the law." And there was a kind of movement among the men around me. "What you arresting me for?" I demanded. "I ain't busted no law." "You assaulted one of my deputies," he said. And then I saw that feller Jackson standing behind the sheriff with his jaw all bandaged up. He couldn't work his chin to talk. All he could do was point his finger at me and shake his fists. "You likewise cut down a outlaw we had just hung," said Orman. "You're under arrest." "But I'm looking for a man," I protested. "I ain't got time to be arrested." "You should have thunk about that when you busted the law," opined Orman. "Give me your gun and come along peaceable." A dozen men had their hands on their guns, but it wasn't that which made me give in. Pap had always taught me never to resist no officer of the law, so it was kind of instinctive for me to hand my gun over to Ormond and go along with him without no fight. I was kind of bewildered, and my thoughts was addled anyway. I ain't one of these fast-thinking sharps. Ormond escorted me down the street a ways with a whole bunch of men following us, and stopped at a log building with barred windows, which was next to a board shack. A man come out of this shack with a big bunch of keys, and Ormond said he was the jailer. So they put me in the log jail, and Ormond went off with everybody but the jailer, who sat down on the step outside the shack and rolled a cigarette. There wasn't no light in the jail, but I found the bunk and tried to lay down on it, but it wasn't built for a man 6.5 feet tall. I sat down on it, and at last realized what an infernal mess I was in. Here I ought to be hunting Black Whiskers and getting the gold to take back to Bear Creek and save the lives of a lot of my kinfolks, but instead I was in jail, and no way of getting out without killing an officer of the law. With daybreak, Joel and Erath would be at each other's throats, and Uncle Jeppard would be gunning for both of them. It was too much to hope that the other relatives would let them 3 fight it out amongst theirselves. I'd never seen such a clan for butting into each other's business. The guns would be talking all up and down Bear Creek, and the population would be decreasing with every volley. I thought about it till I got dizzy, and then the jailer stuck his head up to the window and said if I would give him $5, he'd go get me something to eat. I give it to him, and he went off and was gone quite a spell, and at last he come back and gave me a ham sandwich. I asked him was that all he could get for $5, and he said grub was awful high in Wampum. I ate the sandwich in one bite because I hadn't ate nothing since morning. Then he said if I'd give him some more money he'd get me another sandwich, but I didn't have no more, and told him so. "What?" he said, breathing liquor fumes in my face through the window bars. "No money? And you expect us to feed you for nothing?" So he cussed me and went off. Pretty soon the sheriff come and looked in at me and said, "What's this I hear about you not having no money?" "I ain't got none left," I said, and he cussed something fierce. "How you expect to pay your fine?" he demanded. "You think you can lay up in our jail and eat us out of house and home? What kind of critter are you, anyway?" Just then the jailer chipped in and said somebody told him I had a horse down at the livery stable. "Good," said the sheriff. "We'll sell the horse for his fine." "No, you won't, neither," I said, beginning to get mad. "You try to sell Captain Kidd, and I'll forget what Pap told me about officers and take you plumb apart." I riz up and glared at him through the window, and he fell back and put a hand on his gun. But just about that time I seen a man going into the Golden Eagle, which was an easy side of the jail and lit up, so the light streamed out into the street. I give a yell that made Ormond jump about a foot. It was Black Whiskers. "Arrest that man, Sheriff!" I hollered. "He's a thief!" Ormond whirled and looked, and then said, Are you plumb crazy? That's Wolf Ashley, my deputy." "I don't give a dern," I said. "He stole a poke of gold from my Uncle Jeppard up in the Humboldts, and I've trailed him clean from Bear Creek. Do your duty and arrest him." "You shut up," roared Orman. "You can't tell me my business. I ain't gonna arrest my best gunman, my star deputy, I mean. What you mean trying to start trouble this way? One more yap out of you and I'll throw a chunk of lead through you." And he turned and stalked off, muttering, "Poke of gold, huh? Holding out on me, is he? I'll see about that." I sat down and held my head in bewilderment. What kind of sheriff was this which wouldn't arrest a darn thief? My thoughts ran in circles till my wits was addled. The jailer had gone off, and I wondered if he went to sell Captain Kidd. I wondered what was going on back at Bear Creek, and I shivered to think what would bust loose at daybreak. And here I was in jail, with them fellers fixin' to sell my horse whilst the darn thief swaggered around at large. I looked helplessly out the window. It was getting late, but the Golden Eagle was still going full blast. I could hear the music blaring away, and the fellers yipping and shooting their pistols in the air, and their boot heels stomping on the boardwalk. I felt like busting down and crying, and then I begun to get mad. I get mad slowly, generally, and before I was plumb mad, I heard a noise at the window. I seen a pale face staring in at me and a couple of small white hands on the bars. "Oh, mister," a voice whispered. "Mister." I stepped over and looked out, and it was the kid girl, Ellen. "What you doing here, gal?" I asked. "Doc Richards said you was in wampum," she whispered. "He said he was afraid Ormond and his gang would go for you, because you helped me, so I slipped away on his horse and rode here as hard as I could. Jim was out trying to gather up the boys for a last stand, and Aunt Rachel and the other women are busy with Uncle Joab. There wasn't nobody but me to come, but I had to. You saved Uncle Joab, and I don't care if Jim does say you're an outlaw 'cause you're a friend of Wolf Ashley's. Oh, I wished I wasn't just a girl. I wished I could shoot a gun so's I could kill Bill Ormond." "That's no way for a gal to talk," I said. "Leave killing to the men. But I appreciate you going to all this trouble. I got some kid sisters myself. In fact, I got 7 or 8, as near as I can remember. Don't you worry none about me. Lots of men get throwed in jail." "But that ain't it," she wept, wringing her hands. "I listened outside the window of the back room in the Golden Eagle and heard Ormond and Ashley talking about you. I don't know what you wanted with Ashley when you asked Jim about him, but he ain't your friend. Ormond accused him of stealing a poke of gold and holding out on him, and Ashley said it was a lie. Then Ormond said you told him about it, and that he'd give Ashley till midnight to produce that gold, and if he didn't, wampum would be too small for both of 'em. Then he went out, and I heard Ashley talking to a pal of his, and Ashley said he'd have to raise some gold somehow, or Ormond would have him killed, but that he was going to fix you, mister, for lying about him. Mister, Ashley and his bunch are over in the back of the Golden Eagle right now, plotting to bust into the jail before daylight and hang you." "Aw," I said, "the sheriff wouldn't let 'em do that." "You don't understand," she cried. "Ormond ain't the sheriff. Him and his gunmen come into wampum and killed all the people that tried to oppose him or run 'em up in the hills. They got us pinned up there like rats, nigh starving and afeared to come to town. Uncle Joab come into wampum this morning to get some salt, and you seen what they done to him. He's the real sheriff. Ormond's just a bloody outlaw. Him and his gang is using wampum for a hangout, whilst they rob and steal and kill all over the country." "Then that's what your friend Jim meant," I said slowly. "And me, like a damn fool, I thought him and Joab and the rest of you all was just outlaws, like that fake deputy said." "Ormond took Uncle Joab's badge and called himself the sheriff to fool strangers," she whimpered. "What honest people is left in wampum are afeared to oppose him. Him and his gunmen are ruling this whole part of the country. Uncle Joab sent a man east to get us some help in the settlements on Buffalo River, but none ever come. And from what I overheard tonight, I believe Wolf Ashley followed him and killed him over east of the Humboldt somewheres. What are we gonna do?" she sobbed. "Ellen," I said, "you get on Doc Richards' horse and ride for Grizzly Mountain. When you get there, tell the doc to head for wampum, because there'll be plenty of work for him time he gets there." "But what about you?" she cried. "I can't go off and leave you to be hanged." "Don't worry about me, gal," I said. "I'm Breckinridge Elkins of the Humbolt Mountains, and I'm preparing for to shake my mane. Hustle!" Something about me evidently convinced her, because she glided away, whimpering, into the shadows, and presently I heard the clack of horses' hoofs dwindling in the distance. I then riz, and I laid hold of the window bars, and I tore them out by the roots. Then I sunk my fingers into the sill log and tore it out, and 3 or 4 more, and the wall gave way entirely, and the roof fell down on me. But I shook aside the fragments and heaved up out of the wreckage like a bear out of a deadfall. About this time the jailer come running up, and when he seen what I had did he was so surprised he forgot to shoot me with his pistol. So I taken it away from him and knocked down the door of his shack with him and left him laying in its ruins. I then strode up the street toward the Golden Eagle, and here come a feller galloping down the street. Who should it be but that derned fake deputy, Jackson. He couldn't holler with his bandaged jaw, but when he seen me, he jerked loose his lariat and piled it around my neck and sot spurs to his cayuse, aiming for to drag me to death. But I seen he had his rope tied fast to his horn, Texas style, so I laid hold on it with both hands and braced my legs. And when the horse got to the end of the rope, the girths busted, and the horse went out from under the saddle, and Jackson come down on his head in the street and laid still. I throwed the rope off my neck and went on to the Golden Eagle with the jailer's .45 in my scabbard. I looked in and seen the same crowd there, and Ormond reared back at the bar with his belly stuck out, roaring and bragging. I stepped in and hollered, "Look this way, Bill Ormond, and pull iron, you dirty thief." He wheeled, paled, and went for his gun, and I slammed 6 bullets into him before he could hit the floor. I then throwed the empty gun at the dazed crowd and gave one deafening roar and tore into 'em like a mountain cyclone. They begun to holler and surge onto me, and I throwed 'em and knocked 'em right and left like 10 pins. Some was knocked over the bar, and some under the tables, and some I knocked down stacks of beer kegs with. I ripped the roulette wheel loose and mowed down a whole row of 'em with it, and I throwed a billiard table through the mirror behind the bar, just for good measure. 3 or 4 fellers got pinned under it and yelled bloody murder. But I didn't have no time to unpin 'em, for I was busy elsewhere. 4 of them hellions came at me in a flying wedge, and the only thing to do was give 'em a dose of their own medicine. So I put my head down and butted the first one in the belly. He gave a grunt you could hear across the mountains, and I grabbed the other 3 and squoze 'em together. I then flung 'em against the bar and headed into the rest of the mess of 'em. I felt so good I was yelling some. "Come on," I yelled. "I'm Breckinridge Elkins, and you got my dander roused." And I waded in and poured it to 'em. Meanwhile they was hacking at me with buoys and hitting me with chairs and brass knuckles and trying to shoot me, but all they done with their guns was shoot each other, 'cause they was so many they got in each other's way, and the other things just made me madder. I laid hands on as many as I could hug at once, and the thud of their heads banging together was music to me. I also done good work heaving 'em head on against the walls, and I further slammed several of 'em heartily against the floor and busted all the tables with their carcasses. In the melee, the whole bar collapsed, and the shelves behind the bar fell down when I slang a feller into 'em, and the bottles rained all over the floor. One of the lamps also fell off the ceiling, which was beginning to crack and cave in, and everybody begun to yell, "Fire!" and run out through the doors and jump out the windows. In a second, I was alone in the blazing building except for them which was past running. I'd started for an exit myself when I seen a buckskin pouch on the floor along with a lot of other belongings which had fell out of men's pockets the way they will when men get swung by the feet and smashed against the wall. I picked it up and jerked the tie string, and a trickle of gold dust spilled into my hand. I begun to look on the floor for Ashley, but he wasn't there. But he was watching me from outside, because I looked and seen him just as he let bam at me with a .45 from the back room of the place, which wasn't yet on fire much. I plunged after him, ignoring his next slug, which took me in the shoulder. Then I grabbed him and taken the gun away from him. He pulled a buoy and tried to stab me in the groin, but only sliced my thigh. So I throwed him the full length of the room, and he hit the wall so hard his head went through the boards. Meantime, the main part of the saloon was burning, so I couldn't go out that way. I started to go out the back door of the room I was in, but got a glimpse of some fellers which was crouching just outside the door, waiting to shoot me as I come out. So I knocked out a section of the wall on another side of the room, and about that time the roof fell in so loud them fellers didn't hear me coming. So I fell on 'em from the rear and beat their heads together till the blood ran out their ears, and stomped 'em and took their shotguns away from 'em. One big fellow with a scarred face tackled me around the knees as I bent over to get the second gun, and a little man hopped on my shoulders from behind at the same time and began clawing like a catamount. That made me pretty mad again, but I still kept enough presence of mind not to lose my temper. I just grabbed the little man off and hit Scarface over the head with him, and after that none of the rest bothered me within handhold distance. Then I was aware that people was shooting at me in the light of the burning saloon, and I seen that a bunch was ganged up on the other side of the street. So I begun to loose my shotguns into the thick of 'em, and they broke and run, yelling blue murder. And as they went out one side of the town, another gang rushed in from the other, yelling and shooting, and I snapped an empty shell at 'em before one yelled, "Don't shoot, Elkins! We're friends!" And I seen it was Jim and Doc Richards and a lot of other fellers I hadn't never seen before then. They went tearing around, looking to see if any of Orman's men was hiding in the village, but none was. They looked like all they wanted to do was get clean out of the country, so most of the Grizzly Mountain men took in after 'em, whooping and shouting. Jim looked at the wreckage of the jail and the remnants of the Gold Eagle, and he shook his head like he couldn't believe it. We was on our way to make a last effort to take the town back from the gang, he said. Ellen met us as we come down and told us you was a friend and an honest man. We hope to get here in time to save you from getting hanged. Again he shook his head with a kind of bewildered look. Then he said, "Oh, say, I'd about forgot. On our way here we run onto a man on the road who said he was looking for you. Not knowing who he was, we roped him and brung him along with us. Bring the prisoner, boys." They brung him, tied to a saddle, and it was Jack Gordon, Joel's youngest brother and the fastest gunslinger on Bear Creek. "What you doing here?" I demanded bitterly. "Has the feud begun already? And has Joel set you on my trail? Well, I got what I started after, and I'm heading back for Bear Creek. I can't get there by daylight, but maybe I'll get there in time to keep everybody from killing everybody else. Here's Uncle Jeopard's cussed gold." And I waved the pouch in front of him. "But that can't be it," he said. "I've been trailing you all the way from Bear Creek, trying to catch you and tell you the gold had been found. Uncle Jeopard and Joel and Erath got together and everything was explained and is all right. Where'd you get that gold?" "I don't know if Ashley's pals got it together so he could give it to Ormond and not get killed for holding out on his boss, or what," I said. "But I know that the owner ain't got no more use for it now and probably stole it in the first place. I'm giving this gold to Ellen," I said. "She sure deserves a reward, and giving it to her makes me feel like maybe I accomplished something on this wild goose chase after all." Jim looked around at the ruins of the outlaw hangout and murmured something I didn't catch. I said to Jack, "You said Uncle Jeopard's gold was found? Where was it anyway?" "Well," said Jack, "little General William Harrison Grimes, Uncle Jeopard's youngest boy, he seen his pap put the gold under the rock, and he got it out to play with. He was using the nuggets for slugs in his nigger shooter," Jack said, "and it's plumb cute the way he pops a rattlesnake with 'em." What did you say?" "Nothing," I said between my teeth. "Nothing that'd be fit to repeat, anyway." The road to Bear Creek. When Pap gets rheumatism, he gets remorseful. I remember one time particular. He says to me, him laying on his barskin with a jug of corn liquor at his elbow, he says, "Breckinridge, the sins of my youth is right and my conscience heavy. When I was a young man, I was free and careless in my habits, as numerous tombstones on the boundless prairies testifies. I sometimes wonders if I weren't a trifle hasty in shooting some of the men which disagreed with my principles. Maybe I should have controlled my temper and just chawed their ears off. Take Uncle Esau Grimes, for instance." And then Pap hove a sigh like a bull and took a drink and said, "I ain't seen Uncle Esau for years. Me and him parted with harsh words and gun smoke. I've often wondered if he still holds a grudge against me for planting that charge of buckshot in his hind leg." "What about Uncle Esau?" I said. Pap produced a letter and said, "He was brung to my mind by this here letter, which Jib Braxton fotched me from Warpaint. It's from my sister Elizabeth, back in Devillville, Arizona, where Uncle Esau lives. She says Uncle Esau's on his way to California and is due to pass through Warpaint about August the 10th. That's tomorrow. She don't know whether he intends turning off to see me or not, but suggests that I meet with him at Warpaint and make peace with him." "Well?" I demanded, because from the way Pap combed his beard with his fingers and eyed me, I knowed he was aiming to call on me to do something for him. Which same he was. "Well," said Pap, taking a long swig out of the jug, "I want you to meet the stage tomorrow morning at Warpaint and invite Uncle Esau to come up here and visit us. Now don't take no for an answer. Uncle Esau is as cranky as hell and a peculiar old duck, but I think he'll like a fine upstanding young man as big as you be, especially if you keep your mouth shut as much as possible and don't expose your ignorance." "But I ain't never seen Uncle Esau," I protested. "How am I gonna know him?" "He ain't a big man," said Pap. "Last time I seen him he had a right smart growth of red whiskers. You bring him home regardless. Don't pay no attention to his belly aching. He's a peculiar old cuss, like I said, and awful suspicious, 'cause he's got lots of enemies. He burnt plenty of powder in his younger days, all the way from Texas to California. He was mixed up in more feuds and range wars than any man I ever knowed. He's supposed to have considerable money hid away somewheres, but that ain't got nothing to do with us. I wouldn't take his blasted money as a gift. All I want is to talk to him and get his forgiveness for filling his hide with buckshot in a moment of youthful passion." "If he don't forgive me," said Pap, taking another pull at the jug, "I'll bend my .45 over his stubborn old skull. Now get going." So I saddled Captain Kidd and hid out across the mountains, and the next morning found me eating breakfast just outside of Warpaint. I didn't go right into the town because I was very bashful in them days, being quite young and scared of sheriffs and things. But I'd stopped with old Bill Polk, an old hunter and trapper which was camped temporary at the edge of town. Warpaint was a new town which had sprung up out of nothing on account of a small gold rush right recent, and old Bill was very bitter. "A hell of a come-off this is," he snorted, "cluttering up the scenery and scaring the animals off with their fool houses and claims. Last year I shot a deer right where their main saloon is now," he said, glaring at me like it was my fault. I said nothing, but chawed my venison which we was cooking over his fire, and he said, "No good'll come of it, you mark my words. These mountains won't be fit to live in. These camps draw scums like a dead horse draws buzzards. Already the outlaws is riding in from Arizona and Utah, besides the native ones. Grizzly Hawkins and his thieves is hiding up in the hills, and no telling how many more'll come in. I'm glad they catched Badger Chisholm and his gang after they robbed that bank at Gunstock. That's one gang which won't bedevil us because they're in jail. If somebody just killed Grizzly Hawkins now." About that time I seen the stagecoach fogging it down the road from the east in a cloud of dust. So I saddled Captain Kidd and left old Bill gorging deer meat and prophesying disaster and damnation, and I rode into Warpaint just as the stage pulled up at the stand, which was also the post office and the saloon. They was 3 passengers, and none of them was tenderfeet. 2 was big, hard-looking fellas, and t'other'n was a wiry, oldish kind of bird with reddish whiskers, so I knowed right off it was Uncle Esau Grimes. They was going into the saloon as I dismounted, the big men first, and the older feller follering 'em. I touched him on the shoulder, and he whirled most amazin' quick with a gun in his hand, and he looked at me very suspicious and said, "What you want?" "I'm Breckinridge Elkins," I said. "I want you to come with me. I recognized you as soon as I seen you." I then got an awful surprise, but not as awful as it would have been if Pap hadn't warned me that Uncle Esau was peculiar. He hollered, "Bill, Jim, help," and swung his 6-shooter against my head with all his might. Them 2 fellas whirled and their hands streaked for their guns, so I knocked Uncle Esau flat to keep him from getting hit by a stray slug, and shot one of them through the shoulder before he could unlimber his artillery. The other grazed my neck with a bullet, so I perforated him in the arm and again in the hind leg, and he fell down across the other'n. I was careful not to shoot 'em in no vital parts, 'cause I seen they was friends of Uncle Esau. But when guns is being drawn, it ain't no time to argue or explain. Men was hollering and running out of saloons, and I stooped and started to lift Uncle Esau, who was kind of groggy 'cause he'd hit his head against a hitching post. He was crawling around on his all fours, cussing something terrible, and trying to find his gun, which he dropped. When I laid hold on him, he commenced biting and kicking and hollering, and I said, "Don't act like that, Uncle Esau. Here comes a lot of fellers, and the sheriff might be here any minute and arrest me for shooting them idiots. We got to get going. Pap is waiting for you up on Bear Creek." But he just fit that much harder and hollered that much louder. So I scooped him up bodily and jumped onto Captain Kidd and throwed Uncle Esau face down across the saddle bow and headed for the hills. A lot of men yelled at me to stop, and some of 'em started shooting at me, but I give no heed. I gave Captain Kidd the rein, and we went tearing down the road and around the first bend, and I didn't even take time to change Uncle Esau's position, because I didn't want to get arrested. I'd heard tell them folks in Warpaint would even put a fellow in jail for shooting a man within the city limits. Just before we reached the place where I aimed to turn off up into the hills, I seen a man on the road ahead of me, and he must have heard the shooting and Uncle Esau yelling, because he whirled his horse and blocked the road. He was a wiry old cuss with gray whiskers. "Where you going with that man?" he yelled as I approached at a thundering gait. "None of your business," I retorted. "Get out of my way." "Help! Help!" hollered Uncle Esau. "I'm being kidnapped and murdered." "Drop that man, you derned outlaw!" roared the stranger, suiting his actions to his words. Him and me drawed simultaneous, but my shot was a split second quicker'n his'n. His slug fanned my ear, but his hat flew off and he pitched out of his saddle like he'd been hit with a hammer. I seen a streak of red along his temple as I thundered past him. "Let that larn you not to interfere in family affairs," I roared, and turned up the trail that switched off the road and up into the mountains. "Don't never yell like that," I said irritably to Uncle Esau. "You like to got me shot. That fella thought I was a criminal." I did catch what he said, but I looked back and down over the slopes and shoulders and seen men boiling out of town full tilt, and the sun glinted on 6-shooters and rifles, so I urged Captain Kidd, and we covered the next several miles at a fast clip. They ain't a horse in southern Nevada which can equal Captain Kidd for endurance, speed, and strength. Uncle Esau kept trying to talk, but he was bouncing up and down, so all I could understand was his cuss words, which was free and fervent. At last he gasped,
"For God's sakes, let me get off this cussed saddle horn. It's rubbing a hole in my belly."
So I pulled up and seen no sign of pursuers, so I said, "All right, you can ride in the saddle and I'll sit on behind. I was going to hire you a horse at the livery stable, but we had to leave so quick there weren't no time."
"Where you taking me?"
he demanded. "To Bear Creek," I said. "Where you think?"
"I don't want to go to Bear Creek," he said fiercely. "I ain't going to Bear Creek."
"Yes, you are too," I said. "Pap said not to take no for an answer. I'm going to slide over behind the saddle and you can sit in it." So I pulled my feet out of the stirrups and moved over the cantle, and he slid into the seat, and the first thing I knowed, he had a knife out of his boot and was trying to carve my gizzard. Now, I like to humor my relatives, but they is a limit to everything. I'd taken the knife away from him, but in the struggle, me being handicapped by not wanting to hurt him, I lost hold of the reins, and Captain Kidd bolted and run for several miles through the pines and brush, what with me trying to grab the reins and keep Uncle Esau from killing me at the same time, neither one of us in the stirrups. Finally, we both fell off, and if I hadn't managed to catch hold of the bridle as I went, we'd had a long walk ahead of us. I got Captain Kidd stopped after being drugged for several yards, and then I went back to where Uncle Esau was laying on the ground, trying to get his wind back, because I'd kind of fell on him. Is that any way to act, trying to stick a knife in a man which is doing his best to make you comfortable? I said reproachfully. All he done was gasp. So I said, "Well, Pap told me you was a cranky old duck, so I reckon the thing to do is just to not notice your, eccentricities." I looked around to get my bearings because Captain Kidd had got away off the trail that runs from Warpaint to Bear Creek. We was west of the trail in very wild country, but I seen a cabin off through the trees, and I said, "We'll go over there and see if I can hire or buy a horse for you to ride. That'll be more convenient for us both." I started hoisting him back into the saddle, and he said, kinda dizzily, "This here's a free country. I don't have to go to Bear Creek if and I don't want to." "Well," I said severely, "you ought to want to, after all the trouble I've went to, coming and inviting you. Set still now. I'm sitting on behind, but I'm holding the reins." "I'll have your life for this," he promised bloodthirstily, but I ignored it because Pap had said Uncle Esau was peculiar. Pretty soon we hove up to the cabin I'd glimpsed through the trees. Nobody was in sight, but I seen a horse tied to a tree in front of the cabin. I rode up to the door and knocked, but nobody answered. But I seen smoke coming out of the chimney, so I decided I'd go in. I dismounted and lifted Uncle Esau off because I seen from the gleam in his eye that he was intending to run off on Captain Kidd if I give him half a chance. I got a firm grip on his collar because I was determined that he was going to visit us up on Bear Creek if I had to tote him on my shoulder all the way, and I went into the cabin with him. There wasn't nobody in there, though a pot of beans was simmering over some coals in the fireplace, and I seen some rifles in racks on the wall and a belt with 2 pistols hanging on a nail. Then I heard somebody walking behind the cabin, and the back door opened, and there stood a big black-whiskered man with a bucket of water in his hand and an astonished glare on his face. He didn't have no guns on. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, but Uncle Esau gave a kind of gurgle and said, "Grizzly Hawkins." The big man jumped and glared at Uncle Esau, and then his black whiskers bristled in a ferocious grin, and he said, "Oh, it's you, is it? Who'd have thunk I'd ever meet you here?" "Grizzly Hawkins, eh?" I said, realizing that I'd stumbled onto the hideout of the worst outlaw in them mountains. "So you all know each other?" "I'll say we do," rumbled Hawkins, looking at Uncle Esau like a wolf looks at a fat yearling. "I'd heard you was from Arizona," I said, being naturally tactful. "Looks to me like they's enough cow thieves in these hills already without outsiders butting in. But your morals ain't none of my business. I want to buy or hire or borrow a horse for this here gent to ride." "Oh, no, you ain't," said Grizzly. "You think I'm gonna let a fortune slip through my fingers like that? Tell you what I'll do, though. I'll split with you. My gang had business over toward Tomahawk this morning, but they're due back soon. Me and you'll work him over before they gets back, and we'll nab all the loot ourselves." "What you mean?" I asked. "My uncle and me is on our way to Bear Creek." "Ah, don't act innocent with me," he snorted disgustedly. "Uncle, you think I'm a plumb fool? Can't I see he's your prisoner the way you got him by the neck? Think I don't know what you're up to? Be reasonable. Two can work this job better than one. I know lots of ways to make a man talk. I bet you if we kind of massage his hinder parts with our red-hot branding iron, he'll tell us quick enough where the money's hid." Uncle Esau turned pale under his whiskers, and I said indignantly, "Why, you low-life polecat, you got the crust to pretend to think I'm kidnapping my own uncle for his dough? I got a good mind to shoot you." "So you're greedy, huh?" he snarled, showing his teeth. "Want all the loot to yourself, huh? I'll show you." Quick as a cat, he swung that water bucket over his head and let it go at me. I ducked, and it hit Uncle Esau in the head and stretched him out, all drenched with water. And Hawkins give a roar and dived for a .45-90 on the wall. He wheeled with it, and I shot it out of his hands. He then come for me, wild-eyed, with a buoy out of his boot, and my next cartridge snapped, and he was on top of me before I could cock my gun again. I dropped my gun and grappled with him, and we fit all over the cabin, and every now and then we'd trample on Uncle Esau, which was trying to crawl toward the door, and the way he would holler was pitiful to hear. Hawkins lost his knife in the melee, but he was as big as me and a bear-cat at rough and tumble. We'd stand up and wail away with both fists, and then clinch and roll around the floor, biting and gouging and slugging, and once we rolled clean over Uncle Esau and kind of flattened him out like a pancake. Finally Hawkins got hold of the table, which he lifted like it was a board, and splintered over my head. And this made me mad, so I grabbed the pot off the fire and hit him in the head with it, and about a gallon of red-hot beans went down his back, and he fell into a corner so hard he jolted the shelves loose from the logs, and all the guns fell off the walls. He come up with a gun in his hand, but his eyes was so full of blood and hot beans that he missed me the first shot, and before he could shoot again, I hit him on the chin so hard it fractured his jawbone, and sprained both his ankles, and stretched him out cold. Then I looked around for Uncle Esau, and he was gone, and the front door was open. I rushed out of the cabin, and there he was, just climbing aboard Captain Kidd. I hollered for him to wait, but he kicked Captain Kidd in the ribs and went tearing through the trees, only he didn't head north back toward Warpaint. He was pointed southeast in the general direction of Hideout Mountain. I jumped on Hawkins' horse, which was tied to a tree nearby, and lit out after him, though I didn't have much hope of catching him. Grizzly's cayuse was a good horse, but he couldn't hold a candle to Captain Kidd. I wouldn't have caught him neither, if it hadn't been for Captain Kidd's distaste of being rode by anybody but me. Uncle Esau was a crack horseman to stay on as long as he did. But finally Captain Kidd got tired of running, and about the time he crossed the trail we'd been following when he first bolted, he bogged his head and started busting himself in two, with his snoot rubbing the grass and his heels scraping the clouds off of the sky. I could see mountain peaks between Uncle Esau and the saddle, and when Captain Kidd started sun-fishing, it looked like the wrath of Judgment Day. But somehow Uncle Esau managed to stay with him till Captain Kidd plumb left the earth like he aimed to aviate from then on, and Uncle Esau left the saddle with a shriek of despair and sailed head-on into a blackjack thicket. Captain Kidd gave a snort of contempt and trotted off to a patch of grass and started grazing, and I dismounted and went and untangled Uncle Esau from amongst the branches. His clothes was tore and he was scratched, so he looked like he'd been fighting with a drove of wildcats. And he left a right smart batch of his whiskers among the brush. But he was full of pison and hostility. "I understand this here treatment," he said bitterly, like he blamed me for Captain Kidd pitching him into the thicket. "But you'll never get a penny. Nobody but me knows where the dough is, and you can pull my toenails out by the roots before I tells you." "I know you got money hid away," I said, deeply offended, "but I don't want it." He snorted skeptically and said sarcastic, "Then what are you dragging me over these cussed hills for?" "'Cause Pap wants to see you," I said, "but they ain't no use in asking me a lot of fool questions. Pap said for me to keep my mouth shut." I looked around for Grizzly's horse and seen he'd wandered off. He sure hadn't been trained proper. "Now I gotta go look for him," I said disgustedly. "Will you stay here till I get back?" "Sure," he said, "sure. Go on and look for the horse. I'll wait here." But I give him a searching look and shook my head. "I don't want to seem like I mistrust you," I said, "but I see a gleam in your eye which makes me believe you intends to run off the minute my back's turned. I hate to do this, but I got to bring you safe to Bear Creek, so I'll just kind of hog-tie you with my lariat till I get back." Well, he put up an awful holler, but I was firm, and when I rode off on Captain Kidd, I was satisfied that he couldn't untie them knots by himself. I left him laying in the grass beside the trail, and his language was awful to listen to. That derned horse had wandered further than I thought. He'd moved north along the trail for a short way, then turned off and headed in a westerly direction, and after a while I heard the sound of horses galloping somewhere behind me, and I got nervous, thinking that if Hawkins' gang had got back to their hideout and he had told them about us, and sent 'em after us to capture poor Uncle Esau and torture him to make him tell where his savings was hid. I wished I'd had sense enough to shove Uncle Esau back in the thicket so he wouldn't be seen by anybody riding along the trail, and I'd just decided to let the horse go and turn back when I seen him grazing among the trees ahead of me. I headed back for the trail, leading him, aiming to hit it a short distance north of where I'd left Uncle Esau, and before I got in sight of it I heard horses and saddles creaking ahead of me. I pulled up on the crest of a slope and looked down onto the trail, and there I seen a gang of men riding north, and they had Uncle Esau amongst them. 2 of the men was riding double, and they had him on a horse in the middle of him. They'd took the ropes off him, but he didn't look happy. Instantly I realized my premonitions was correct. The Hawkins gang had followed us, and now poor Uncle Esau was in their clutches. I let go of Hawkins' horse and reached for my gun, but I didn't dare fire for fear of hitting Uncle Esau. They was clustered so close about him. I reached up and tore a limb off an oak tree as big as my arm, and I charged down the slope yelling, "I'll save you, Uncle Esau!" I come so sudden and unexpected them fellas didn't have time to do nothing but holler before I hit 'em. Captain Kidd plowed through their horses like an avalanche through saplings, and he was going so hard I couldn't check him in time to keep him from knocking Uncle Esau's horse sprawling. Uncle Esau hit the turf with a shriek. All around me men was yelling and surging and pulling guns, and I riz in my stirrups and laid about me right and left, and pieces of bark and oak leaves and blood flew in showers, and in a second the ground was littered with writhing figures, and the groaning and cussing was awful to hear. Knives was flashing and pistols was banging, but them outlaws' eyes was too full of bark and stars and blood for them to aim. And right in the middle of the brawl, when the guns was roaring and men was yelling and horses neighing, and my oak limb going crack, crack on human skulls, down from the north swooped another gang, howling like hyenas. "There he is!" one of 'em yelled. "I see him crawling around under them horses. After him, boys! We got as much right to his dough as anybody." The next minute they dashed in amongst us and embraced the members of the other gang, and started hammering them over the heads with their pistols. And in a second was the damnedest three-cornered war you ever seen. Men fighting on the ground and on the horses, all mixed and tangled up. Two gangs trying to exterminate each other, and me wailing hell out of both of them. Now, I have been mixed up in ruckuses like this before, despite the fact that I'm a peaceful and easy-going feller which never done harm to man or beast unless provoked beyond reason. I always figure the best thing to do in a brawl is to hold your temper, and I done just that. When this one feller fired a pistol plumb in my face and singed my eyebrows, I didn't get mad. When this other'n come from somewhere to start biting my leg, I only picked him up by the scruff of the neck and knocked a horse over with him. But I must have lost control a little, I guess, when two fellers at once started bashing at my head with rifle butts. I swung at them so hard, I turned Captain Kidd plumb around, and my club broke, and I had to grab a bigger and tougher one. Then I really laid into 'em. Meanwhile, Uncle Esau was on the ground under us, yelling bloody murder and being stepped on by the horses. But finally I cleared a space with a devastating sweep of my club, and leaned down and scooped him up with one hand, and hung him over my saddle horn and started battering my way clear. But a big fellow, which was one of the second gang, came charging through the melee, yelling like an Injun, with blood running down his face from a cut in his scalp. He snapped an empty cartridge at me, then leaned out from his saddle and grabbed Uncle Esau by the foot. "Let go," he howled. "He's my meat." "Release Uncle Esau before I does you an injury," I roared, trying to jerk Uncle Esau loose. But the outlaw hung on, and Uncle Esau squalled like a catamount in a wolf trap. So I lifted what was left of my club and splintered it over the outlaw's head, and he gave up the ghost with a gurgle. I then wheeled Captain Kidd and rode off like the wind. Them fellas was too busy fighting each other to notice my flight. Somebody did let bam at me with a Winchester, but all it done was nick Uncle Esau's ear. The sounds of carnage faded out behind us as I headed south along the trail. Uncle Esau was belly-aching about something. I'd never seen such a cuss for finding fault, but I felt there was no time to be lost, so I didn't slow up for some miles. Then I pulled Captain Kidd down and said, "What did you say, Uncle Esau?" "I'm a broken man," he gasped. "Take my secret. Let me go back to the posse. All I want now is a good, safe prison term." "What posse?" I asked, thinking he must be drunk, though I couldn't figure where he got any booze. "The posse you took me away from," he said. "Anything's better than being dragged through these hellish mountains by a homicidal maniac." "Posse?" I gasped wildly. "But who was the second gang?" "Grizzly Hawkins' outlaws," he said, and added bitterly, "Even they would be preferable to what I've been going through. I give up. I know when I'm licked. The doe's hid in a holler oak 3 miles south of Gunstock." I didn't pay no attention to his remarks because my head was in a whirl. A posse? Of course. The sheriff and his men had followed us from Warpaint along the Bear Creek trail, and finding Uncle Esau tied up, had thought he'd been kidnapped by an outlaw, instead of merely being invited to visit his relatives. Probably he was too cussed ornery to tell 'em any different. I hadn't rescued him from no bandits. I'd took him away from a posse which thought they was rescuing him. Meanwhile, Uncle Esau was clamoring. "Well, why don't you let me go? I told you where the doe is. What else you want?" "You got to go on to Bear Creek with me," I begun, and Uncle Esau give a shriek and went into a kind of convulsion. And the first thing I knowed, he twisted around and jerked my gun out of its scabbard and let bam right in my face, so close it singed my hair. I grabbed his wrist, and Captain Kidd bolted like he always does when he gets a chance. "They's a limit to everything," I roared. A hell of a relative you be, you old maniac. We was tearing over slopes and ridges at breakneck speed and fighting all over Captain Kidd's back. Me to get the gun away from him and him to commit murder. If you weren't kin to me, Uncle Esau, I'd plumb lose my temper. What you keep calling me that fool name for? He yelled, frothing at the mouth. What you want to add insult to injury? Captain Kidd swerved sudden, and Uncle Esau tumbled over his neck. I had him by the shirt and tried to hold him on, but the shirt tore. He hit the ground on his head, and Captain Kidd run right over him. I pulled up as quick as I could and hove a sigh of relief to see how close to home I was. We're nearly there, Uncle Esau, I said, but he made no comment. He was out cold. A short time later I rode up to the cabin with my eccentric relative slung over my saddle bow and took him and stalked into where Pap was laying on his barskin and slung my burden down on the floor in disgust. Well, here he is, I said. Pap stared and said, Who's this? When you wipe the blood off, I said, you'll find it's your Uncle Esau Grimes. And, I added bitterly, the next time you want to invite him to visit us, you can do it yourself. A more ungrateful cuss I never seen. Peculiar ain't no name for him. He's as crazy as a locoed jackass. But that ain't Uncle Esau, said Pap. What do you mean? I said irritably. I know most his clothes is tore off, and his face is kind of scratched and skinned and stomped out of shape, but you can see his whiskers is red in spite of the blood. Red whiskers turn gray in time, said a voice, and I wheeled and pulled my gun as a man loomed in the door. It was a gray-whiskered old fellow I'd traded shots with on the edge of war paint. He didn't go for his gun, but stood twisting his mustache and glaring at me like I was a curiosity or something. Uncle Esau, said Pap. What? I hollered. Are you Uncle Esau? Certainly I am, he snapped. But you weren't on the stagecoach, I begun. Stagecoach, he snorted, taking Pap's jug and beginning to pour liquor down the man on the floor. Them things is for women and children. I travel horseback. I spent last night in war paint and aimed to ride on up to Bear Creek this morning. In fact, Bill, he addressed Pap, I was on the way here when this young maniac creased me. He indicated a bandage on his head. You mean Breckinridge shot you? Ejaculated Pap. It seems to run in the family, grunted Uncle Esau. But who's this? I hollered wildly, pointing at the man I'd thought was Uncle Esau, and who was just coming to. I'm Badger Chisholm, he said, grabbing the jug with both hands. I demands to be protected from this lunatic and turned over to the sheriff. Him and Bill Reynolds and Jim Hopkins robbed a bank over at Gunstock 3 weeks ago, said Uncle Esau. The real one, I mean. A posse captured 'em, but they'd hid the loot somewhere and wouldn't say where. They escaped several days ago, and not only the sheriff was looking for 'em, but all the outlaw gangs too, to find out where they'd hid their plunder. It was an awful big haul. They must have figured that escaping out of the country by stagecoach would be the last thing folks would expect 'em to do, and they weren't known in this part of the country. But I recognized Bill Reynolds when I went back to war paint to have my head dressed after you shot me, Breckinridge. The doctor was patching him and Hopkins up, too. The sheriff and a posse lit out after you, and I follered 'em when I got my head fixed. Of course, I didn't know who you was. I come up while the posse was fighting with Hawkins' gang, and with my help we corralled the whole bunch. Then I took up your trail again. Pretty good day's work wiping out 2 of the worst gangs in the West. One of Hawkins' men said Grizzly was laid up in his cabin, and the posse was going to drop by for him. What you gonna do about me? Clamored Chisholm. Well, said Pap, we'll bandage your wounds, and I'll let Breckinridge here take you back to war paint. Hey,
What's the matter with him?"
Badger Chisholm had fainted. The haunted mountain. The reason I despises tarantulas, stinging lizards, and hydrophobia skunks is because they reminds me so much of Aunt Lavaca, which my Uncle Jacob Grimes married in an absent-minded moment when he was old enough to know better. That there woman's voice plumb puts my teeth on edge, and it has the same effect on my horse, Captain Kidd, which don't generally shy at nothing less than a rattlesnake. So when she stuck her head out of her cabin as I was riding by and yelled, "Breckinridge!" Captain Kidd jumped straight up in the air, then tried to buck me off. "Stop tormenting that poor animal and come here," Aunt Lavaca commanded, whilst I was fighting for my life against Captain Kidd's spine-twisting sun-fishing. "I never see such a cruel, worthless, no-good—" She kept right on yapping away until I finally wore him down and reined up alongside the cabin stoop and said, "What do you want, Aunt Lavaca?" She gave me a scornful snort and put her hands on her hips and glared at me like I was something she didn't like the smell of. "I want you should go get your Uncle Jacob and bring him home," she said at last. "He's off on one of his idiotic prospecting sprees again. He snuck out before daylight with a bay mare and a packed mule. I wished I'd woke up and caught him. I'd have fixed him. If you hustle, you can catch him this side of Haunted Mountain Gap. You bring him back if you have to lasso him and tie him to his saddle. Old fool, off hunting gold when they's work to be did in the alfalfa fields. Says he ain't no farmer. Huh. I allow I'll make a farmer out of him yet. You get going." "But I ain't got time to go chasing Uncle Jacob all over Haunted Mountain," I protested. "I'm heading for the rodeo over to Chawed Ear. I'm going to win me a prize, bulldogging some steers." "Bulldogging," she snapped. "A fine occupation. Go on, you worthless loafer. I ain't going to stand here all day arguing with a big ninny like you be. Of all the good-for-nothing, trifling, lunk-headed—" When Aunt Lavaca starts in like that, you might as well travel. She can talk steady for 3 days and nights without repeating herself, her voice getting louder and shriller all the time till it nigh splits a body's eardrums. She was still yelling at me as I rode up the trail toward Haunted Mountain Gap, and I could hear her long after I couldn't see her no more. Poor Uncle Jacob. He never had much luck prospecting, but trailing around through the mountains with a jackass is a lot better than listening to Aunt Lavaca. A jackass's voice is mild and soothing alongside of hers. Some hours later I was climbing the long rise that led up to the gap, and I realized I'd overtook the old coot when something went ping up the slope, and my hat flew off. I quickly reined Captain Kidd behind a clump of brush and looked up toward the gap and seen a pack mule's rear end sticking out of a cluster of boulders. "You quit that shooting at me, Uncle Jacob," I roared. "You stay where you be," his voice came back sharp as a razor. "I know Lavacky sent you after me, but I ain't going home. I'm on to something big at last, and I don't aim to be interfered with." "What you mean?" I demanded. "Keep back, or I'll ventilate you," he promised. "I'm going for the lost haunted mine." "You've been hunting that thing for 30 years, I snorted. "This time I finds it," he says. "I bought a map off'n a drunk Mex down to Perdition. One of his ancestors was an Injun which helped pile up the rocks to hide the mouth of the cave where it is." "Why didn't he go find it and get the gold?" I asked. "He's skeered of ghosts," said Uncle Jacob. "All Mexes is awful superstitious. This'n 'd rather set and drink, nohow.
They's millions in gold in that there mine. I'll shoot you before I'll go home. Now, will you go on back peaceable, or will you throw in with me? I might need you in case the pack mule plays out." "I'll come with you," I said, impressed. "Maybe you have got something at that. Put up your Winchester. I'm coming." He emerged from his rocks, a skinny, leathery old cuss, and he said, "What about Lavaki? If you don't come back with me, she'll follow us herself. She's that strong-minded." "I'll leave a note for her," I said. "Joe Hopkins always comes down through the gap once a week on his way to Chaudiere. He's due through here today. I'll stick the note on a tree where he'll see it and take it to her." I had a pencil stub in my saddlebag, and I tore a piece of wrapping paper off in a can of tomatoes Uncle Jacob had in his pack, and I writ, "Dear Aunt Lavaca, I am taking Uncle Jacob way up in the mountains. Don't try to foller us. It won't do no good. Gold is what I'm after. Breckinridge." I folded it and read on the outside, "Dear Joe, please take this here note to Ms. Lavaca Grimes on the Chaudiere Road." Then me and Uncle Jacob sought out for the higher ranges, and he started telling me all about the lost haunted mine again, like he'd already did about 40 times before. Seems like they was once an old prospector which stumbled onto a cave about 50 years before then, which the walls was solid gold, and nuggets all over the floor till a body couldn't walk, as big as mushmelons. But the Indians jumped him and run him out, and he got lost and nearly starved in the desert and went crazy. When he come to a settlement and finally regained his mind, he tried to lead a party back to it, but never could find it. Uncle Jacob said the Indians had took rocks and brush and hid the mouth of the cave so nobody could tell it was there. I asked him how he knowed the Indians done that, and he said it was common knowledge. Any fool ought to know that's just what they done. "This here mine," says Uncle Jacob, "is located in a hidden valley which lies away up amongst the high ranges. I ain't never seen it, and I thought I'd explored these mountains plenty. Ain't nobody more familiar with 'em than me except old Joshua Braxton. But it stands to reason that the cave is awful hard to find, or somebody'd already found it. According to this here map, that lost valley must lie just beyond Apache Canyon. Ain't many white men knows where that is even. We're headed there." We had left the gap far behind us and was moving along the slanting side of a sharp-angled crag whilst he was talking. As we passed it, we seen 2 figures with horses emerge from the other side, headed in the same direction we was. So our trails converged. Uncle Jacob glared and reached for his Winchester. "Who's that?" he snarled. "The big un's Bill Glanton," I said. "I never seen t'other'n." "And nobody else outside of a freak museum," growled Uncle Jacob. This other fellow was a funny-looking little maverick with laced boots and a cork sun helmet and big spectacles. He sawed his horse like he thought it was a rocking chair and held his reins like he was trying to fish with 'em. Glanton hailed us. He was from Texas, original, and was rough in his speech and free with his weapons, but me and him had always got along very well. "Where you all going?" demanded Uncle Jacob. "I am Professor Van Brock of New York," said the tenderfoot, whilst Bill was getting rid of his tobacco wad. "I have employed Mr. Glanton here to guide me up into the mountains. I am on the track of a tribe of aborigines which, according to fairly well substantiated rumor, have inhabited the haunted mountains since time immemorial." "Listen here, you four-eyed runt," said Uncle Jacob in wrath. "Are you giving me the horse laugh?" "I assure you that equine levity is the furthest thing from my thoughts," says Van Brock. "Whilst touring the country in the interests of science, I heard the rumors to which I have referred. In a village possessing the singular appellation of Chaudiere,
I met an aged prospector who told me that he had seen one of the aborigines, clad in the skin of a wild animal and armed with a bludgeon. The wild man, he said, emitted a most peculiar and piercing cry when sighted and fled into the recesses of the hills. I am confident that it is some survivor of a pre-Indian race, and I am determined to investigate." "They ain't no such critter in these hills," snorted Uncle Jacob. "I've roamed all over 'em for 30 year, and I ain't seen no wild man." "Well," says Glanton, "they's something unnatural up there, 'cause I've been hearing some funny yarns myself. I never thought I'd be hunting wild men," he says, "but since that hash slinger in Perdition turned me down to elope with a traveling salesman, I welcomes the chance to lose myself in the mountains and forget the perfidy of womankind. What you all doing up here? Prospecting?" he said, glancing at the tools on the mule. "Not in earnest," said Uncle Jacob hurriedly. "We're just kind of whiling away our time. There ain't no gold in these mountains." "Folks say that lost haunted mine is up here somewhere," said Glanton. "A pack of lies," snorted Uncle Jacob, busting into a sweat. "Ain't no such mine. Well, Breckinridge, let's be shoving. Gotta make Antelope Peak before sundown." "I thought we was going to Apache Canyon," I says, and he give me an awful glare and said, "Yes, Breckinridge, that's right. Antelope Peak, just like you said. So long, gents." "So long," said Glanton. So we turned off the trail almost at right angles to our course, me following Uncle Jacob bewilderedly. When we was out of sight of the others, he reined around again. "When nature gave you the body of a giant, Breckinridge," he said, "she plumb forgot to give you any brains to go along with your muscles. You want everybody to know what we're looking for?" "Ah," I said, "them fellas is just looking for wild men." "Wild men," he snorted. "They don't have to go no further than Chaudier on payday night to find more wild men than they can handle. I ain't swallering no such stuff. Gold is what they're after, I tell you. I seen Glanton talking to that Mex in Perdition the day I bought the map from him. I believe they either got wind of that mine or know I got that map, or both." "What you gonna do?" I asked him. "Head for Apache Canyon by another trail," he said. So we done so, and arrived there after night, him not willing to stop till we got there. It was deep, with big high cliffs cut with ravines and gulches here and there, and very wild in appearance. We didn't descend into the canyon that night, but camped on a plateau above it. Uncle Jacob vowed we'd begin exploring next morning. He said there were lots of caves in the canyon, and he'd been in all of them. He said he hadn't never found nothing except bars and painters and rattlesnakes, but he believed one of them caves went on through to another hidden canyon, and there was where the gold was at. Next morning I was awoke by Uncle Jacob shaking me, and his whiskers was curling with rage. "What's the matter?" I demanded, sitting up, pulling my guns. "They're here," he squalled. "Doggone it, I suspected them all the time. Get up, you big lunk. Don't sit there gawping with a gun in each hand like an idiot. They're here, I tell you." "Who's here?" I asked. "That dern tenderfoot and his cussed Texas gunfighter," snarled Uncle Jacob. "I was up just at daylight, and pretty soon I seen a wisp of smoke curling up from behind a big rock the other side of the flat. I snuck over there, and there was Glanton frying bacon, and then Brock was pretending to be looking at some flowers with a magnifying glass. The blame fake. He ain't no professor. I bet he's a dern crook. They're following us. They aim to murder us and rob us of my map." "Ah, Glanton wouldn't do that," I said. And Uncle Jacob said, "You shut up. A man'll do anything where gold is consarned. Dang it all, get up and do something. Are you gonna sit there, you big lummox, and let us get murdered in our sleep?" That's the trouble with being the biggest man in your clan. The rest of the family always dumps all the unpleasant jobs onto your shoulders. I pulled on my boots and headed across the flat with Uncle Jacob's war songs ringing in my ears, and I didn't notice whether he was bringing up the rear with his Winchester or not. They was a scattering of trees on the flat, and about halfway across a figure emerged from amongst them, headed my direction with fire in his eye. It was Glanton. "So, you big mountain grizzly," he greeted me rambunctiously. "You was going to Antelope Peak, eh? Kinda got off the road, didn't you?" "Oh, we're on to you, we are." "What you mean?" I demanded. He was acting like he was the one which ought to feel righteously indignant instead of me. "You know what I mean," he says, frothing slightly at the mouth. "I didn't believe it when Van Brock first said he suspicioned you, even though you hombres did act funny yesterday when we met you on the trail. But this morning when I glimpsed your fool Uncle Jacob spying on our camp, and then seen him sneaking off through the brush, I knowed Van Brock was right. You're after what we're after, and you all resorts to dirty, underhanded tactics. Does you deny you're after the same thing we are?" "No, I don't," I said. "Uncle Jacob's got more right to it than you all. And when you says we use underhanded tricks, you're a liar." "That settles it," gnashed he. "Go for your gun." "I don't want to perforate you," I growled. "I ain't hankering to conclude your mortal career," he admitted. "But Haunted Mountain ain't big enough for both of us. Take off your guns and I'll maul the living daylights out of you, big as you be." I unbuckled my gun belt and hung it on a limb, and he laid off his'n and hit me in the stomach and on the ear and in the nose. Then he socked me in the jaw and knocked out a tooth. This made me mad, so I'd taken him by the neck and throwed him against the ground so hard it jolted all the wind out of him. I then sawed on him and started banging his head against a convenient boulder, and his cussing was terrible to hear. "If you all had acted like white men," I gritted, "we'd give you a share in that there mine." "What you talking about?" he gurgled, trying to haul his buoy out of his boot, which I had my knee on. "The lost haunted mine, of course," I snarled, getting a fresh grip on his ears. "Hold on," he protested. "You mean you all are just looking for gold on the level?" I was so astonished I quit hammering his skull against the rock. "Why, what else?" I demanded. "Ain't you all follering us to steal Uncle Jacob's map which shows whereat the mine is hid?" "Get off of me," he snorted disgustfully, taking advantage of my surprise to push me off. "Hell," he said, and starting to knock the dust off his britches. "I might have knowed that tenderfoot was wool gathering. After we seen you all yesterday and he heard you mention Apache Canyon, he told me he believed you was follering us. He said that yarn about prospecting was just a blind. He said he believed you was working for a rival scientific society to get ahead of us and capture that there wild man yourselves." "What?" I said. "You mean that wild man yarn is straight?" "So far as we're concerned," said Bill. "Prospectors has been telling some unusual stories about Apache Canyon. Well, I laughed at him at first, but he kept on using so many .45 caliber words that he got me to believing it might be so. 'Cause, after all, here was me guiding a tenderfoot on the trail of a wild man, and they wasn't no reason to think you and Jacob Grimes was any more sensible than me. Then this morning when I seen Joab peeking at me from the brush, I decided Van Brock must be right. You all hadn't never went to Antelope Peak. The more I thought it over, the more sartin I was you was follering us to steal our wild man. So I started over to have a showdown." "Well," I said, "we've reached an understanding at last. You don't want our mine, and we sure don't want your wild man. They's plenty of them amongst my relatives on Bear Creek. Let's get Van Brock and lug him over to our camp and explain things to him and my weak-minded uncle." "All right," said Glanton, buckling on his guns. "Hey, what's that?" From down in the canyon came a yell. "Help! Aid! Assistance!" "It's Van Brock," yelped Glanton. "He's wandered down into the canyon by himself. Come on." Right near their camp there was a ravine leading down to the floor of the canyon. We pelted down that at full speed and emerged near the wall of the cliffs. There was the black mouth of a cave showing nearby in a kind of cleft, and just outside this cleft Van Brock was staggering around, yowling like a hound dog with his tail caught in the door. His cork helmet was lying on the ground, all bashed out of shape, and his spectacles was lying near it. He had a knob on his head as big as a turnip, and he was doing a kind of ghost dance or something all over the place. He couldn't see very good without his specs, 'cause when he sighted us he gave a shriek and started legging it for the other end of the canyon, seeming to think we was more enemies. Not wanting to indulge in no sprint in that heat, Bill shot a heel off his boot, and that brought him down squalling blue murder. "Help!" he shrieked. "Mr. Glanton, help! I am being attacked! Help!" Shut up," snorted Bill. "I'm Glanton. You're all right. Give him his specs, Breck. Now, what's the matter?" He put them on, gasping for breath, and staggered up, wild-eyed, and pointed at the cave and hollered, "The wild man! I saw him as I descended into the canyon on a private exploring expedition. A giant with a panther skin about his waist and a club in his hand. He dealt me a murderous blow with a bludgeon when I sought to apprehend him, and fled into that cavern. He should be arrested." I looked into the cave. It was too dark to see anything except for a hoot owl. "He must have saw something, Breck," said Glanton, hitching his gun harness. "Something sure cracked him on the conch. I've been hearing some queer tales about this canyon myself. Maybe I better sling some lead in there." No, broke in Van Brock. "We must capture him alive." "What's going on here?" said a voice, and we turned to see Uncle Jacob approaching with his Winchester in his hands. "Everything's all right, Uncle Jacob," I said. "They don't want your mine. They're after the wild man like they said, and we got him cornered in that there cave." "All right, huh?" he snorted. "I reckon you thinks it's all right for you to waste your time with such darn foolishness when you ought to be helping me look for my mine. A big help you be." "Where was you whilst I was arguing with Bill here?" I demanded. "I knowed you could handle the situation, so I started exploring the canyon," he said. "Come on, we got work to do." "But the wild man!" cried Van Brock. "Your nephew would be invaluable in securing the specimen. Think of science! Think of progress! Think of a striped skunk!" snorted Uncle Jacob. "Breckinridge, are you coming?" Shut up," I said disgustedly. "You both make me tired. I'm going in there and run that wild man out. And Bill, you shoot him in the hind leg when he comes out so's we can catch him and tie him up." "But you left your guns hanging onto that limb up on the plateau," objected Glanton. "I don't need 'em," I said. "Didn't you hear Van Brock say we was to catch him alive? If I started shooting in the dark, I might ruin him." "All right," says Bill, cocking his 6-shooters. "Go ahead. I figure you're a match for any wild man that ever come down the pike." So I went into the cleft and entered the cave, and it was dark as all get out. I groped my way along and discovered the main tunnel split into two, so I taken the biggest one. It seemed to get darker the further I went, and pretty soon I bumped into something big and hairy, and it went whoomp and grabbed me. Thinks I, it's the wild man, and he's on the warpath. We waded into each other, tumbled around on the rocky floor in the dark, biting and mauling and tearing. I'm the biggest and fightinest man on Bear Creek, which is famed far and wide for its ring-tailed scrappers. But this wild man sure give me my hands full. He was the biggest, hairiest critter I ever laid hands on, and he had more teeth and talons than I thought a human could possibly have. He chawed me with vigor and enthusiasm, and he waltzed up and down my frame free and hearty, and swept the floor with me till I was groggy. For a while I thought I was going to give up the ghost, and I thought with despair how humiliated my relatives on Bear Creek would be to hear their champion battler had been clawed to death by a wild man in a cave. That made me plumb ashamed for weakening, and the socks I give to him ought to laid out any man, wild or tame, to say nothing of the pile driver kicks in his belly, and button him with my head so he gasped. I got what felt like an ear in my mouth, and commenced chawing on it, and presently, what with this and other mayhem I committed on him, he give a most inhuman squall, and bust away and went lickety-split for the outside world. I riz up and staggered after him, hearing a wild chorus of yells break forth outside, but no shots. I bust out into the open, bloody all over and my clothes hanging in tatters. "Where is he?" I hollered. "Did you let him get away?" "Who?" said Glanton, coming out from behind a boulder, whilst Van Brock and Uncle Jacob dropped down out of a tree nearby. "The wild man, damn it!" I roared. "We ain't seen no wild man," said Glanton. "Well, what was that thing I just run out of the cave?" I hollered. "That was a grizzly bar," said Glanton. "Yeah," sneered Uncle Jacob, "and that was Van Brock's wild man. And now, Breckinridge, if you're through playing, we'll—" "No, no," hollered Van Brock, jumping up and down. "It was a human being which smote me and fled into the cavern, not a bear. It is still in there somewhere, unless there is another exit to the cavern." "Well, he ain't in there now," said Uncle Jacob, peering into the mouth of the cave. "Not even a wild man would run into a grizzly's cave, or if he did, he wouldn't stay long. Oomph!" A rock come whizzing out of the cave and hit Uncle Jacob in the belly, and he doubled up on the ground. "Aha!" I roared, knocking up Glanton's ready six-shooter. "I know. They's two tunnels in there. He's in the smaller cave. I went into the wrong one. Stay here, you all, and give me room. This time I gets him." With that I rushed into the cave mouth again, disregarding some more rocks which emerged, and plunged into the smaller opening. It was dark as pitch, but I seemed to be running along a narrow tunnel, and ahead of me I heard bare feet pattering on the rock. I followed 'em at full lope and presently seen a faint hint of light. The next minute I rounded a turn and come out into a wide place, which was lit up by a shaft of light coming in through a cleft in the wall, some yards up. In the light I seen a fantastic figure climbing up on a ledge, trying to reach that cleft. "Come down off of that!" I thundered, and give a leap and grabbed the ledge by one hand and hung on, and reached for his legs with the other hand. He give a squall as I grabbed his ankle and splintered his club over my head. The force of the lick broke off the lip of the rock ledge I was holding on to, and we crashed to the floor together, because I didn't let loose of him. Fortunately, I hit the rock floor head first, which broke my fall and kept me from fracturing any of my important limbs, and his head hit my jaw, which rendered him unconscious. I riz up and picked up my limp captive and carried him out into the daylight where the others was waiting. I dumped him on the ground, and they stared at him like they couldn't believe it. He was a gaunt old cuss with whiskers about a foot long and matted hair, and he had a mountain lion's hide tied around his waist. "A white man," enthused Van Brock, dancing up and down. "An unmistakable Caucasian. This is stupendous. A prehistoric survivor of a pre-Indian epoch. What an aid to anthropology. A wild man, a veritable wild man." "Wild man, hell," snorted Uncle Jacob. "That there's old Joshua Braxton, which was trying to marry that old maid school teacher down at Chawed Ear all last winter." "I was trying to marry her," said Joshua bitterly, sitting up suddenly and glaring at all of us. "That there is good, that there is. And me all the time fighting for my life against it. Her and all her relations was trying to marry her to me. They made my life a curse. They was finally all set to kidnap me and marry me by force. That's why I come away off up here and put on this rig to scare folks away. All I craves is peace and quiet, and no dern women." Van Brock began to cry because there wasn't no wild man, and Uncle Jacob said, "Well, now that this darn foolishness is settled, maybe I can get to something important. Joshua, you know these mountains even better than I do. I want you to help me find the lost haunted mine." "There ain't no such mine," said Joshua. "That old prospector imagined all that stuff whilst he was wandering around over the desert crazy." "But I got a map I bought from a Mexican in perdition," hollered Uncle Jacob. "Let me see that map," said Glanton. "Why, hell," he said, "that there's a fake. I seen that Mexican drawing it, and he said he was going to try to sell it to some old Jassic for the price of a drunk." Uncle Jacob sat down on a rock and pulled his whiskers. "My dreams is bust," he said weakly. "I'm going home to my wife." "You must be desperate if it's come to that," said old Joshua acidly. "You better stay up here. If there ain't no gold, there ain't no women to torment a body either." "Women is a snare and a delusion," agreed Glanton. "Van Brock can go back with these fellers. I'm staying with Joshua." "You all ought to be ashamed talking about women that way," I reproached him. "What, in this here lousy and troubled world, can compare to women's gentle sweetness?" "There the scoundrel is!" screeched a familiar voice. "Don't let him get away! Shoot him if he tries to run!" We turned sudden. We'd been arguing so loud amongst ourselves we hadn't noticed a gang of folks coming down the ravine. There was Aunt Lavaca and the sheriff at Chawed Ear with 10 men, and they all pointed sawed-off shotguns at me. "Don't get rough, Elkins," warned the sheriff nervously. "They're all loaded with buckshot and 10-penny nails. I knows your reputation, and I takes no chances. I arrests you for the kidnapping of Jacob Grimes." "Are you plumb crazy?" I demanded. "Kidnappin'," hollered Aunt Lavac, waving a piece of paper. "Abductin' your poor old uncle. Aimin' to hold him for ransom. It's all writ down in your own handwritin' here on this here paper. Says you're takin' Jacob away off into the mountains, warnin' me not to try to foller, same as threatenin' me. I never heerd of such doin's. Soon as that good-for-nothin' Joe Hopkins brung me that there insolent letter, I went right after the sheriff. Joshua Braxton, what air you doin' in them undecent togs? My lands, I don't know what we're comin' to. Well, Sheriff, what you standin' there for like a ninny? Why'n't you put some handcuffs and chains and shackles on him? Air you scared of the big lunkhead?" "Aw, heck," I said. "This is all a mistake. I warn't threatenin' nobody in that there letter." "Then where's Jacob?" she demanded. "Produce him immediately, or—" "He ducked into that cave," said Glanton. I stuck my head in and roared, "Uncle Jacob, you come out of there and explain before I come in after you." He snuck out, looking meek and downtrodden, and I says, "You tell these idiots that I ain't no kidnapper." "That's right," he said. "I brung him along with me." "Hell," said the sheriff disgustedly. "Have we come all this way on a wild goose chase? I should have knew better'n to listen to a woman." "You shut your fool mouth," squalled Aunt Lavaca. "A fine sheriff you be. Anyway, what was Breckinridge doing up here with you, Jacob?" "He was helping me look for a mine, Lavacky," he said.
helping you," she screeched. "Why, I sent him to fetch you back. Breckinridge Elkins, I'll tell your pap about this, you big lazy, good-for-nothing, low-down ornery—" "Ah, shut up!" I roared, exasperated beyond endurance. I seldom lets my voice go its full blast. Echoes rolled through the canyon like thunder, the trees shook and the pine cones fell like hail, and rocks tumbled down the mountainsides. Aunt Lavaca staggered backwards with an outraged squall. "Jacob," she hollered, "are you going to allow that ruffian to use that there tone of voice to me? I demand you flail the living daylights out of that scoundrel right now." Uncle Jacob winked at me. Now, Lavacky," he started, soothing her, and she gave him a clip under the ear which changed ends with him. The sheriff and his posse and Van Brock took out up the ravine like the devil was after 'em, and Glanton bit off a chaw of tobacco and said to me, he says, "Well, what was you fixin' to say about woman's gentle sweetness?" "Nothin'," I snarled. "Come on, let's get goin'. I yearns to find a more quiet and secluded spot than this here'n. I'm stayin' with Joshua and you and the grizzly." War on Bear Creek. Pap dug the 19th buckshot out of my shoulder and said, "Pigs is more disturbin' to the peace of a community than scandal, divorce, and corn liquor put together. And," says Pap, pausing to strop his bowie on my scalp where the hair was all burnt off, "when the pig is a razorback hog and is mixed up with a lady school teacher, an English tenderfoot, and a passel of bloodthirsty relatives, the result is appallin' for a peaceable man to behold. Hold still till John gets your ears sewed back on." Pap was right. I weren't to blame for what happened. Breaking Joel Gordon's leg was a mistake, and Erath Elkins is a liar when he says I caved in them 5 ribs of his'n plumb on purpose. If Uncle Jeopard Grimes had been tending to his own business, he wouldn't have got the seat of his britches filled with buckshot, and I don't figure it was my fault that Cousin Bill Kirby's cabin got burned down, and I don't take no blame for Jim Gordon's ear, which Jack Grimes shot off neither. I figure everybody was more to blame than I was, and I stand ready to wipe up the earth with anybody which disagrees with me. But it was that derned razorback hog of Uncle Jeopard Grimes which started the whole mess. It begun when that there tenderfoot come riding up the trail with Tunk Willoughby from Warpaint. Now, Tunk ain't got no more sense than the law allows, but he sure showed good jedgment that time, because having delivered his charge to his destination, he didn't tarry. He merely handed me a note and pinted dumbly at the tenderfoot, whilst holding his hat reverently in his hand meanwhile. "What you mean by that there gesture?" I asked him rather irritably, and he says, "I doffs my sombrero in respect to the departed. Bringing a specimen like that on to Bear Creek is just like heaving a jackrabbit to a pack of starving lobos." He hove a sigh and shook his head and put his hat back on. "Wrastle a cat in pieces," he said, gathering up the reins. "What the hell are you talking about?" I demanded. "That's Latin," he said. "It means rest in peace." And with that he dusted it down the trail and left me alone with the tenderfoot, which all the time was setting his cayuse and looking at me like I was a curiosity or something. I called my sister Washita to come and read that there note for me, which she did, and it run as follows. "Dear Breckinridge, this will introduce Mr. Pembroke Pemberton, a English sportsman which I met in Frisco recent. He was disappointed because he hadn't found no adventures in America and was fixin' to go to Africa to shoot lions and elephants. But I persuaded him to come with me because I knowed he would find more hell on Bear Creek in a week
than he would find in a year in Africa or any other place. But the very day we hit war paint, I run into an old acquaintance from Texas. I will not speak no harm of the dead, but I wish the son of a buzzard had shot me somewheres besides in my left leg, which already had 3 slugs in it, which I never could get cut out. Anyway, I am laid up and not able to come on to Bear Creek with J. Pembroke Pemberton. I am dependent on you to show him some good bear hunting and other excitement, and protect him from your relatives. I know what awful responsibility I am putting on you, but I am asking this as your friend, William Harrison Glanton, Esquire. I looked J. Pembroke over. He was a medium-sized young feller and looked kind of soft in spots. He had yeller hair and very pink cheeks like a gal, and he had on whipcord breeches and tan riding boots, which was the first I ever seen, and he had on a funny kind of coat with pockets and a belt, which he called a shooting jacket, and a big hat like a mushroom made out of cork with a red ribbon around it, and he had a pack horse loaded with all kinds of plunder, and 4 or 5 different kinds of shotguns and rifles. "So you're J. Pembroke," I says, and he says, "Oh, rather. And you no doubt are the person Mr. Glanton described to me, Breckinridge Elkins?" "Yeah," I said. "Light and come on in. We got bar meat and honey for supper." "I say," he said, climbing down, "pardon me for being a bit personal, old chap, but may I ask if your, magnitude of bodily stature is not a bit unique?" "I don't know," I says, not having the slightest idea what he was talking about. "I always votes a straight Democratic ticket myself." He started to say something else, but just then Pap and my brothers John and Bill and Jim and Buckner and Garfield come to the door to see what the noise was about, and he turned pale and said faintly, "I beg your pardon. Giants seem to be the rule in these parts." "Pap says men ain't what they was when he was in his prime," I said, "but we managed to get by." Well, J. Pembroke laid into them bar steaks with a hearty will, and when I told him we'd go after bar next day, he asked me how many days' travel it'd take till we got to the bar country. "Heck," I said, "you don't have to travel to get bar in these parts. If you forget to bolt your door at night, you're liable to find a grizzly sharing your bunk before morning. This here'n we're eatin' was catched by my sister Ellen there, whilst trying to rob the pig pen out behind the cabin last night." "My word," he says, looking at her peculiarly. "And may I ask, Miss Elkins, what caliber of firearm you used?" "I knocked him in the head with a wagon tongue," she said, and he shook his head to himself and muttered, "Extraordinary." J. Pembroke slept in my bunk, and I took the floor that night, and we was up at daylight and ready to start after the bar. Whilst J. Pembroke was fussing over his guns, Pap came out and pulled his whiskers and shook his head and said, "That there is a perlite young man, but I'm afeard he ain't as hale as he oughter be. I just give him a pull at my jug, and he didn't gulp but one good snort, and like to choke to death." "Well," I said, buckling the cinches on Captain Kidd, "I've done learned not to judge outsiders by the way they takes their liquor on Bear Creek. It takes a Bear Creek man to swig Bear Creek corn juice." "I hopes for the best," sighed Pap, "but it's a dismal sight to see a young man which can't stand up to his liquor. Where you taking him?" "Over toward Apache Mountain," I said. "Erath seen an extra big grizzly over there day before yesterday." Says Pap. "By peculiar coincidence, the schoolhouse is over on the side of Apache Mountain, ain't it, Breckinridge?" "Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't," I replied with dignity, and rode off with J. Pembroke, ignoring Pap's sarcastic comment, which he hollered after me,
Maybe they's a connection between book larnin' and bar huntin', but who am I to say?
J. Pembroke was a pretty good rider, but he used a funny-looking saddle without no horn nor cantle, and he had the derndest gun I ever seen. It was a double-barreled rifle, and he said it was an elephant gun. It was big enough to knock a hill down. He was surprised I didn't tote no rifle, and asked me what would I do if we met a bar. I told him I was depending on him to shoot it, but I said if it was necessary for me to get into action, my 6-shooter was plenty. "My word," says he, "you mean to say you can bring down a grizzly with a shot from a pistol?" "Not always," I said. "Sometimes I have to bust him over the head with a butt to finish him." He didn't say nothing for a long time after that. Well, we rode over on the lower slopes of Apache Mountain and tied the horses in a holler and went through the brush on foot. That was a good place for bars because they come there very frequently looking for Uncle Jeopard Grimes' pigs, which runs loose all over the lower slopes of the mountain. But just like it always is when you're looking for something, we didn't see a cussed bar. The middle of the evening found us around on the south side of the mountain where they is a settlement of Kirbys and Grimeses and Gordons. Half a dozen family has their cabins within a mile of each other, and I don't know what in hell they want to crowd up together that way for. It would plumb smother me, but Pap says they was always peculiar that way. We warn't inside of the settlement, but the schoolhouse warn't far off, and I said to J. Pembroke, "You wait here a while and maybe a bar'll come by. Miss Margaret Ashley is teaching me how to read and write, and it's time for my lesson." I left J. Pembroke setting on a log hugging his elephant gun, and I strode through the brush and came out at the upper end of the run, which the settlement was at the other one, and school had just turned out and the children was going home, and Miss Ashley was waiting for me in the log schoolhouse. That was the first school that was ever taught on Bear Creek, and she was the first teacher. Some of the folks was awful sot agin it at first, and said no good would come of book larnin', but after I licked 6 or 7 of 'em, they allowed it might be a good thing after all, and agreed to let her take a whack at it. Miss Margaret was an awful purty gal, and come from somewhere away back east. She was settin' at her handmade desk as I come in, ducking my head so as to not bump it agin the top of the door, and politely taking off my coonskin cap. She looked kind of tired and discouraged, and I said, "Has the young'uns been raising any hell today, Miss Margaret?" "Oh, no," she said. "They're very polite. In fact, I've noticed that Bear Creek people are always polite except when they're killing each other. I've finally gotten used to the boys wearing their bowie knives and pistols to school. Somehow it seems so futile. This is all so terribly different from everything to which I've always been accustomed. I get discouraged and feel like giving up." "Oh, you'll get used to it," I consoled her. "It'll be a lot different once you're married to some honest, reliable young man." She give me a startled look and said, "Married to someone here on Bear Creek?" "Sure," I said, involuntarily expanding my chest under my buckskin shirt. "Everybody's just wondering when you'll set the date. But let's get at the lesson. I done learnt the words you read out for me yesterday." But she weren't listening, and she said, "Do you have any idea why Mr. Joel Grimes and Mr. Esau Gordon quit calling on me? Until a few days ago one or the other was at Mr. Kirby's cabin where I board almost every night." "Now don't you worry none about them," I soothed her. "Joel'll be about on crutches before the week's out, and Esau can already walk without being helped. I always handles my relatives as easy as possible." "You fought with them?" she exclaimed. "I just convinced them you didn't want to be bothered with them," I reassured her. "I'm easy going, but I don't like competition." "Competition?" Her eyes flared wide open and she looked at me like she'd never seen me before. "Do you mean that you... that I... that..." "Well," I said modestly, Everybody on Bear Creek is just wondering when you're going to set the day for us to get hitched. You see, gals don't stay single very long in these parts, and hey, what's the matter?" Because she was getting paler and paler, like she'd ate something which didn't agree with her. "Nothing," she said faintly. You mean people are expecting me to marry you?" "Sure," I said. She muttered something that sounded like, "My God," and licked her lips with her tongue and looked at me like she was about ready to faint. Well, it ain't every gal which has a chance to get hitched to Breckinridge Elkins, so I didn't blame her for being excited. "You've been very kind to me, Breckinridge," she said feebly, "but this is so sudden, so unexpected. I never thought, I never dreamed." "Oh, I don't want to rush you," I said. "Take your time. Next week'll be soon enough. Anyway, I gotta build us a cabin," and bang went a gun, too loud for a Winchester. "Elkins!" It was J. Pembroke yelling for me up the slope. "Elkins! Hurry!" "Who's that?" she exclaimed, jumping to her feet like she was working on a spring. "Aw," I said in disgust, "it's a fool tenderfoot Bill Glanton wished on me. I reckon a bar's got him by the neck. I'll go see." "I'll go with you," she said, but from the way Pembroke was yelling, I figured I'd better not waste no time getting to him, so I couldn't wait for her, and she was some piece behind me when I mounted the lap of the slope and met him running out from amongst the trees. He was gibbering with excitement. "I winged it," he squawked. "I'm sure I winged the blighter, but it ran in amongst the underbrush, and I dared not follow it, for the beast is most vicious when wounded. A friend of mine once wounded one in South Africa, and—" "A bar?" I asked. No, he said, "a wild boar, the most vicious brute I have ever seen. It ran into that brush there." "Aw, there ain't no wild boars in the Humboldts," I snorted. "You wait here. I'll go see just what you did shoot." I seen some splashes of blood on the grass, so I knowed he'd shot something. Well, I hadn't gone more'n a few 100 feet and was just out of sight of J. Pembroke when I run into Uncle Jepperd Grimes. Uncle Jepperd was one of the first white men that come into the Humboldts. He's as lean and hard as a pine knot and wears fringed buckskins and moccasins just like he done 50 years ago. He had a bowie knife in one hand and he waved something in the other like a flag of revolt, and he was frothing at the mouth. "The darn murderer!" he howled. "You see this? That's the tail of Daniel Webster, the finest darn razorback boar which ever trod the Humboldts. That dang tenderfoot of yourn tried to kill him, shot his tail off right spang up to the hilt. He can't mutilate my animals like this. I'll have his heart's blood." And he done a war dance, waving that pigtail and his bowie, and cussing in English and Spanish and Apache Injun, all at once. "You calm down, Uncle Jepperd," I said sternly. "He ain't got no sense, and he thought Daniel Webster was a wild boar, like they have in Africa and England and them foreign places. He didn't mean no harm." "No harm?" said Uncle Jepperd fiercely. "And Daniel Webster with no more tail onto him than a jackrabbit." "Well," I said, "here's a $5 gold piece to pay for the darn hog's tail, and you let J. Pembroke alone." "Gold can't satisfy honor," he said bitterly, but nevertheless grabbing the coin like a starving man grabbing a beefsteak. "I'll let this outrage pass for the time, but I'll be watching that maniac to see that he don't mutilate no more of my prize razorbacks." And so saying, he went off, muttering in his beard. I went back to where I left J. Pembroke, and there he was talking to Miss Margaret, which had just come up. She had more color in her face than I'd saw recent. "Fancy meeting a girl like you here," J. Pembroke was saying. "No more surprising than meeting a man like you," says she, with a kind of fluttery laugh. "Oh, a sportsman wanders into all sorts of out-of-the-way places," says he, and seeing they hadn't noticed me coming up, I says, Well, J. Pembroke, I didn't find your wild boar, but I met the owner. He looked at me kind of blank and said vaguely, Wild boar? What wild boar? That'n you shot the tail off of with that there fool elephant gun, I says. Listen, next time you see a hog critter, you remember there ain't no wild boars in the Humboldts. They's craters called javeliners in South Texas, but they ain't even none of them in Nevada. So next time you see a hog, just reflect that it's merely one of Uncle Jeopard Grimes's razorbacks and refrain from shooting at it. Oh, quite, he agreed absently and started talking to Miss Margaret again. So I picked up the elephant gun which he'd absent-mindedly laid down and said, Well, it's getting late. Let's go. We won't get back to Pap's cabin tonight, J. Pembroke. We'll stay at Uncle Saul Garfield's cabin on t'other side of Apache Mountain settlement. As I said, them cabins was awful close together. Uncle Saul's cabin was below the settlement, but it warn't much over 300 yards from Cousin Bill Kirby's cabin, where Miss Margaret boarded. The other cabins was on t'other side of Bill's, mostly, strung out up the run and up and down the slopes. I told J. Pembroke and Miss Margaret to walk on down to the settlement whilst I went back and got the horses. They'd got to the settlement time I ketched up with them, and Miss Margaret had gone into the Kirby cabin, and I seen a light spring up in her room. She had one of them new-fangled aisle lamps she brung with her, the only one on Bear Creek. Candles and pine chunks was good enough for us folks, and she'd hanged rag things over the winders, which she called curtains. You never seen nothing like it. I tell you, she was that elegant you wouldn't believe it. We walked on toward Uncle Saul's, me leading the horses, and after a while J. Pembroke says, A wonderful creature. You mean Daniel Webster? I asked. No, he said. No, I mean Miss Ashley. She sure is, I said. She'll make me a fine wife. He whirled like I'd stabbed him, and his face looked pale in the dusk. You, he said. You a wife? Well, I said bashfully, she ain't sought the day yet, but I've sure sought my heart on that gal. Oh, he says. Oh, says he like he had the toothache. Then he said kinda hesitatingly, just suppose, you know, suppose a rival for her affection should appear. What would you do? You mean, if some dirty low-down son of a mangy skunk was trying to steal my gal, I said, whirling so sudden he staggered backwards. Steal my gal? I roared, seeing red at the mere thought. Why, I'd... Words failing me, I wheeled and grabbed a good-sized sapling and tore it up by the roots, and broke it across my knee and throwed the pieces clean through a rail fence on the other side of the road. That there is a faint idea, I said, panting with passion. That gives me a very good conception, he said faintly, and he said nothing more till we reached the cabin and seen Uncle Saul Garfield standing in the light of the door, combing his black beard with his fingers. Next morning, J. Pembroke seemed like he'd kind of lost interest in bars. He said all that walking he'd done over the slopes of Apache Mountain had made his leg muscles sore. I never heard of such a thing, but nothing that gets the matter with these tenderfeet surprises me much. They is such a effeminate race. So I asked him would he like to go fishing down the run. He said all right. But we hadn't been fishing more'n an hour when he said he believed he'd go back to Uncle Saul's cabin and take him a nap, and he insisted on going alone. So I stayed where I was and catched me a nice string of trout. I went back to the cabin about noon and asked Uncle Saul if J. Pembroke had got his nap out. Why, heck, said Uncle Saul. I ain't seen him since you and him started down the run this morning. Wait a minute, yonder he comes from the other direction. Well, J. Pembroke didn't say where he'd been all morning, and I didn't ask him because a tenderfoot don't generally have no reason for anything he does. We ate the trout I ketched, and after dinner he perked up a right smart and got his shotgun and said he'd like to hunt some wild turkeys. I'd never heard of anybody hunting anything as big as a turkey with a shotgun, but I didn't say nothing because tenderfeet is like that. So we headed up the slopes of Apache Mountain, and I stopped by the schoolhouse to tell Miss Margaret I probably wouldn't get back in time to take my reading and writing lesson. And she said, "You know, until I met your friend, Mr. Pembroke, I didn't realize what a difference there was between men like him and, well, like the men on Bear Creek." "I know," I said, "but don't hold it agin him. He means well. He just ain't got no sense. Everybody can't be smart like me. As a special favor to me, Miss Margaret, I'd like for you to be extra nice to the poor sap, because he's a friend of my friend Bill Glanton down to Warpaint." "I will, Breckinridge," she replied heartily, and I thanked her and went away with my big manly heart pounding in my gigantic bosom. Me and J. Pembroke headed into the heavy timber, and we hadn't went far till I was convinced that somebody was following us. I kept hearing twigs snapping, and once I thought I seen a shadowy figure ducked behind a bush, but when I run back there it was gone, and no track to show in the pine needles. That sort of thing would have made me nervous anywhere else, because they is an awful lot of people which would like to get a clean shot at my back from the brush, but I knowed none of them dast come after me in my own territory. If anybody was trailing us, it was bound to be one of my relatives, and to save my neck, I couldn't think of no reason why any one of them would be gunning for me. But I got tired of it, and left J. Pembroke in a small glade while I snuck back to do some shattering of my own. I aimed to cast a big circle around the opening and see if I could find out who it was, but I'd hardly got out of sight of J. Pembroke when I heard a gun bang. I turned to run back, and here come J. Pembroke yelling, "I got him! I got him! I winged the bally aborigine!" He had his head down as he busted through the brush, and he run into me in his excitement and hit me in the belly with his head so hard he bounced back like a rubber ball and landed in a bush with his riding boots brandishing wildly in the air. "Assist me, Breckinridge!" he shrieked. "Extricate me! They will be hot on our trail!" "Who?" I demanded, hauling him out by the hind leg and setting him on his feet. "The Indians!" he hollered, jumping up and down and waving his smoking shotgun frantically. "The bally redskins! I shot one of them. I saw him sneaking through the bushes. I saw his legs. I know it was an Indian because he had on moccasins instead of boots. Listen, that's him now." "An Injun couldn't cuss like that," I said. "You've shot Uncle Jepperd Grimes." Telling him to stay there, I run through the brush, guided by the maddened howls which riz horribly on the air. And busting through some bushes, I seen Uncle Jepperd rolling on the ground with both hands clasped to the rear bosom of his buckskin breeches, which was smoking freely. His language was awful to hear. "Air you in misery, Uncle Jepperd?" I inquired solicitously. This evoked another ear-splitting squall. "I'm writhing in my death throes," he says in horrible accents, "and you stands there and mocks my mortal agony. My own blood kin," he says. "Ah, ah, ah, ah," says Uncle Jepperd with passion. "Aw," I says, "that there bird shot wouldn't hurt a flea. It can't be very deep under your thick old hide. Lie on your belly, Uncle Jepperd," I said, stropping my buoy on my boot, "and I'll dig out them shot for you." "Don't tetch me," he said fiercely, painfully climbing onto his feet. "Where's my rifle gun? Gimme it. Now then, I demands that you bring that English murderer here where I can get a clean lamb at him. The Grimes' honor is besmirched and my new breeches is ruined. Nothing but blood can wipe out the stain on the family honor." "Well," I said, "you hadn't no business sneaking around after us that-a-way." Here Uncle Jepperd give tongue to loud and painful shrieks. "Why shouldn't I?" he howled. "Ain't a man got no right to protect his own property? I was follering him to see that he didn't shoot no more tails off of my hogs, and now he shoots me in the same place. He's a fiend in human form, a monster which stalks raveling through these hills, bustin' for the blood of the innercent." "Aw, J. Pembroke thought you was an Injun," I said. "He thought Dan'l Webster was a wild warthog," gibbered Uncle Jepperd. "He thought I was Geronimo. I reckon he'll massacre the entire population of Bear Creek under a misapprehension, and you'll uphold and defend him. When the cabins of your kinfolks is smolderin' ashes, smothered in the blood of your own relatives, I hope you'll be satisfied, bringing a foreign assassin into a peaceful community." Here Uncle Jepperd's emotions choked him, and he chawed his whiskers and then yanked out the $5 gold piece I give him for Dan'l Webster's tale and throwed it at me. "Take back your filthy lucre," he said bitterly. "The day of retribution is close unto hand, Breckinridge Elkins, and the Lord of Battles shall jedge between them which turns agin their kinfolks in their extremities." "In their which?" I says, but he merely snarled and went limping off through the trees, calling back over his shoulder, "They is still men on Bear Creek which will see justice did for the aged and helpless. I'll get that English murderer if it's the last thing I do, and you'll be sorry you stood up for him, you big lunkhead." I went back to where J. Pembroke was waiting bewilderedly, and evidently still expecting a tribe of Injuns to bust out of the brush and sculp him, and I said in disgust, "Let's go home. Tomorrow I'll take you so far away from Bear Creek you can shoot in any direction without hitting a prize razorback or an antiquated gunman with an ingrown disposition. When Uncle Jepperd Grimes gets mad enough to throw away money, it's time to aisle the Winchesters and strap your scabbard ends to your legs." "Legs?" he said mistily. "But what about the Indian?" "There weren't no Indian, gol darn it," I howled. "They ain't been any on Bear Creek for 4 or 5 year. Aw, hell, what's the use? Come on, it's getting late. Next time you see something you don't understand, ask me before you shoot it. And remember, the more ferocious and woolly it looks, the more likely it is to be a leading citizen of Bear Creek." It was dark when we approached Uncle Saul's cabin, and J. Pembroke glanced back up the road toward the settlement and said, "My word, is it a political rally? Look, a torchlight parade." I looked and said, "Quick, get in the cabin and stay there." He turned pale and said, "If there is danger, I insist all you darn please," I said, "but get in that house and stay there. I'll handle this. Uncle Saul, see he gets in there." Uncle Saul is a man of few words. He'd taken a firm grip on his pipe stem and grabbed J. Pembroke by the neck and the seat of the breeches and throwed him bodily into the cabin and shut the door and sot down on the stoop. "They ain't no use in you getting mixed up in this, Uncle Saul," I said. "You got your faults, Breckinridge," he grunted. "You ain't got much sense, but you're my favorite sister's son, and I ain't forgot that lame mule Jepperd traded me for a sound animal back in '69. Let 'em come." They come all right, and surged up in front of the cabin. Jepperd's boys, Jack and Buck and Esau and Joash and Polk County, and Erath Elkins and a mob of Gordons and Buckners and Polks, all more or less kin to me, except Joe Braxton, who wasn't kin to any of us, but didn't like me because he was sweet on Miss Margaret. But Uncle Jepperd weren't with 'em. Some had torches, and Polk County Grimes had a rope with a noose in it. "Where at air you all goin' with that there lariat?" I asked them sternly, planting my enormous bulk in their path. "Perjuice the scoundrel," said Polk County, waving his rope round his head. "Bring out the foreign invader which shoots hogs and defenseless old men from the bresh." "What you aim to do?" I inquired. "We aim to hang him," they replied with hearty enthusiasm. Uncle Saul knocked the ashes out of his pipe and stood up and stretched his arms, which looked like knotted oak limbs, and he grinned in his black beard like an old timber wolf. And he says, "Where's dear cousin Jepperd to speak for hisself?" "Uncle Jepperd was having the shot picked out of his hide when we left," says Joel Gordon. He'll be along directly. Breckinridge, we don't want no trouble with you, but we aims to have that Englishman." "Well," I snorted, "you all can't. Bill Glanton is trusting me to return him whole of body and limb, and what do you want to waste time in argument for, Breckinridge?" Uncle Saul reproved mildly. "Don't you know it's a plumb waste of time to try to reason with the offspring of a lame mule trader?" "What would you suggest, old man?" sneeringly remarked Polk County. Uncle Saul beamed on him benevolently and said gently, "I'd try moral suasion. Like this," and he hit Polk County under the jaw and knocked him clean across the yard into a rain barrel, amongst the ruins of which he reposed until he was rescued and revived some hours later. But they was no stopping Uncle Saul once he took the warpath. No sooner had he disposed of Polk County than he jumped 7 foot into the air, cracked his heels together 3 times, give the rebel yell, and come down with his arms around the necks of Esau Grimes and Joe Braxton, which he went to the earth with and started mopping up the cabin yard with 'em. That started the fight, and they is no scrap in the world where mayhem is committed as free and fervent as in one of these here family ruckuses. Polk County had hardly crashed into the rain barrel when Jack Grimes stuck a pistol in my face. I slapped it aside just as he fired, and the bullet missed me and taken an ear off of Jim Gordon. I was scared Jack would hurt somebody if he kept on shooting reckless that way, so I kind of rapped him with my left fist, and how was I to know it would dislocate his jaw? But Jim Gordon seemed to think I was to blame about his ear, because he give a maddened howl and jerked up his shotgun and let bam with both barrels. I ducked just in time to keep from getting my head blowed off and catched most of the double charge in my shoulder, whilst the rest hived in the seat of Steve Kirby's britches. Being shot that way by a relative was irritating, but I controlled my temper and merely taken the gun away from Jim and splintered the stock over his head. In the meantime, Joel Gordon and Buck Grimes had grabbed one of my legs apiece and was trying to wrestle me to the earth, and Joash Grimes was trying to hold down my right arm, and Cousin Pecos Buckner was beating me over the head from behind with an axe handle, and RK Elkins was coming at me from the front with a bowie knife. I reached down and got Buck Grimes by the neck with my left hand, and I swung my right and hit Erath with it. But I had to lift Joash clean off his feet and swing him around with the lick because he wouldn't let go. So I only knocked Erath through the rail fence, which was around Uncle Saul's garden. About this time I found my left leg was free and discovered that Buck Grimes was unconscious. So I let go of his neck and begun to kick around with my left leg, and it ain't my fault if the spur got tangled up in Uncle Jonathan Polk's whiskers and jerked most of 'em out by the root. I shaken Joash off and taken the axe handle away from Pecos, 'cause I seen he was going to hurt somebody if he kept on swinging it around so reckless, and I don't know why he blames me because his skull got fractured when he hit that tree. He ought to look where he falls when he gets throwed across a cabin yard. And if Joel Gordon hadn't been so stubborn trying to gouge me, he wouldn't have got his leg broke neither. I was handicapped by not wanting to kill any of my kinfolks, but they was so mad they all wanted to kill me. So in spite of my carefulness, the casualties was increasing at a rate which would have discouraged anybody but Bear Creek folks. But they are the stubbornest people in the world. 3 or 4 had got me around the legs again, refusing to be convinced that I couldn't be throwed that way, and RK Elkins, having pulled himself out of the ruins of the fence, come charging back with his bowie. By this time I seen I'd have to use violence in spite of myself, so I grabbed Erath and squoze him with a grizzly hug, and that was when he got them 5 ribs caved in, and he ain't spoke to me since. I never seen such a cuss for taking offense over trifles. For a matter of fact, if he hadn't been so bodaciously riled up, if he had kept his head like I did, he would have seen how kindly I felt toward him, even in the fever of that there battle. If I had dropped him underfoot, he might have been tromped on fatally, for I was kicking folks right and left without caring where they fell. So I carefully flung Erath out of the range of that ruckus. And if he thinks I aimed him at Ozark Grimes and his pitchfork, well, I just never done it. It was Ozark's fault more than mine for toting that pitchfork, and it ought to be Ozark that Erath cusses when he starts to sit down these days. It was at that moment that somebody swung at me with an axe and ripped my ear nigh off of my head, and I begun to lose my temper. 4 or 5 other relatives was kicking and hitting and biting at me all at once, and they is a limit even to my timid manners and mild nature. I voiced my displeasure with a beller of wrath and lashed out with both fists, and my misguided relatives fell all over the yard like persimmons after a frost. I grabbed Joash Grimes by the ankles and begun to knock them ill-advised idiots in the head with him, and the way he hollered, you'd have thought someone was manhandling him. The yard was beginning to look like a battlefield when the cabin door opened and a deluge of biling water descended on us. I got about a gallon down my neck, but paid very little attention to it. However, the others ceased hostilities and started rolling on the ground and hollering and cussing, and Uncle Saul riz up from amongst the ruins of Esau Grimes and Joel Braxton and bellered, "Woman, what are you at?" Aunt Zavala Garfield was standing in the doorway with a kettle in her hand, and she said, "Will you idiots stop fighting? The Englishman's gone. He run out the back door when the fighting started, saddled his nag, and pulled out. Now will you born fools stop, or will I give you another deluge?" Land save us, what's that light? Somebody was yelling toward the settlement, and I was aware of a peculiar glow which didn't come from such torches as was still burning. And here come Medina Kirby, one of Bill's gals, yelping like a Comanche. "Our cabin's burning," she squalled. "A stray bullet went through the winder and busted Miss Margaret's aisle lamp." With a yell of dismay, I abandoned the fray and headed for Bill's cabin, followed by everybody which was able to foller me. They had been several wild shots fired during the melee, and one of 'em must have hived in Miss Margaret's winder. The Kirbys had dragged most of their belongings into the yard, and some was bringing water from the creek, but the whole cabin was in a blaze by now. "Where's Miss Margaret?" I roared. "She must still be in there," shrilled Miss Kirby. "A beam fell and wedged her door so we couldn't open it, and—" I grabbed a blanket one of the gals had rescued and plunged it into the rain barrel, and run for Miss Margaret's room. There wasn't but one door in it, which led into the main part of the cabin, and was jammed like they said, and I knowed I couldn't never get my shoulders through either winder, so I just put down my head and rammed the wall full force, and knocked 4 or 5 logs out of place, and made a hole big enough to go through. The room was so full of smoke I was nigh blinded, but I made out a figure fumbling at the winder at the other side. A flamin' beam fell out of the roof and broke across my head with a loud report, and about a bucket full of coals rolled down the back of my neck, but I paid no heed. I charged through the smoke, nearly fracturing my shin on a bedstead or something, and enveloped the figure in the wet blanket and swept it up into my arms. It kicked wildly and fought, and though its voice was muffled in the blanket, I catched some words I never would have thought Miss Margaret would use, but I figured she was hysterical. She seemed to be wearing spurs, too, because I felt 'em every time she kicked. By this time the room was a perfect blaze, and the roof was falling in, and we'd both been roasted if I'd tried to get back to the hole I knocked in the opposite wall. So I lowered my head and butted my way through the near wall, getting all my eyebrows and hair burnt off in the process, and come staggering through the ruins with my precious burden, and fell into the arms of my relatives, which was thronged outside. "I've saved her," I panted. "Pull off the blanket. You're safe, Miss Margaret." Said Miss Margaret, and Uncle Saul groped under the blanket and said, By golly, if this is the school teacher, she's growed a remarkable set of whiskers since I seen her last. He yanked off the blanket to reveal the bewhiskered countenance of Uncle Jepperd Grimes. "Hell's fire!" I bellered. "What you doin' here?" "I was comin' to jine the lynchin', you blame fool," he snarled. "I seen Bill's cabin was afire, so I clum in through the back winder to save Miss Margaret. She was gone, but they was a note she left. I was fixin' to climb out the winder when this maniac grabbed me." "Gimme that note," I bellered, grabbing it. "Medina, come here and read it for me." That note run: "Dear Breckinridge, I am sorry, but I can't stay on Bear Creek any longer. It was tough enough anyway, but being expected to marry you was the last straw. You've been very kind to me, but it would be too much like marrying a grizzly bear. Please forgive me. I am eloping with J. Pembroke Pemberton. We're going out the back window to avoid any trouble and ride away on his horse. Give my love to the children. We're going to Europe on our honeymoon. With love, Margaret Ashley." "Now what you got to say?" sneered Uncle Jepperd. "I'm a victim of foreign entanglements," I said dazedly. "I'm going to chaw Bill Glanton's ears off for saddling that critter on me. Then I'm going to lick me an Englishman if I have to go all the way to Californy to find one. Which same is now my aim, object, and ambition. This Englishman took my girl and ruined my education and filled my neck and spine with burns and bruises. Elkins never forgets. And the next one that pokes his nose into the Bear Creek country had better be a fightin' fool or a powerful fast runner." The Feud Buster. "These here derned lies which is being circulated around is making me sick and tired. If this slander don't stop, I'm liable to lose my temper. And anybody in the Humboldts can tell you when I loses my temper, the effect on the population is wuss'n fire, earthquake, and cyclone. First off, it's a lie that I rode 100 miles to mix into a feud which wasn't none of my business. I never heard of the Hopkins-Barlow War before I come in the Mesquital country. I hear tell the Barlows is talking about suing me for destroying their property. Well, they ought to build their cabins solider if they don't want 'em tore down. And they're all liars when they say the Hopkinses hired me to exterminate them at $5 a sculp. I don't believe even the Hopkins would pay $5 for one of their mangy sculps. Anyway, I don't fight for hire for nobody. And the Hopkinses needn't bellyache about me turning on them and trying to massacre the entire clan. All I wanted to do was kind of disable 'em so they couldn't interfere with my business. And my business, from first to last, was defending the family honor. If I had to wipe up the earth with a couple of feudin' clans whilst so doin', I can't help it. Folks which is particular of their hides ought to stay out of the way of tornadoes, wild bulls, devastating torrents, and an insulted Elkins. But it was Uncle Jepperd Grimes' fault to begin with, like it generally is. Darn near all the calamities which takes place in southern Nevada can be traced back to that old Lobo. He's got an ingrown disposition and a natural talent for pesterin' his feller man, especially his relatives. I was settin' in a saloon in war paint, enjoying a friendly game of cards with a horse thief and 3 train robbers, when Uncle Jepperd come in and spied me, and he come over and scowled down on me like I was the missing lynx or something. Pretty soon he says, just as I was all sot to make a killin', he says, "How can you sit there so free and careless with 4 ace cards in your hand when your family name is being besmirched?" I flung down my hand in annoyance and said, "Now look what you done. What you mean blatting out information of such a private nature? What you talking about, anyhow?" "Well," he says, During the 3 months you've been away from home, roistering and wasting your substance in riotous living, I've been down on Wild River punching cows at 30 a month, I said fiercely. I ain't squandered nothing nowheres. Shut up and tell me whatever you're a-talking about. Well, says he, whilst you've been gone, young Dick Jackson of Chaudiere has been courting your sister Ellen, and the family's been expecting 'em to set the day, any time. But now I hear he's been bragging all over Chaudiere about how he done jilted her. Air you gonna sit there and let your sister become the laughing-stock of the country? When I was a young man, when you was a young man, Daniel Boone warn't whelped yet, I bellered, so mad I included him and everybody else in my irritation. They ain't nothing upsets me like injustice done to some of my close kin. Get out of my way. I'm headin' for Chaudiere. What you grinning at, you spotted hyener? This last was addressed to the horse thief, in which I seemed to detect signs of amusement. I weren't grinning, he said. So I'm a liar, I reckon, I said. I felt an impulse to shatter a demijohn over his head, which I done, and he fell under a table hollerin' bloody murder, and all the fellows drinking at the bar abandoned their liquor and stampeded for the street, hollerin', "Take cover, boys! Breckinridge Elkins is on the rampage." So I kicked all the slats out of the bar to relieve my feelin's, and stormed out of the saloon and forked Captain Kidd. Even he seen it was no time to take liberties with me. He didn't pitch but 7 jumps. Then he settled down to a dead run, and we headed for Chaudiere. Everything kind of floated in a red haze all the way. But them folks which claims I tried to murder 'em in cold blood on the road between Warpaint and Chaudiere is just narrow-minded and super-sensitive. The reason I shot everybody's hats off that I met was just to kind of calm my nerves, because I was afraid if I didn't cool off some by the time I hit Chaudiere, I might hurt somebody. I am that mild-mannered and retiring by nature that I wouldn't willingly hurt man or beast nor Injun unless maddened beyond endurance. That's why I acted with so much self-possession and dignity when I got to Chaudiere and entered the saloon where Dick Jackson generally hung out. "Where's Dick Jackson?" I said, and everybody must have been nervous, 'cause when I boomed out, they all jumped and looked around, and the bartender dropped a glass and turned pale. "Well," I hollered, beginning to lose patience, "where is the coyote?" "Give me time, will you?" stuttered the barkeep. "So you evades the question, eh?" I said, kicking the footrail loose. "Friend of his'n, eh? Trying to protect him, eh?" I was so overcome by this perfidy that I lunged for him, and he ducked down behind the bar, and I crashed onto it bodily with all my lunge and weight, and it collapsed on top of him, and all the customers run out of the saloon, hollering, "Help! Murder! Elkins is killing the bartender!" This feller stuck his head up from amongst the ruins of the bar and begged, "For God's sake, let me alone. Jackson headed south for the Mesquital Mountains yesterday." I throwed down the chair I was fixing to bust all the ceiling lamps with, and run out and jumped on Captain Kidd and headed south, whilst behind me folks emerged from their cyclone cellars and sent a rider up in the hills to tell the sheriff and his deputies they could come on back now. I knowed where the Mesquitals was, though I hadn't never been there. I crossed the California line about sundown, and shortly after dark I seen Mesquital Peak looming ahead of me. Having calmed down somewhat, I decided to stop and rest Captain Kidd. He weren't tired because that horse has got alligator blood in his veins, but I knowed I might have to trail Jackson clean to the angels, and they weren't no use in running Captain Kidd's legs off on the first lap of the chase. It weren't a very thickly settled country I'd come into, very mountainous and thick-timbered, but pretty soon I come to a cabin beside the trail, and I pulled up and hollered, "Hello!" The candle inside was instantly blowed out, and somebody pushed a rifle barrel through the winder and bawled, "Who be you?" "I'm Breckinridge Elkins from Bear Creek, Nevada," I said. "I'd like to stay all night and get some feed for my horse." "Stand still," warned the voice. "We can see ye agin the stars, and they's 4 rifle guns a-kiverin' ye." "Well, make up your minds," I said, because I could hear 'em discussin' me. I reckon they thought they was whisperin'. One of 'em said, "Aw, he can't be a Barlow. Ain't none of them that big." T'other'n said, "Well, maybe he's a derned gunfighter they sent for to help 'em out. Old Jake's nephew's been up in Nevada." "Let's let him in," said a third. "We can mighty quick tell what he is." So one of 'em come out and 'lowed it would be all right for me to stay the night, and he showed me a corral to put Cap'n Kidd in and hauled out some hay for him. "We gotta be careful," he said. "We got lots of enemies in these hills." We went into the cabin, and they lit the candle again and sot some corn pone and sow belly and beans on the table and a jug of corn liquor. They was 4 men, and they said their names was Hopkins, Jim, Bill, Joe, and Joshua, and they was brothers. I'd always heard tell the Mesquital country was famed for big men, but these fellas wasn't so big, not much over 6 foot high apiece. On Bear Creek they'd be considered kind of puny and undersized. They weren't very talkative. Mostly they sat with their rifles across their knees and looked at me without no expression onto their faces. But that didn't stop me from eating a hearty supper, and would have ate a lot more only the grub give out. And I hoped they had more liquor somewheres else, because I was pretty dry. When I turned up the jug to take a snort, it was brim full. But before I'd more than dampened my gullet, the darn thing was plumb empty. When I got through, I went over and sat down on a rawhide bottomed chair in front of the fireplace where they was a small fire going, though they warn't really no need for it, and they said, "What's your business, stranger?" "Well," I said, not knowing I was going to get the surprise of my life, "I'm looking for a feller named Dick Jackson." By golly, the words wasn't clean out of my mouth when they was 4 men onto my neck like catamounts. "He's a spy," they hollered. "He's a cussed Barlow. Shoot him, stab him, hit him in the head." All of which they was endeavoring to do with such passion they was getting in each other's way. And it was only his over-eagerness that caused Jim to miss me with his buoy and sink it into the table instead. But Joshua busted a chair over my head, and Bill would have shot me if I hadn't jerked back my head so he just singed my eyebrows. This lack of hospitality so irritated me that I riz up amongst them like a bar with a pack of wolves hanging onto him and commenced committing mayhem on my hosts, 'cause I seen right off they was critters which couldn't be persuaded to respect a guest no other way. Well, the dust of battle hadn't settled. The casualties was groaning all over the place, and I was just relighting the candle when I heard a horse galloping down the trail from the south. I wheeled and drawed my guns as it stopped before the cabin, but I didn't shoot, because the next instant there was a barefoot gal standing in the door. When she seen the ruins, she let out a screech like a catamount. "You killed 'em!" she screamed. "You murderer!" "Aw, I ain't neither," she said. "They ain't hurt much, just a few cracked ribs and dislocated shoulders and busted legs and such like trifles. Joshua's ear'll grow back on all right if you take a few stitches into it." "You cussed Barlow!" she squalled, jumping up and down with the hystericals. "I'll kill you, you damn Barlow!" "I ain't no Barlow," I said. "I'm Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek. I ain't never even heard of no Barlows." At that, Jim stopped his groaning long enough to snarl. If you ain't a friend of the Barlows, how come you asking for Dick Jackson? He's one of them." "He jilted my sister," I roared. "I aim to drag him back and make him marry her." "Well, it was all a mistake," groaned Jim. "But the damage is done now." "It's wuss'n you think," said the gal fiercely. "The Hopkinses have all forted theirselves over at Pap's cabin, and they sent me to get you all. We got to make a stand. The Barlows is gathering over to Jake Barlow's cabin, and they aims to make a foray onto us tonight. We was outnumbered to begin with, and now here's our best fighting men laid out. Our goose is cooked plumb to hell." "Lift me on my horse," moaned Jim. "I can't walk, but I can still shoot." He tried to rise and fell back, cussing and groaning. "You got to help us," said the gal desperately, turning to me. "You done laid out our 4 best fighting men, and you owes it to us. It's your duty. Anyway, you says Dick Jackson's your enemy. Well, he's Jake Barlow's nephew, and he come back here to help 'em clean out us Hopkinses. He's over at Jake's cabin right now. My brother Bill snuck over and spied on him, and he says every fighting man of the clan is gathering there. All we can do is hold the fort, and you got to come help us hold it. You're nigh as big as all 4 of these boys put together." Well, I figured I owed the Hopkinses something. So, after setting some bones and bandaging some wounds and abrasions, of which there was a goodly lot, I saddled Captain Kidd, and we sought out. As we rode along, she said, "That there is the biggest, wildest, meanest-looking critter I ever seen. Where'd you get him?" "He was a wild horse," I said. "I catched him up in the Humboldts. Nobody ever rode him but me. He's the only horse west of the Pecos big enough to carry my weight, and he's got painter's blood and a shark's disposition. What's this here feud about?" "I don't know," she said. "It's been going on so long everybody's done forgot what started it. Somebody accused somebody else of stealing a cow, I think. What's the difference?" "They ain't none," I assured her. "If folks wants to have feuds, it's their own business." We was following a winding path, and pretty soon we heard dogs barking, and about that time the gal turned aside and got off her horse and showed me a pen hid in the brush. It was full of horses. "We keep our mounts here so's the Barlows ain't so likely to find 'em and run 'em off," she said, and she turned her horse into the pen, and I put Captain Kidd in but tied him over in one corner by himself. Otherwise he would have started fighting all the other horses and kicked the fence down. Then we went on along the path, and the dogs barked louder, and pretty soon we come to a big 2-story cabin which had heavy board shutters over all the windows. There was just a dim streak of candlelight come through the cracks. It was dark because the moon hadn't come up. We stopped in the shadow of the trees, and the gal whispered like a whippoorwill 3 times, and somebody answered from up on the roof. A door opened a crack in the room, which didn't have no light at all, and somebody said, "That you, Lizabeth? Are the boys with you?" "It's me," says she, starting toward the door, "but the boys ain't with me." Then all at once he throwed open the door and hollered, "Run, gal! They's a grizzly bar standing up on his hind legs right behind you." "Oh, that ain't no bar," says she. "That there's Breckinridge Elkins from up in the valley. He's going to help us fight the Barlows." We went on into a room where there was a candle on the table, and they was 9 or 10 men there, and 30-odd women and children. They all looked kind of pale and scared, and the men was loaded down with pistols and Winchesters. They all looked at me kind of dumb-like, and the old man kept staring like he weren't any too sure he hadn't let a grizzly in the house after all. He mumbled something about making a natural mistake in the dark and turned to the gal. "Where's the boys I sent you after?" he demanded, and she says, "This gent mussed 'em up so's they ain't fittin' for to fight. Now, don't get rambunctious, Pap. It were just a honest mistake all round. He's our friend, and he's gunnin' for Dick Jackson." "Ha, Dick Jackson," snarled one of the men, lifting his Winchester. "Just let me get my sights on him. I'll cook his goose." "You won't neither," I said. "He's got to go back to Bear Creek and marry my sister Ellen." "Well," I says, "what's the campaign?" "I don't figure they'll get here till well after midnight," said Old Man Hopkins. "All we can do is wait for 'em." "You mean you all sets here and waits till they comes and lays siege?" I says. "What else?" says he. "Listen here, young man, don't start telling me how to conduct a feud. I growed up in this hearin'. It were in full swing when I was born, and I done spent my whole life carryin' it on." "That's just it," I snorted. "You lets these dern wars drag on for generations. Up in the Humboldts we bring such things to a quick conclusion. Mighty near everybody up there come from Texas, original, and we fights our feuds Texas style, which is short and sweet. A feud which lasts 10 years in Texas is a humdinger. We winds 'em up quick and in style. Where at is this here cabin where the Barlows is gatherin'?" "'Bout 3 miles over the ridge," says a young fella they called Bill. "How many is they?" I asked. "I counted 17, says he. "Just a fair-sized mouthful for a Elkins," I said. "Bill, you guide me to that there cabin. The rest of you can come or stay. It don't make no difference to me." Well, they started jawing with each other then. Some was for going and some for staying. Some wanted to go with me and try to take the Barlows by surprise, but the others said it couldn't be done. They'd get ambushed themselves, and the only sensible thing to be did was to stay forted and wait for the Barlows to come. They'd given me no more heed, just sot there and augured. But that was all right with me. Right in the middle of the dispute, when it looked like maybe the Hopkinses would get to fighting amongst themselves and finish each other before the Barlows could get there, I lit out with the boy Bill, which seemed to have considerable sense for a Hopkins. He got him a horse out of the hidden corral, and I got Captain Kidd, which was a good thing. He'd somehow got a mule by the neck, and the critter was almost at its last gasp when I rescued it. Then me and Bill lit out. We follered windin' paths over thick-timbered mountainsides till at last we come to a clearin', and they was a cabin there with light and profanity pourin' out of the winders. We'd been hearin' the last mention for half a mile before we sighted the cabin. We left our horses back in the woods a ways and snuck up on foot and stopped amongst the trees back of the cabin. "They're in there tankin' up on corn liquor to whet their appetites for Hopkins blood," whispered Bill, all in a shiver. "But listen to 'em. Them fellas ain't hardly human. What you gonna do? They got a man standin' guard out in front of the door at the other end of the cabin. You see, they ain't no doors or windows at the back. They's winders on each side, but if we try to rush it from the front or either side, they'll see us and fill us full of lead before we can get a shot. Look, the moon's comin' up. They'll be startin' on their raid before long." I'll admit that cabin looked like it was going to be harder to storm than I'd figured. I hadn't had no idea in mind when I sought out for the place. All I wanted was to get in amongst them Barlows. I does my best fightin' at close quarters. But at the moment I couldn't think of no way that wouldn't get me shot up. Of course I could just rush the cabin, but the thought of 17 Winchesters blazing away at me from close range was a little stiff even for me, though I was game to try it if they weren't no other way. Whilst I was studying over the matter, all to once the horses tied out in front of the cabin snorted, and back up in the hills something went, "Ow!" and an idea hit me. "Get back in the woods and wait for me," I told Bill, as I headed for the thicket where we'd left the horses. I mounted and rode up in the hills toward where the howl had come from. Pretty soon I lit and throwed Captain Kidd's reins over his head and walked on into the deep brush, from time to time giving a long squall like a cougar. They ain't a catamount in the world can tell the difference when a Bear Creek man imitates one. After a while one answered, from a ledge just a few hundred feet away. I went to the ledge and clumb up on it. There was a small cave behind it and a big mountain lion in there. He give a grunt of surprise when he seen I was a human, and made a swipe at me, but I gave him a bat on the head with my fist, and whilst he was still dizzy, I grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and hauled him out of the cave and lugged him down to where I left my horse. Captain Kidd snorted at the sight of the cougar and wanted to kick his brains out, but I gave him a good kick in the stomach itself, which is the only kind of reasoning Captain Kidd understands, and got on him and headed for the Barlow hangout. I can think of a lot more pleasant jobs than toting a full-growed mountain lion down a thick-timbered mountainside on the back of an iron-jaw outlaw at midnight. I had the cat by the back of the neck with one hand, so hard he couldn't squall, and I held him out at arm's length as far from the horse as I could. But every now and then he'd twist around so he could claw Captain Kidd with his hind legs, and when this would happen, Captain Kidd would squall with rage and start bucking all over the place. Sometimes he would buck the dern cougar onto me, and pulling him loose from my hide was worse than pulling cuckleburs out of a cow's tail. But presently I arrived close behind the cabin. I whistled like a whippoorwill for Bill, but he didn't answer, and weren't nowheres to be seen, so I decided he got scared and pulled out for home. But that was all right with me. I'd come to fight the Barlows, and I aimed to fight 'em, with or without assistance. Bill would just have been in the way. I got off in the trees back of the cabin and throwed the reins over Captain Kidd's head, and went up to the back of the cabin on foot, walking soft and easy. The moon was well up by now, and what wind they was blowing toward me, which pleased me, 'cause I didn't want the horses tied out in front to scent the cat and start cutting up before I was ready. The fellers inside was still cussing and talking loud as I approached one of the windows on the side, and one hollered out, "Come on, let's get started. I craves Hopkins gore." And about that time I give the cougar a heave and throwed him through the winder. He let out an awful squall as he hit, and the fellers in the cabin hollered louder than he did. Instantly a most awful bustle broke loose in there, and of all the whooping and bellerin' and shooting I ever heard, and the lion squalling amongst it all, and clothes and hides tearing so you could hear it all over the clearin', and the horses busting loose and tearing out through the bresh. As soon as I hove the cat, I run around to the door, and a man was standing there with his mouth open, too surprised at the racket to do anything. So I takes his rifle away from him and broke the stock off on his head, and stood there at the door with the barrel, intending to brain them Barlows as they run out. I was plumb certain they would run out, because I've noticed the average man is funny that way, and hates to be shut up in a cabin with a mad cougar, as bad as a cougar would hate to be shut up in a cabin with an infuriated settler of Bear Creek. But them scoundrels fooled me. 'Pears like they had a secret door in the back wall, and whilst I was waiting for them to storm out through the front door and get their skulls cracked, they knocked the secret door open and went piling out that way. By the time I realized what was happening and run around to the other end of the cabin, they was all out and streaking for the trees, yelling blue murder, with their clothes all tore to shreds, and them bleeding like stuck hogs. That there catamount sure improved the shining hours whilst he was corralled with them Barlows. He come out after 'em with his mouth full of the seats of men's britches, and when he seen me, he gave a kind of despairing yelp and taken out up the mountain with his tail twixt his legs like the devil was after him with a red-hot branding iron. I'd taken after the Barlows, sot on scuttling at least a few of them, and I was on the p'int of letting bam at 'em with my six-shooters as they run, when just as they reached the trees, all the Hopkins men riz out of the brush and fell on 'em with piercing howls. That fray was kind of peculiar. I don't remember a single shot being fired. The Barlows had dropped their guns in their flight, and the Hopkinses seemed bent on whipping out their wrongs with their bare hands and gun butts. For a few seconds they was a hell of a scramble, men cussing and howling and bellerin', and rifle stocks cracking over heads and the brush crashing underfoot. Then before I could get into it, the Barlows broke every which way and took out through the woods like jackrabbits squalling Judgment Day. Old man Hopkins come prancing out of the brush, waving his Winchester and his beard flying in the moonlight, and he hollered, "The sins of the wicked shall return unto them. Elkins, we have hit a powerful lick for righteousness this here night." "Where'd you all come from?" I asked. "I thought you was still back in your cabin chewing the rag." "Well," he says, "after you pulled out, we decided to trail along and see how you come out with whatever you planned. As we come through the woods expecting to get ambushed every second, we met Bill here, who told us he believed you had an idea for circumventing them devils, though he didn't know what it was. So we come on and hid ourselves at the edge of the trees to see what had happened. I see we've been too timid in our dealings with these heathens. We've been letting them force the fighting too long. You was right. A good offense is the best defense. We didn't kill any of the varmints, wuss luck," he said, "but we give 'em a prime licking. Hey, look there. The boys has caught one of the critters. Take him into that cabin, boys." They lugged him into the cabin, and by the time me and the old man got there, they had the candles lit and a rope around the Barlow's neck and one end throwed over a rafter. That cabin was a sight, all littered with broke guns and splintered chairs and tables, pieces of clothes and strips of hide. It looked just about like a cabin ought to look, where there had just been a fight between 17 polecats and a mountain lion. It was a dirt floor, and some of the poles which helped hold up the roof was splintered, so most of the weight was resting on a big post in the center of the hut. All the Hopkinses was crowding around their prisoner, and when I looked over their shoulders and seen the feller's pale face in the light of the candle, I give a yell. "Dick Jackson!" "So it is," said old man Hopkins, rubbing his hands with glee. "So it is. Well, young feller, you got any last words to orate?" "Nah," said Jackson sullenly. "But if it hadn't been for that derned lion spilin' our plans, we'd have had you dinged Hopkinses like so much pork. I never heard of a cougar jumping through a winder before." "That there cougar didn't jump," I said, shouldering through the mob. "He was hev. I done the heavin'." His mouth fell open and he looked at me like he'd saw the ghost of Sittin' Bull. "Breckinridge Elkins," says he. "I'm cooked now for sure." "I'll say you air," gritted the fella who'd spoke of shooting Jackson earlier in the night. "What are we waiting for? Let's string him up." The rest started howling. "Hold on," I said. "You all can't hang him. I'm going to take him back to Bear Creek." "You ain't neither," said old man Hopkins. "We're much obleeged to you for the help you give us tonight, but this here's the first chance we've had to hang a Barlow in 15 year, and we plan to make the most of it. String him, boys." "Stop!" I roared, stepping forward. In a second I was covered by 7 rifles, whilst 3 men laid hold of the rope and started to heave Jackson's feet off the floor. Them 7 Winchesters didn't stop me. But for one thing, I'd have taken them guns away and wiped up the floor with them ungrateful mavericks. But I was afeard Jackson would get hit in the wild shooting that was certain to follow such a plan of action. What I wanted to do was something which would put 'em all hors de combat, as the French say, without killing Jackson. So I laid hold of the center post, and before they knowed what I was doing, I tore it loose and broke it off, and the roof caved in, and the walls fell inwards on the roof. In a second, they wasn't no cabin at all, just a pile of lumber with the Hopkinses all underneath and screaming blue murder. Of course, I just braced my legs, and when the roof fell, my head busted a hole through it, and the logs of the fallen walls hit my shoulders and glanced off. So when the dust settled, I was standing waist deep amongst the ruins, and nothing but a few scratches to show for it. The howls that riz from beneath the ruins was blood-curdling, but I knowed nobody was hurt permanent, because if they was, they wouldn't be able to howl like that. but I expect some of 'em would have been hurt if my head and shoulders hadn't kind of broke the fall of the roof and the wall logs. I located Jackson by his voice and pulled pieces of roof board and logs off until I come to his leg, and I pulled him out by it and laid him on the ground to get his wind back, because a beam had fell across his stomach, and when he tried to holler, he made the funniest noise I ever heard. I then kinda rooted around amongst the debris and hauled old man Hopkins out, and he seemed kinda dazed and kept talking about earthquakes. You better get to work extricating your misguided kin from under them logs, you hoary-haired old sarpent, I told him sternly. After that there display of ingratitude, I got no sympathy for you. In fact, if I was a short-tempered man, I'd feel inclined to violence. But being the soul of kindness and generosity, I controls my emotions and merely remarks that if I wasn't mild-mannered as a lamb, I'd hand you a boot in the pants, like this. I kicked him gentle. "Ow!" says he, sailing through the air and sticking his nose to the hilt in the dirt. "I'll have the law on you, you darn murderer!" He wept, shaking his fists at me, and as I departed with my captive, I could hear him chanting a hymn of hate as he pulled chunks of logs off his Bellerin relatives. Jackson was trying to say something, but I told him I weren't in no mood for perlite conversation, and the less he said, the less likely I was to lose my temper and tie his neck into a knot around a blackjack. Captain Kidd made the 100 miles from the Mesquital Mountains to Bear Creek by noon the next day, carrying double, and never stopping to eat, sleep, nor drink. Them that don't believe that kindly keep their mouths shut. I have already licked 19 men for acting like they didn't believe it. I stalked into the cabin and throwed Dick Jackson down on the floor before Ellen, which looked at him and me like she thought I was crazy. "What you finds attractive about this coyote," I said bitterly, "is beyond the grasp of my dust-coated brain. But here he is, and you can marry him right away." She said, "Are you drunk or sunstruck? Marry that good-for-nothing, whiskey-swiggin', card-shootin' loafer? Why, ain't been a week since I run him out of the house with a buggy whip." "Then he didn't jilt you?" I gasped. "Him jilt me?" I said. "I jilted him." I turned to Dick Jackson, more in sorrow than in anger. "Why," said I, "did you boast all over Chawed Ear about jiltin' Ellen Elkins?" "I didn't want folks to know she turned me down," he said sulkily. "Us Jacksons is proud. The only reason I ever thought about marrying her was I was ready to settle down on the farm Pap gave me, and I wanted to marry me an Elkins gal so I wouldn't have to go to the expense of hiring a couple of hands and buying a span of mules, and they ain't no use in Dick Jackson threatening to have the law on me. He got off light to what's he'd have got if Pap and my brothers hadn't all been off hunting. They've got terrible tempers. But I was always too soft-hearted for my own good. In spite of Dick Jackson's insults, I held my temper. I didn't do nothing to him at all, except escort him, in sorrow, for 5 or 6 miles down the Chawed Ear Trail, kicking the seat of his britches. Cupid from Bear Creek. Someday, maybe, when I'm an old man, I'll have sense enough to stay away from these new mining camps which springs up overnight like mushroomers. There was that time in Teton Gulch, for example. It was an ill-advised moment when I stopped there on my way back to the Humboldts from the Yavapai country. I was a sheep for the shearing, and I was sure plenty. And if some of the shearers got fatally hurt in the process, they needn't to blame me. I was acting in self-defense all the way through. At first, I aimed to pass right through Teton Gulch without stopping. I was in a hurry to get back to my home country, and find out was any misguided idiots trying to court Dolly Rixby, the belle of Warpaint, in my absence. I hadn't heard from her since I left Bear Creek 5 weeks before, which weren't surprising, seeing as how she couldn't write, nor none of her family, and I couldn't have read it if they had. But there was a lot of young bucks around Warpaint which could be counted on to start shining rounder the minute my back was turned. But my thirst got the best of me, and I stopped in the camp. I was drinking me a dram at the bar of the Yeller Dog Saloon and Hotel when the barkeep says, after studying me a spell, he says, "You must be Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek." I give the matter due consideration and allowed as how I was. "How come you knowed me?" I inquired suspiciously, 'cause I had never been in Teton Gulch before. And he says, "Well, I heard tell of Breckinridge Elkins, and when I seen you, I figured you must be him, because I don't see how they can be two men in the world that big. By the way, there's a friend of yourn upstairs, Blink Wiltshaw from Warpaint. I've heard him brag about knowing you personal. He's upstairs now, 4th door from the stairhead, on the left." Now that there news interested me, because Blink was the most persistent of all them young mavericks which was trying to spark Dolly Rixby. Just the night before I left for Yavapai, I catched him coming out of her house, and was fixing to sweep the street with him when Dolly came out and stopped me, and made us shake hands. It suited me fine for him to be in Teton Gulch, or anywheres, just so he weren't nowheres nigh Dolly Rixby, so I thought I'd pass the time of day with him. I went upstairs and knocked on the door, and bam went a gun inside, and a .45 slug ripped through the door and taken a nick out of my off ear. Getting shot in the ear always did irritate me, so without waiting for no more demonstrations of hospitality, I give voice to my displeasure in a deafening beller, and knocked the door off its hinges and busted into the room over its ruins. For a second I didn't see nobody, but then I heard a kind of gurgle going on, and happened to remember that the door seemed kind of squishy underfoot when I tromped over it. So I knowed that whoever was in the room had got pinned under the door when I knocked it down. So I reached under it and got him by the collar and hauled him out. Sure enough, it was Blink Wiltshaw. He was limp as a lariat and glassy-eyed and pale, and was still kind of trying to shoot me with a 6-shooter when I'd taken it away from him. "What the hell's the matter with you?" I demanded sternly, dangling him by the collar with one hand, whilst shaking him till his teeth rattled. "Didn't Dolly make us shake hands? What you mean trying to assassinate me through a hotel door?" "Let me down, Breck," he gasped. "I didn't know it was you. I thought it was Rattlesnake Harrison coming after my gold." So I sot him down. He grabbed a jug of liquor and taken a swig, and his hand shook so he spilled half of it down his neck. "Well," I demanded, "ain't you going to offer me a snort, durn it?" "Excuse me, Breckinridge," he apologized. "I'm so darn jumpy I don't know what I'm doing. You see them buckskin pokes," he said, pointing to some bags on the bed. "Them is plumb full of nuggets. I've been mining up the gulch, and I hit a reg'lar bonanza the first week, but it ain't doing me no good." "What you mean?" I demanded. "These mountains is full of outlaws," says he. "They robs and murders every man which makes a strike. The stagecoach has been stuck up so often, nobody sends their dust out on it no more. When a man makes a pile, he sneaks out through the mountains at night with his gold on pack mules. I aimed to do that last night, but them outlaws has got spies all over the camp, and I know they got me spotted. Rattlesnake Harrison's their chief, and he's a ring-tailed he-devil. I've been squatting over this here gold with my pistol in fear and trembling, expecting them to come right into camp after me. I'm darn nigh loco." And he shivered and cussed kind of whimpery and taken another dram and cocked his pistol and sot there shaking like he'd seen a ghost or two. "You gotta help me, Breckinridge," he said desperately. "You take this here gold out for me, will you? The outlaws don't know you. You could hit the old Injun path south of the camp and foller to Hellwind Pass. The Chaudier-Wahpeton stage goes through there about sundown. You could put the gold on the stage there and they'd take it on to Wahpeton. Harrison wouldn't never think of holding it up after it left Hellwind. They always holds it up this side of the pass. What I want to risk my neck for you for?" I demanded bitterly, memories of Dolly Rixby rising up before me. "If you ain't got the guts to tote out your own gold." "'Tain't altogether the gold, Breck," says he. "I'm trying to get married and—" "Married?" says I. "Here? In Teton Gulch? To a gal in Teton Gulch?" "Married to a gal in Teton Gulch," he avowed. "I was aiming to get hitched tomorrow, but there ain't a preacher or justice of the peace in camp to tie the knot. But her uncle, the Reverend Rembrandt Brockton, is a circuit rider, and he's due to pass through Hellwind on his way to Wahpeton today. I was aiming to sneak out last night, hide in the hills till the stage come through, then put the gold on the stage and bring Brother Rembrandt back with me. But yesterday I learned Harrison's spies was watching me, and I'm scared to go. Now Brother Rembrandt will go on to Wahpeton, not knowing he's needed here, and no telling when I'll be able to get married." "Hold on," I said hurriedly, doing some quick thinking. I didn't want this here wedding to fall through. The more Blink was married to some gal in Teton, the less he could marry Dolly Rixby. "Blink," I said, grasping his hand warmly, "let it never be said that an Elkins ever turned down a friend in distress. I'll take your gold to Hellwind Pass and bring back Brother Rembrandt." Blink fell onto my neck and wept with joy. "I'll never forget this, Breckinridge," says he, "and I bet you won't neither. My hoss and pack mule are in the stables behind the saloon." "I don't need no pack mule," I says. "Captain Kidd can pack the dust easy." Captain Kidd was getting fed out in the corral next to the hotel. I went out there and got my saddlebags, which is a lot bigger than most saddlebags, because all of my plunder has to be made to fit my size. They're made out of 3-ply elk skin, stitched with rawhide thongs, and a wildcat couldn't claw his way out of 'em. I noticed quite a bunch of men standing around the corral looking at Captain Kidd, but thought nothing of it, because he is a hoss which naturally attracts attention. But whilst I was getting my saddlebags, a long, lanky cuss with long, yaller whiskers come up and says he, "Is that your hoss in the corral?" "If he ain't nobody's," I says. "Well, he looks a whole lot like a hoss that was stole off my ranch 6 months ago," he said. And I seen 10 or 12 hard-looking hombres gathering round me. I laid down my saddlebags sudden-like and reached for my guns when it occurred to me that if I had a fight there I might get arrested and it would interfere with me bringing Brother Rembrandt in for the wedding. "If that there is your hoss," I said, "you ought to be able to lead him out of that there corral." "Sure I can," he says with an oath. "And what's more, I aim to." He looked at me suspiciously, but he'd taken up a rope and clumb the fence and started toward Captain Kidd, which was chawing on a block of hay in the middle of the corral. Captain Kidd throwed up his head and laid back his ears and showed his teeth, and Jake stopped sudden and turned pale. I don't believe that there is my hoss after all," says he. "Put that lasso on him," I roared, pulling my right-hand gun. "You say he's yourn, I say he's mine. One of us is a liar and a hoss thief, and I aim to prove which. Go on, before I festoons your system with lead polka dots." He looked at me, and he looked at Captain Kidd, and he turned bright green all over. He looked again at my .45, which I now had cocked and pointed at his long neck, which his Adam's apple was going up and down like a monkey on a pole. and he began to edge toward Captain Kidd again, holding the rope behind him and sticking out one hand. "Whoa, boy," he said, kind of shudderingly. "Whoa, good old feller. Nice hossy. Whoa, boy. Ow!" He let out an awful howl as Captain Kidd made a snap and bit a chunk out of his hide. He turned to run, but Captain Kidd wheeled and let fly with both heels, which caught Jake in the seat of the breeches, and his shriek of despair was horrible to hear as he went head first through the corral fence into a hoss trough on the other side. From this he ariz, dripping water, blood, and profanity, and he shook a quivering fist at me and croaked, "You darn murderer! I'll have your life for this." "I don't hold no conversation with hoss thieves," I snorted, and picked up my saddlebags and stalked through the crowd, which gave back in a hurry. I'd taken the saddlebags up to Blink's room and told him about Jake, thinking he'd be amused, but got a case of aggers again, and said, "That was one of Harrison's men. He meant to take your hoss. It's an old trick, and honest folks don't dare interfere. Now they got you spotted. What'll you do?" "Time tied and a Elkins waits for no man," I snorted, dumping the gold into the saddlebags. "If that yaller-whiskered coyote wants any trouble, he can get a belly full. Don't worry, your gold will be safe in my saddlebags. It's as good as in the Wahpeton stage right now. And by midnight I'll be back with Brother Rembrandt Brockton to hit you up with his niece." "Oh, don't yell so loud," begged Blink. "The cussed camp's full of spies. Some of 'em may be downstairs now, listening." "I weren't speaking above a whisper," I said indignantly. "That bull's beller may pass for a whisper on Bear Creek," says he, wiping off the sweat, "but I bet they can hear it from one end of the gulch to the other at least." It's a pitiful sight to see a man with a case of the scarts. I shook hands with him and left him, pouring red liquor down his gullet like it was water, and I swung the saddlebags over my shoulder and went downstairs. The barkeep leaned over the bar and whispered to me, "Look out for Jake Roman. He was in here a minute ago looking for trouble. He pulled out just before you come down, but he won't be forgetting what your hoss done to him." "Not when he tries to set down, he won't," I agreed, and went on out to the corral, and they was a crowd of men watching Captain Kidd eat his hay. One of 'em seen me and hollered, "Hey, boys, here comes the giant. He's gonna saddle that man-eating monster. Hey, Bill, tell the boys at the bar." And here come a whole passel of fellers running out of all the saloons, and they lined the corral fence solid. Started laying bets whether I'd get the saddle on Captain Kidd or get my brains kicked out. I thought miners must all be crazy. They ought to have knowed I was able to saddle my own hoss. Well, I saddled him, throwed on the saddlebags, and clumb aboard. He pitched about 10 jumps, like he always does when I first fork him. 'Twarn't nothing, but them miners hollered like wild Injuns. And when he accidentally bucked hisself and me through the fence and knocked down a section of it, along with 15 men which was setting on the top rail, the way they howled you'd have thought something terrible had happened. Me and Captain Kidd don't generally bother about gates. We usually makes our own through whatever happens to be in front of us. But them miners is a weakly breed, because as I rode out of town I seen the crowd dipping 4 or 5 of 'em in a hoss trough to bring 'em to, on account of Captain Kidd having accidentally tromped on 'em. Well, I rode out of the gulch and up the ravine to the south, and come out into the high timbered country and hit the old Injun trail Blink had told me about. It weren't traveled much. I didn't meet nobody after I left the gulch. I figured to hit Hellwind Pass at least an hour before sundown, which would give me plenty of time. Blink said the stage passed through there about sundown. I'd have to bring back Brother Rembrandt on Captain Kidd, I reckon, but that there hoss can carry double and still outrun and outlast any other hoss in the state of Nevada. I figured on getting back to Teton about midnight or a little later. After I'd went several miles, I come to Apache Canyon, which was a deep, narrow gorge, with a river at the bottom which went roaring and foaming along betwixt rock walls 150 feet high. The old trail hit the rim at a place where the canyon warn't only about 70 foot wide, and somebody'd felled a whopping big pine tree on one side, so it fell across and made a footbridge where a man could walk across. They'd once been a gold strike in Apache Canyon and a big camp there, but now it was plumb abandoned and nobody lived anywheres near it. I turned east and followed the rim for about half a mile. Here I came onto an old wagon road which was just about growed up with saplings now, but it run down into a ravine into the bed of the canyon, and they was a bridge across the river which had been built during the days of the gold rush. Most of it had been washed away by head rises, but a man could still ride a horse across what was left. So I done so and rode up a ravine on the other side and come out onto high ground again. I'd rode a few hundred yards past the ravine when somebody said, "Hey!" and I wheeled with both guns in my hands. Out of the brush santered a tall gent in a long frock coat and broad-brimmed hat. "Who are you and what the hell you mean by hollerin' 'Hey' at me?" I demanded courteously, pointing my guns at him. And Elkins is always polite. "I am the Reverend Rembrandt Brockton, my good man," says he. "I am on my way to Teton Gulch to unite my niece and a young man of that camp in the bonds of holy matrimony." "You don't say," I says. "Afoot? I alit from the stagecoach at, Hades Wind Pass," says he. "Some very agreeable cowboys happened to be awaiting the stage there, and they offered to escort me to Teton." "How come you knowed your niece was wanting to be united in acrimony?" I asked. "The cowboys informed me that such was the case," said he. "Whereat are they now?" I next inquire. "The mount with which they supplied me went lame a little while ago," says he. "They left me here while they went to procure another from a nearby ranch house." "I don't know who'd have a ranch anywheres near here," I muttered. "They ain't got much sense leaving you here by your high lonesome." "You mean to imply there is danger?" says he, blinking mildly at me. "These here mountains is lousy with outlaws, which would as soon carve a preacher's gullet as anybody's," I said, and then I thought of something else. "Hey," I says, "I thought the stage didn't come through the pass till sundown." "Such was the case," says he, "but the schedule has been altered." "Heck," I says, "I was aiming to put this here gold on it which my saddlebags is full of. Now I'll have to take it back to Teton with me. Well, I'll bring it out tomorrow and catch the stage then. Brother Rembrandt, I'm Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek, and I come out here to meet you and escort you back to the gulch, so's you could unite your niece and Blink Wiltshaw in the holy bounds of alimony. Come on, we'll ride double." "But I must await my cowboy friends," he said. "Ah, here they come now." I looked over to the east and seen about 15 men ride into sight out of the brush and move toward us. One was leading a hoss without no saddle onto it. "Ah, my good friends," beamed Brother Rembrandt. "They have procured a mount for me, even as they promised." He hauled a saddle out of the brush and says, "Would you please saddle my horse for me when they get here? I should be delighted to hold your rifle while you did so." I started to hand him my Winchester when the snap of a twig under a hoss's hoof made me whirl quick. A feller had just rode out of a thicket about 100 yards south of me, and he was raising a Winchester to his shoulder. I recognized him instantly. If us Bear Creek folks didn't have eyes like a hawk, we'd never live to get growed. It was Jake Roman. Our Winchesters banged together. His lead fanned my ear and mine knocked him endwise out of his saddle. "Cowboys, hell," I roared. "Them's Harrison's outlaws. I'll save you, Brother Rembrandt." I swooped him up with one arm and gouged Captain Kidd with the spurs, and he went from there like a thunderbolt with its tail on fire. Them outlaws come on with wild yells. I ain't in the habit of running from people, but I was afeard they might do the Reverend harm if it come to a close fight, and if he stopped a hunk of lead, Blink might not get to marry his niece, and might get disgusted and go back to war paint and start sparking Dolly Rixby again. I was heading back for the canyon, aiming to make a stand in the ravine if I had to, and them outlaws was killing their hosses trying to get to the bend of the trail ahead of me and cut me off. Captain Kidd was running with his belly to the ground, but I'll admit Brother Rembrandt warn't helping me much. He was laying across my saddle with his arms and legs waving wildly because I hadn't had time to set him comfortable, and when the horn jobbed him in the belly he uttered some words I wouldn't have expected to hear spoke by a minister of the gospel. Guns began to crack and lead hummed past us, and Brother Rembrandt twisted his head around and screamed, "Stop that shooting, you sons of... You'll hit me!" I thought it was kind of selfish of Brother Rembrandt not to mention me too, but I said, "'Tain't no use to remonstrate with them skunks, Reverend. They ain't got no respect for a preacher even." But to my amazement the shooting stopped, though them bandits yelled louder than ever and flogged their cayuses. But about that time I seen they had me cut off from the lower canyon crossing, so I wrenched Captain Kidd into the old engine trace and headed straight for the canyon rim as hard as he could hammer, with the bresh lashing and snapping round us and slapping Brother Rembrandt in the face when it whipped back. The outlaws yelled and wheeled in behind us, but Captain Kidd drawed away from 'em with every stride, and the canyon rim loomed just ahead of us. "Pull up, you jack-eared son of Belial!" howled Brother Rembrandt. "You'll go over the edge." "Be at ease, Reverend," I reassured him. "We're going over the log." "Lord have mercy on my soul!" he squalled, and shut his eyes and grabbed the stirrup leather with both hands. Then Captain Kidd went over that log like thunder rolling on Judgment Day. I doubt if there's another hoss west of the Pecos which would bolt out onto a log footbridge across a canyon 150 foot deep like that. But they ain't nothing in this world Captain Kidd's scared of, except maybe me. He didn't slacken his speed none. He streaked across that log like it was a quarter track, with the bark and splinters flying from under his hooves, and if one foot had slipped an inch, it would have been Sally bar the door. But he didn't slip, and we was over and on the other side almost before you could catch your breath. "You can open your eyes now, Brother Rembrandt," I said kindly, but he didn't say nothing. He'd fainted. I shook him to wake him up, and in a flash he come to and give a shriek and grabbed my leg like a bar trap. I reckon he thought we was still on the log. I was trying to pry him loose when Captain Kidd chose that moment to run under a low-hanging oak tree limb. That's his idea of a joke. That there hoss has got a great sense of humor. I looked up just in time to see the limb coming, but not in time to dodge it. It was as big around as my thigh, and it took me smack across the wishbone. We was going full speed, and something had to give way. It was the girths, both of 'em. Captain Kidd went out from under me, and me and Brother Rembrandt and the saddle hit the ground together. I jumped up, but Brother Rembrandt laid there going, "Woog, woog, woog," like water running out of a busted jug. And then I seen them outlaws had dismounted off their hosses and was corning across the bridge single file with their Winchesters in their hands. I didn't waste no time shooting them misguided idiots. I run to the end of the footbridge, ignoring the slugs they slung at me. It was pretty poor shooting, 'cause they weren't sure of their footing and didn't aim good. So I only got one bullet in the hind leg and was creased 3 or 4 other unimportant places. Not enough to worry about. I bent my knees and got hold of the end of the log and heaved up with it. Them outlaws hollered and fell along it like 10 pins and dropped their Winchesters and grabbed hold of the log. I given it a shake and shook some of 'em off like persimmons off a limb after a frost, and then I swung the butt around clear of the rim and let go. And it went down, end over end, into the river 150 feet below with a dozen men still hanging on to it and yelling blue murder. A regular geyser of water splashed up when they hit, and the last I seen of 'em they was all swirling down the river together in a thrashing tangle of arms and legs and heads. I remembered Brother Rembrandt and run back to where he'd fell, but was already onto his feet. He was kind of pale and wild-eyed, and his legs kept bending under him, but he had hold of the saddlebags and was trying to drag 'em into a thicket, mumbling kind of dizzily to himself. "It's all right now, Brother Rembrandt," I said kindly. "Them outlaws is plumb hors de combat now, as the French say. Blink's gold is safe." "Blank," says Brother Rembrandt, pulling 2 guns from under his coattails, "and if I hadn't have grabbed him, he would have undoubtedly shot me." We wrestled round, and I protested. "Hold on, Brother Rembrandt. I ain't no outlaw. I'm your friend, Breckinridge Elkins. Don't you remember?" His only reply was a promise to eat my heart without no seasoning. Then he sunk his teeth into my ear and started to chaw it off, whilst gouging for my eyes with both thumbs and spurring me severely in the hind legs. I seen he was out of his head from fright and the fall he got, so I said sorrowfully, "Brother Rembrandt, I hate to do this. It hurts me more'n it does you, but we can't waste time like this. Blink is waiting to get married." And with a sigh, I busted him over the head with the butt of my 6-shooter, and he fell over and twitched a few times, and then lay limp. "Poor Brother Rembrandt," I sighed sadly. "All I hope is I ain't addled your brain so you forgot the wedding ceremony." So as to not have no more trouble with him when, and if he come to, I tied his arms and legs with pieces of my lariat and taken his weapons, which was most surprising arms for a circuit rider. His pistols had the triggers out of 'em, and they was 3 notches on the butt of one and 4 on the other'n. Moreover, he had a bowie knife in his boot and a deck of marked cards and a pair of loaded dice in his hip pocket. But that warn't none of my business. About the time I finished tying him up, Captain Kidd come back to see if he'd killed me or just crippled me for life. To show him I can take a joke too, I give him a kick in the belly, and when he could get his breath again and undouble himself, I throwed the saddle on him. I spliced the girths with the rest of my lariat and put Brother Rembrandt in the saddle and clumb on behind, and we headed for Teton Gulch. After an hour or so, Brother Rembrandt come to and says kind of dizzily, "Was anyone saved from the typhoon?" "You're all right, Brother Rembrandt," I assured him. "I'm taking you to Teton Gulch." "I remember," he muttered. "It all comes back to me. Damn Jake Roman. I thought it was a good idea, but it seems I was mistaken. I thought we had an ordinary human being to deal with. I know when I'm licked. I'll give you $1,000 to let me go." "Take it easy, Brother Rembrandt," I soothed, seeing he was still delirious. "We'll be in Teton in no time." "I don't want to go to Teton," he hollered. "You got to," I said. "You got to unite your niece and Blink Wiltshaw in the holy buns of parsimony." "To hell with Blink Wiltshaw and my niece," he yelled. "You ought to be ashamed using such language. And you a minister of the gospel," I reproved him sternly. His reply would have curled a Paiute's hair. I was so scandalized I made no reply. I was just fixin' to untie him so's he could ride more comfortable, but I thought if he was that crazy I better not. So I give no heed to his ravings, which growed more and more unbearable. In all my born days I never seen such a preacher. It was sure a relief to me to sight Teton at last. It was night when we rode down the ravine into the gulch, and the dance halls and saloons was going full blast. I rode up behind the Yaller Dog Saloon and hauled Brother Rembrandt off with me and sot him on his feet, and he said, kind of despairingly, "For the last time, listen to reason. I got $50,000 cashed up in the hills. I'll give you every cent if you'll untie me." "I don't want no money," I said. "All I want is for you to marry your niece and Blink Wiltshaw. I'll untie you then." "All right," he said, "all right, but untie me now." I was just fixin' to do it when the barkeep come out with a lantern, and he shone it on our faces and said in a startled tone, "Who the hell is that with you, Elkins?" "You wouldn't never suspect it from his language," I says, "but it's the Reverend Rembrandt Brockton." "Are you crazy?" says the barkeep. "That's Rattlesnake Harrison." "I give up," said my prisoner. "I'm Harrison. I'm licked. Lock me up somewhere away from this lunatic." I was standing in a kind of daze with my mouth open, but now I woke up and bellered, "What? You're Harrison? I see it all now. Jake Roman overheard me talking to Blink Wiltshaw and rode off and fixed it with you to fool me like you done, so's to get Blink's gold. That's why you wanted to hold my Winchester whilst I saddled your cayuse." "How'd you ever guess?" he sneered. "We ought to have shot you from ambush like I wanted to. But Jake wanted to catch you alive and torture you to death, 'count of your horse biting him. The fool must have lost his head at the last minute and decided to shoot you after all. If you hadn't recognized him, we'd had you surrounded and stuck up before you knew what was happening." "But now the real preacher's gone on to Wahpeton," I hollered. "I gotta foller him and bring him back." "Why, he's here," said one of the men which was gathering round us. "He come in with his niece an hour ago on the stage from War Paint." "War Paint!" I howled, hit in the belly by a premonition. I run into the saloon where there was a lot of people, and there was Blink and a gal holding hands in front of an old man with a long white beard, and he had a book in his hand and t'other lifted in the air. He was saying, "And I now pronounces you all man and wife. Them which God has joined together, let no snake hunter put asunder." "Dolly!" I yelled. Both of them jumped about 4 foot and whirled, and Dolly Rigsby jumped in front of Blink and spread her arms like she was shoeing chickens. "Don't you tech him, Breckinridge Elkins!" she hollered. "I just married him, and I don't aim for no Humboldt grizzly to spile him." "But I don't savvy all this," I said dizzily, nervously fumbling with my guns, which is a habit of mine when upsot. Everybody in the wedding party started ducking out of line, and Blink said hurriedly, "It's this way, Breck. When I made my pile so unexpectedly quick, I sent for Dolly to come and marry me like she'd promised the day after you left for Yavapai. I was aiming to take my gold out today, like I told you, so me and Dolly could go on to San Francisco on our honeymoon, but I learned Harrison's gang was watching me, just like I told you. I wanted to get my gold out, and I wanted to get you out of the way before Dolly and her uncle got here on the War Paint stage. So I told you that lie about Brother Rembrandt being on the Wahpeton stage. It was the only lie." "You said you was marrying a gal in Teton," I accused fiercely. "Well," says he, "I did marry her in Teton. You know, Breck, all's fair in love and war." Now, boys," said Brother Rembrandt, the real one, I mean. "The gal's married, your rivalry is over, and they's no use holding grudges. Shake hands and be friends." "All right," I said heavily. "No man can't say I ain't a good loser. I was cut deep, but I concealed my busted heart. Leastwise, I concealed it all I was able to. Them folks which says I crippled Blink Wiltshaw with malice aforethought is liars, which I'll sweep the road with when I catches 'em. When my emotions is wrought up, I unconsciously uses more of my strength than I realizes. I didn't aim to break Blink's arm when I shook hands with him. It was just the stress of my emotions. Likewise, it was Dolly's fault that her Uncle Rembrandt got throwed out a winder and some others got their heads banged. When she busted me with that cuspidor, I knew that our love was dead forever. Tears come into my eyes as I waded through the crowd, and I had to move fast to keep from making a fool of myself. Them that was flaying out of my way ought to have knowed it was done more in sorrer than in anger.
The riot at Cougar Paw. I was out in the blacksmith shop by the corral, beating out some shoes for Captain Kidd, when my brother John comes sauntering in. He'd been away for a few weeks up in the Cougar Paw country, and he'd evidently done well, whatever he'd been doing, because he was in a first-class humor with hisself, and plumb spilling over with high spirits and conceit. When he feels prime like that, he wants to rawhide everybody he meets, especially me. John thinks he's a wit, but I figure he's just half right. "Are you slaving over a hot forge for that mangy, flea-bit hunk of buzzard meat again?" he greeted me. "That broomtail ain't worth the iron you wastes on his splayed-out hooves." He knows the easiest way to get under my hide is to poke fun at Captain Kidd, but I reflected it was just envy on his part, and resisted my natural impulse to bend the tongs over his head. I'd taken the white-hot iron out of the forge and put it on the anvil and started beating it into shape with the 16-pound sledge I always uses. I got no use for the toys which most blacksmiths uses for hammers. "If you got nothing better to do than criticize an animal which is a damn sight better hoss than you'll ever be a man," I said with dignity between licks, "I calls your attention to a door right behind you which nobody ain't using at the moment." He bust into loud, rude laughter and said, "You call that thing a hoss-shoe? It's big enough for a snowplow. Here, long as you're in the business, see can you fit a shoe for that." He sawed his foot up on the anvil, and I give it a good slam with the hammer. John let out a awful holler and begun hopping around over the shop and cussing fit to curl your hair. I kept on hammering my iron. Just then Pap stuck his head in the door and beamed on us and said, "You boys won't never grow up. Always playing your childish games and sporting in your innercent frolics." "He's busted my toes," said John bloodthirstily, "and I'll have his heart's blood if it's the last thing I do." "Chips off the old block," beamed Pap. "It takes me back to the time when, in the days of my happy childhood, I emptied a sawed-off shotgun into the seat of Brother Joel's breeches for telling our old man it was me which put that bar trap in his bunk." "He'll rue the day," promised John, and hobbled off to the cabin with moans and profanity. A little later, from his yells, I gathered he had persuaded Ma or one of the gals to rub his toe with hoss liniment. He could make more racket about nothing than any Elkins I ever knowed. I went on and made the shoes and put 'em on Captain Kidd, which is a job about like roping and hog-tying a mountain cyclone. And by the time I got through and went up to the cabin to eat, John seemed to have got over his mad spell. He was laying on his bunk with his foot up on it, all bandaged up, and he says, "Breckinridge, there ain't no use in grown men holding a grudge. Let's forget about it." "Who's holding any grudge?" I asked, making sure he didn't have a bowie knife in his left hand. "I don't know why they should be so much racket over a trifle that don't amount to nothing, nohow." "Well," he said, "this here busted foot discommodes me a heap. I won't be able to ride for a day or so, and they is business up to Cougar Paw I ought to attend to." "I thought you'd just come from there," I says. "I did," he said, "but they is a man up there which has promised me something which is due me, and now I ain't able to go collect. Why don't you go and collect for me, Breckinridge? You ought to, durn it, 'cause it's your fault I can't ride.
The man's name is Bill Santry, and he lives up in the mountains a few miles from Cougar Paw. You'll likely find him in Cougar Paw any day, though." "What's this he promised you?" I asked. "Just ask for Bill Santry," he said. "When you find him, say to him, 'I'm John Elkins' brother, and you can give me what you promised him.'" My family always imposes onto my good nature. Generally, I'd rather go do what they want me to do than go to the trouble of arguing with 'em. "Oh, all right," I says. "I ain't got nothing to do right now." "Thanks, Breckinridge," he said. "I knowed I could count on you." So, a couple of days later, I was riding through the Cougar Range, which is very thick-timbered mountains, and rapidly approaching Cougar Paw. I hadn't never been there before, but I was following a winding wagon road which I knowed would eventually fetch me there. The road wound around the shoulder of a mountain, and ahead of me I seen a narrow path opened into it, and just before I got there I heard a bull beller, and a gal screamed, "Help! Help! Old man Kirby's bull's loose!" They came a patter of feet, and behind them a smashing and a crashing in the underbrush, and a gal run out of the path onto the road, and a rampaging bull was right behind her with his head lowered to toss her. I reined Captain Kidd between her and him, and knowed Captain Kidd would do the rest without no advice from me. He done so by wheeling and lamming his heels into that bull's ribs so hard he kicked the critter clean through a rail fence on the other side of the road. Captain Kidd hates bulls, and he's too big and strong for any of 'em. He would have then jumped on the critter and stomped him, but I restrained him, which made him mad, and whilst he was trying to buck me off, the bull untangled himself and high-tailed it down the mountain, bawling like a scart yearling. When I had got Captain Kidd in hand, I looked round and seen the gal looking at me very admiringly. I swept off my Stetson and bowed from my saddle and says, "Can I assist you any farther, ma'am?" She blushed purty as a pitcher and said, "I'm much obliged, stranger. That there critter nigh had his hooks into my hide. Where are you headin'? If you ain't in no hurry, I'd admire to have you drop by the cabin and have a snack of bar meat and honey. We live up the path about a mile." "They ain't nothing I'd ruther do," I assured her. "But just at the present I got business in Cougar Paw. How far is it from here?" "'Bout 5 mile down the road," says she. "My name's Joan. What's yourn?" "Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek," I said. "Say, I gotta push on to Cougar Paw, but I'll be riding back this way tomorrow morning about sunup. If you could—" "I'll be waiting right here for you," she said so promptly it made my head swim. No doubt about it. It was love at first sight. I got store-bought shoes," she added shyly. "I'll be a-wearing 'em when you come along." "I'll be here if I have to wade through fire, flood, and hostile Injuns," I assured her, and rode on down the wagon trace with my manly heart swelling with pride in my bosom. They ain't many mountain men which can awake the fire of love in a gal's heart at first sight. A gal, likewise, which was as beautiful as that there gal, and rich enough to own store-bought shoes. As I told Captain Kidd, they was just something about Elkins. It was about noon when I rode into Cougar Paw, which is a tolerably small village sot up amongst the mountains, with a few cabins where folks lived, and a few more which was a grocery store and a jail and a saloon. Right behind the saloon was a good-sized cabin with a big sign onto it which said, "Jonathan Middleton, Mayor of Cougar Paw." They didn't seem to be nobody in sight, not even on the saloon porch. So I rode on to the corrals which served for a livery stable and wagon yard, and a man come out of the cabin nigh it and took charge of Captain Kidd. He wanted to turn him in with a couple of mules which hadn't never been broke, but I knowed what Captain Kidd would do to them mules, so the feller gave him a corral to hisself, and bellyached just because Captain Kidd playfully bit the seat out of his britches. He calmed down when I paid for the breeches. I asked him where I could find Bill Santry, and he said likely he was up to the store. So I went up to the store, and it was about like all them stores you see in them kind of towns. Groceries and dry goods and grindstones and harness and such like stuff, and a wagon tongue somebody had mended recent. They warn't but the one store in the town, and it handled a little of everything. There was a sign onto it which said General Store, Jonathan Middleton, proprietor. They was a bunch of fellas sitting around on goods boxes and benches, eating sody crackers and pickles out of a barrel, and they was a tolerable hard-looking gang. I said, I'm looking for Bill Santry. The biggest man in the store, which was setting on a bench, says, You don't have to look no further. I'm Bill Santry. Well, I says, I'm Breckinridge Elkins, John Elkins' brother. You can give me what you promised him. Ha! He says with a snort like a hungry catamount rising sudden. They is nothing which could give me more pleasure. Take it with my blessing. And so saying, he picked up the wagon tongue and splintered it over my head. It was so unexpected that I lost my footing and fell onto my back, and Santry give a wolfish yell and jumped onto my stomach with both feet, and the next thing I knowed, 9 or 10 more fellas was jumping up and down on me with their boots. Now, I can take a joke as well as the next man, but it always did make me mad for a feller to twist a spur into my hair and try to tear the sculp off. Santry having did this, I throwed off them lunatics which was trying to tromp out my innards, and riz up amongst them with an outraged beller. I swept 4 or 5 of 'em into my arms and give 'em a grizzly hug, and when I let go, all they was able to do was fall on the floor and squawk about their busted ribs. I then turned on to the others, which was assaulting me with pistols and bowie knives and the butt-end of quirts and other villainous weapons, and when I laid into 'em, you should 'a heard 'em howl. Santry was trying to dismember my ribs with a butcher knife he'd got out of the pork barrel, so I picked up the pickle barrel and busted it over his head. He went to the floor under an avalanche of splintered staves and pickles and brine, and then I got hold of a grindstone and really started getting destructive. A grindstone is a good, comforting implement to have hold of in a melee, but kind of clumsy. For instance, when I hove it at a feller which was trying to cock a sawed-off shotgun, it missed him entirely and knocked all the slats out of the counter, and nigh squashed 4 or 5 men which was trying to shoot me from behind it. I settled the shotgun feller's hash with a box of canned beef, and then I got hold of a double-bitted axe, and the embattled citizens of Cougar Paw quit the field with blood-curdling howls of fear, them which was able to quit and howl. I stumbled over the thickly strewn casualties to the door, taking a few casual swipes at the shelves as I went past and knocking all the cans off of them. Just as I emerged into the street with my axe lifted to chop down anybody which opposed me, a skinny-looking human bobbed up in front of me and hollered, "Halt, in the name of the law!" Paying no attention to the double-barreled shotgun he shoved in my face, I swung back my axe for a swipe and accidentally hit the sign over the door and knocked it down on top of him. He let out a squall as he went down and let bam with the shotgun right in my face, so close it singed my eyebrows. I pulled the signboard off of him so I could get a good belt at him with my axe, but he hollered, "I'm the sheriff. I demand you surrenders to properly constipated authority." I then noticed that he had a star pinned onto one gallus, so I put down my axe and let him take my guns. I never resists an officer of the law. Well, seldom ever, that is. He pointed his shotgun at me and says, "I fines you $10 for disturbing the peace." About this time a lanky maverick with side whiskers come prancing around the corner of the building, and he started throwing fits like a locoed steer. "The scoundrel's ruined my store," he howled. "He's got to pay me for the counters and winders he busted, and the shelves he knocked down, and the sign he ruined, and the pork keg he busted over my clerk's head."
"What do you think he ought to pay, Mr. Middleton?" asked the sheriff.
$500, said the mayor, bloodthirstily. "500, hell," I roared, stung to wrath. "This here whole dern town ain't worth $500. Anyway, I ain't got no money but 50 cents I owe to the fellow that runs the wagon yard." "Give me the 50 cents, ordered the mayor. "I'll credit that onto your bill." "I'll credit my fist onto your skull," I snarled, beginning to lose my temper, because the butcher knife Bill Santry had carved my ribs with had salt on the blade, and the salt got into the cuts and smarted. "I owes this 50 cents, and I gives it to the man I owes it to." "Throw him in jail," raved Middleton. "We'll keep him there till we figures out a job of work for him to do to pay out his fine." So the sheriff marched me down the street to the log cabin which they used for a jail, whilst Middleton went moaning around the ruins of his grocery store, paying no heed to the fellers which lay groaning on the floor. But I seen the rest of the citizens packing them out on stretchers to take them into the saloon to bring them to. The saloon had a sign, "Square Deal Saloon, Jonathan Middleton, Proprietor." And I heard fellers cussin' Middleton 'cause he made 'em pay for the liquor they poured onto the victims' cuts and bruises, but they cussed under their breath. Middleton seemed to pack a lot of power in that there town. Well, I laid down on the jailhouse bunk as well as I could, 'cause they always built them bunks for ordinary-sized men about 6 foot tall. And I wondered what in hell Bill Santry had hit me with that wagon tongue for. It didn't seem to make no sense. I laid there and waited for the sheriff to bring me my supper, but he didn't bring none, and pretty soon I went to sleep and dreamed about Joan with her store-bought shoes. What woke me up was a awful racket in the direction of the saloon. I got up and looked out of the barred winder. Night had fell, but the cabins in the saloon was well lit up, but too far away for me to tell what was going on. But the noise was so familiar, I thought for a minute I must be back on Bear Creek again, 'cause men was yelling and cussing, and guns was banging, and a big voice roaring over the din. Once it sounded like somebody got knocked through a door, and it made me right homesick. It was so much like a dance on Bear Creek. I pulled the bars out of the winder, trying to see what was going on, but all I could see was what looked like men flying head first out of the saloon, and when they hit the ground and stopped rolling, they jumped up and run off in all directions, hollering like the Apaches was on their heels. Pretty soon I seen somebody running toward the jail as hard as he could leg it, and it was the sheriff. Most of his clothes was tore off, and he had blood on his face, and he was gasping and panting. "We got a job for you, Elkins," he panted. "A wild man from Texas just hit town and is terrorizing the citizens. If you'll protect us and lay out this fiend from the prairies, we'll remit your fine. Listen at that." From the noise, I judged the aforesaid wild man had splintered the panels out of the bar. "What started him on his rampage?" I asked. "Oh, somebody said they made better chili con carne in Santa Fe than they did in El Paso," says the sheriff. "So this maniac starts cleaning up the town." "Well, I don't blame him," I said. "That was a dirty lie and low-down slander. My folks all come from Texas, and if you cougar-paw coyotes thinks you can slander the state and get away with it—" "We don't think nothing," wailed the sheriff, wringing his hands and jumping like a startled deer every time a crash resounded up the street. "We admits the Lone Star State is the cream of the West in all ways. Listen, will you lick this homicidal lunatic for us? You got to, darn it. You got to work out your fine and—" "Oh, all right," I said, kicking the door down before he could unlock it. "I'll do it. I can't waste much time in this town. I got an engagement down the road tomorrow at sunup." The street was deserted, but heads was sticking out of every door and window. The sheriff stayed on my heels till I was a few feet from the saloon. Then he whispered, "Go to it and make it a good job. If anybody can lick that grizzly in there, it's you." He then ducked out of sight behind the nearest cabin after handing me my gun belt. I stalked into the saloon and seen a gigantic figure standing at the bar and just fixing to pour himself a dram out of a demijohn. He had the place to himself, but it warn't near as much of a wreck as I'd expected. As I come in, he wheeled with a snarl, quick as a cat, and flashing out a gun. I drawed one of mine just as quick, and for a second we stood there, glaring at each other over the barrels. "Breckinridge Elkins," says he, "my own flesh and blood kin." "Cousin Bearfield Buckner," I says, shoving my gun back in its scabbard. "I didn't even know you was in Nevada." "I got a rambling foot," says he, holstering his shooting iron. "Put her there, Cousin Breckinridge." "By golly, I'm glad to see you," I said, shaking with him. Then I recollected. "Hey," I says, "I gotta lick you." "What you mean?" he demanded. "Aw," I says, "I got arrested and ain't got no money to pay my fine, and I gotta work it out. Licking you was the job they give me." "I ain't got no use for law," he said grumpily. "Still and all, if I had any dough, I'd pay your fine for you." "And Elkins don't accept no charity," I said, slightly nettled. "We works for what we gets. I pays my fine by licking the hell out of you, Cousin Bearfield." At this he lost his temper. He was always hot-headed that way. His black brows come down and his lips curled up away from his teeth, and he clenched his fists, which was about the size of mallets. "What kind of kinfolks air you?" he scowled. "I don't mind a friendly fight between relatives, but your intentions is mercenary and unworthy of a true Elkins. You put me in mind of the fact that your old man had to leave Texas account of a hoss getting its head tangled in a lariat he was totin' in his absent-minded way." "That there is a cussed lie," I said with heat. "Pap left Texas 'cause he wouldn't take the Yankee oath after the Civil War, and you know it. Anyway," I added bitingly, "nobody can ever say a Elkins ever stole a chicken and roasted it in a chaparral thicket." He started violently and turned pale. "What you hintin' at, you son of Belial?" he hollered. "Your iniquities ain't no family secret," I assured him bitterly. "Aunt Atascosa writ Uncle Jepperd Grimes about you stealing that there Wyandotte hen off Old Man Westfall's roost." "Shut up," he bellowed, jumping up and down in his wrath and clutching his 6-shooters convulsively. "I war just a yearling when I lefted that there fowlin' at it, and I war plumb famished because a posse had been chasing me 6 days. They was after me account of Joel Richardson happening to be in my way when I was emptying my buffalo rifle. Blast your soul, I have shot better men than you for talking about chickens around me." "Nevertheless," I said, "the fact remains that you're the only one of the clan which ever swiped a chicken. No Elkins never stole no hen." "No," he sneered, "they prefers hosses." Just then I noticed that a crowd had gathered timidly outside the doors and windows and was listening eagerly to this exchange of family scandals. So I said, "We've talked enough. The time for action is a riv. When I first seen you, Cousin Bearfield, the thought of committing mayhem onto you was very distasteful. But after our recent conversation, I feels I can scramble your homely features with a free and joyful spirit. Let's have a snort, then get down to business." "Suits me," he agreed, hanging his gun belt on the bar. "Here's a jug with about a gallon of red liquor into it." So we each taken a medium-sized snort, which of course emptied the jug. Then I hitched my belt and says, Which does you desire first, Cousin Bearfield? A busted leg or a fractured skull?" "Wait a minute," he requested as I approached him. "What's that on your boot?" I stooped over to see what it was, and he swung his leg and kicked me in the mouth as hard as he could, and immediately busted into a guffaw of brutal mirth. Whilst he was thus employed, I spit his boot out and butted him in the belly with a violence which changed his haw-haw to a agonized grunt. Then we laid hands on each other and rolled back and forth across the floor, biting and gouging, and that was how the tables and chairs got busted. Mayor Middleton must have been watching through a winder, 'cause I heard him squall, "My God, they're wrecking my saloon! Sheriff, arrest 'em both!" And the sheriff hollered back,
"I took your orders all I aimed to, Jonathan Middleton. If you want to stop that double cyclone, get in there and do it yourself." Presently we got tired scrambling around on the floor amongst the cuspidors, so we riz simultaneous, and I splintered the roulette wheel with his carcass, and he hit me on the jaw so hard he knocked me clean through the bar, and all the bottles fell off the shelves and showered round me, and the ceiling lamp come loose and spilled about a gallon of red-hot ile down his neck. Whilst he was employed with the ile, I clumb up from among the debris of the bar and started my right fist in a swing from the floor, and after it traveled maybe 9 feet, it took Cousin Bearfield under the jaw, and he hit the opposite wall so hard he knocked out a section and went clean through it, and that was when the roof fell in. I started kicking and throwing the ruins off me, and then I was aware of Cousin Bearfield lifting logs and beams off of me, and in a minute I crawled out from under 'em. "I could have got out all right," I said, "but just the same, I'm much obleeged to you." "Blood's thicker'n water," he grunted, and hit me under the jaw and knocked me about 17 feet backwards toward the mayor's cabin. He then rushed forward and started kicking me in the head, but I riz up in spite of his efforts. "Get away from that cabin!" screamed the mayor, but it was too late. I hit Cousin Bearfield between the eyes, and he crashed into the mayor's rock chimney and knocked the whole base loose with his head, and the chimney collapsed, and the rocks come tumbling down on him. But, being a Texas buckner, Bearfield riz out of the ruins. He not only riz, but he had a rock in his hand about the size of a watermelon, and he busted it over my head. This infuriated me, because I seen he had no intention of fighting fair. So I tore a log out of the wall of the mayor's cabin and belted him over the ear with it, and Cousin Bearfield bit the dust. He didn't get up that time. Whilst I was trying to get my breath back and shaking the sweat out of my eyes, all the citizens of Cougar Paw come out of their hiding places, and the sheriff yelled, "You done a good job, Elkins. You're a free man." "He is like hell," screamed Mayor Middleton, doing a kind of war dance, whilst weeping and cussing together. "Look at my cabin. I'm a ruined man. Sheriff, arrest that man." "Whichin?" inquired the sheriff. "The feller from Texas," said Middleton bitterly. "He's unconscious, and it won't be no trouble to drag him to jail. Run the othern out of town. I don't never want to see him no more." "Hey," I said indignantly, "you can't arrest Cousin Bearfield. I ain't gonna stand for it." "Will you resist a officer of the law?" asked the sheriff, sticking his gallus out with his thumb. "You represents the law whilst you wear your badge?" I inquired. "As long as I got that badge on," boasts he, "I am the law." "Well," I said, spitting on my hands, "you ain't got it on now. You done lost it somewhere in the shuffle tonight, and you ain't nothing but a common citizen like me. Get ready, for I'm coming head on and wide open." I whooped me a whoop. He glanced down in a stunned sort of way at his empty gallus. Then he give a scream and took out up the street with most of the crowd streaming out behind him. "Stop, you cowards!" screamed Mayor Middleton. "Come back here and arrest these scoundrels." "Ah, shut up," I said disgustedly, and gave him a kind of push. "And
how was I to know it would dislocate his shoulder blade? It was just beginning to get light by now, but Cousin Bearfield wasn't showing no signs of consciousness, and I heard them cougar paw skunks yelling to each other back and forth from the cabins where they'd forted themselves, and from what they said, I knowed they figured on opening up on us with their Winchesters as soon as it got light enough to shoot good. Just then I noticed a wagon standing down by the wagon yard, so I picked up Cousin Bearfield and lugged him down there and throwed him into the wagon. Far be it from Elkins to leave a senseless relative to the mercy of a cougar paw mob. I went into the corral where them 2 wild mules was and started putting harness onto them, and it warn't no child play. They hadn't never been worked before, and they fell onto me with a free and hearty enthusiasm. Once they had me down stomping on me, and the citizens of Cougar Paw made a kind of half-hearted sally. But I unlimbered my 45s and throwed a few slugs in their direction, and they all hollered and run back into their cabins. I finally had to stun them fool mules with a bat over the ear with my fist, and before they got their senses back, I had 'em harnessed to the wagon, and Captain Kidd and Cousin Bearfield's hoss tied to the rear end. "He's stealing our mules!" howled somebody, and taking a wild shot at me as I headed down the street, standing up in the wagon and keeping them crazy critters straight by sheer strength on the lines. "I ain't stealing nothing," I roared as we thundered past the cabins where spurts of flame was already streaking out of the windows. "I'll send this here wagon and these mules back tomorrow." The citizens answered with bloodthirsty yells and a volley of lead, and with their benediction singing past my ears, I left Cougar Paw in a cloud of dust and profanity. Them mules, after a vain effort to stop and kick loose from the harness, laid their bellies to the ground and went stampeding down that crooked mountain road like scared jackrabbits. We went around each curve on one wheel, and sometimes we'd hit a stump that'd throw the whole wagon several foot into the air, and that must have been what brung Cousin Bearfield to hisself. He was laying sprawled in the bed, and finally we took a bump that throwed him in a somersault clean to the other end of the wagon. He hit on his neck and riz up on his hands and knees and looked around dazedly at the trees and stumps which was flashing past, and bellered, "What the hell's happening? Where at am I, anyway?" "You're on your way to Bear Creek, Cousin Bearfield," I yelled, cracking my whip over them fool mules' backs. "Yippee-ki-yay! This here's fun, ain't it, Cousin Bearfield?" I was thinking of Joan waiting with her store-bought shoes for me down the road, and in spite of my cuts and bruises, I was rolling high and handsome. "Slow up!" roared Cousin Bearfield, trying to stand up, but just then we went crashing down a steep bank, and the wagon tilted, throwing Cousin Bearfield to the other end of the wagon, where he rammed his head with great force against the front gate. "Expletive deleted," says Cousin Bearfield. "Glug!" because we had hit the creek bed going full speed and knocked all the water out of the channel, and about 100 gallons splashed over into the wagon and nearly washed Cousin Bearfield out. "If I ever get out of this alive," promised Cousin Bearfield, "I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do." But at that moment the mules stampeded up the bank on the other side, and Cousin Bearfield was catapulted to the rear end of the wagon so hard he knocked out the end gate with his head and nearly went out after it, only he just managed to grab himself. We went plunging along the road, and the wagon hopped from stump to stump, and sometimes it crashed through a thicket of brush. Captain Kidd and the other hoss was thundering after us, and the mules was braying, and I was whooping, and Cousin Bearfield was cussing, and pretty soon I looked back at him and hollered, "Hold on, Cousin Bearfield, I'm gonna stop these critters. We're close to the place where my gal'll be waiting for me." "Look out, you blame fool!" screamed Cousin Bearfield, and then the mules left the road and went one on each side of a white oak tree, and the tongue splintered, and they run right out of the harness and kept hightailing it. but the wagon piled up on that tree with a jolt that throwed me and Cousin Bearfield head first into a blackjack thicket. Cousin Bearfield vowed and swore when he got back home that I picked this thicket special on account of the hornet's nest that was there, and drove into it plumb deliberate, which same is a lie which I'll stuff down his gizzard next time I cut his sign. He claimed they was trained hornets which I educated not to sting me, but the fact was I had sense enough to lay there plumb quiet. Cousin Bearfield was fool enough to run. Well, he knows by this time, I reckon, that the fastest man afoot can't no ways match speed with a hornet. He taken out through the brush and thickets, yelping and hollering and hopping most bodacious. He run in a circle too, for in 3 minutes he come bellerin' back, gave one last hop, and dove back into the thicket. By this time I figured he'd wore the hornets out, so I came alive again. I extricated myself first and located Cousin Bearfield by his profanity. I laid hold onto his hind leg and pulled him out. He lost most of his clothes in the process, and his temper wasn't no better. He seemed to blame me for his misfortunes. "Don't touch me," he said fiercely. "Leave me be. I'm as close to Bear Creek right now as I want to be. Whar's my hoss?" The hosses had broke loose when the wagon piled up, but they hadn't gone far, 'cause they was fighting with each other in the middle of the road. Bearfield's hoss was about as big and mean as Captain Kidd. We separated 'em, and Bearfield clumb aboard without a word. "Where you going, Cousin Bearfield?" I asked. "As far away from you as I can," he said bitterly. "I've saw all the Elkinsons I can stand for a while. Doubtless your intentions is good, but a man better get chawed by lions than rescued by an Elkins." And with a few more observations which highly shocked me, and which I won't repeat, he rode off at full speed, looking very peculiar because his pants was about all that hadn't been tore off him, and he had scratches and bruises all over him. I was sorry Cousin Bearfield was so sensitive, but I didn't waste no time brooding over his ingratitude. The sun was up, and I knowed Joan'd be waiting for me where the path come down onto the road from the mountain. Sure enough, when I come to the mouth of the trail, there she was. But she didn't have on her store-bought shoes, and she looked flustered and scared. "Breckinridge!" she hollered, running up to me before I could say a word. "Something terrible's happened. My brother was in Cougar Paw last night, and a big bully beat him up something awful. Some men are bringing him home on a stretcher. One of 'em rode ahead to tell me." "How come I didn't pass 'em on the road?" I said. And she said, "They walked and taken a shortcut through the hills. There they come now." I seen some men come onto the road a few 100 yards away and come toward us, lugging somebody on a stretcher like she said. "Come on," she says, tugging at my sleeve. "Get down off your horse and come with me. I want him to tell you who done it so you can whoop the scoundrel." "I got an idea I know who done it," I said, climbing down, "but I'll make sure." I figured it was one of Cousin Bearfield's victims. "Why, look," said Joan. "How funny the men are acting since you started toward 'em. They've sot down the litter, and they're running off into the woods. Bill," she shrilled as we drawed nigh, "Bill, are you hurt bad?" "A busted leg and some broke ribs," moaned the victim on the litter, which also had his head so bandaged I didn't recognize him. Then he sot up with a howl. "What's that ruffian doing with you?" he roared, and to my amazement I recognized Bill Santry. "Why, he's a friend of ourn, Bill," Joan begun, but he interrupted her loudly and profanely. "Friend, hell! He's John Elkin's brother, and furthermore, he's the one which is responsible for the crippled and mutilated condition in which you now sees me." Joan said nothing. She turned and looked at me in a very peculiar manner, then dropped her eyes shyly to the ground. "Now, Joan," I begun, when all at once I saw what she was looking for. One of the men had dropped a Winchester before he run off. Her first bullet knocked off my hat as I forked Captain Kidd, and her second, third, and fourth missed me so close I felt their hot wind. Then Captain Kidd rounded a curve with his belly to the ground, and my busted romance was left far behind me. A couple of days later, a mass of heartaches and bruises, which might have been recognized as Breckinridge Elkins, the pride of Bear Creek, rode slowly down the trail that led to the settlements on the aforementioned creek. And as I rode, it was my fortune to meet my brother John coming up the trail on foot. "Where you been?" he greeted me hypocritically. "You look like you been wrastling a pack of mountain lions." I eased myself down from the saddle and said without heat, "John, just what was it that Bill Santry promised you?" "Oh," says John with a laugh, "I skinned him in a hoss trade before I left Cougar Paw, and he promised if he ever met me he'd give me the licking of my life. I'm glad you don't hold no hard feelings, Breck. It were just a joke, me sending you up there. You can take a joke, can't you?" "Sure," I said. "By the way, John, how's your toe?" "It's all right," says he. "Let me see," I insisted. "Set your foot on that stump." He done so, and I give it an awful belt with the butt of my Winchester. "That there is a receipt for your joke," I grunted, as he danced around on one foot and wept and swore. And so saying, I mounted and rode on in gloomy grandeur. Elkins always pays his debts. End of Bear Creek Collection, Volume 1, by Robert Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.